Have you had 5 abortions or anything like that?
Man. Just, wasn't the Marine Corps? Yeah, that was a good time.
What did you do when you were in the Marine Corps? Did you go overseas? Where'd you go?
What do you think? The music's coming from him? What do you think? It's a Bluetooth speaker? He did. Like I was out of my saxophone. Oh, death stare. Like, how the hell are you playing this with your saxophone? So you're talented too, Jeremiah.
So where'd you visit?
Mostly in Europe, we did like Malta, went to Israel, and then Spain. Like, pretty much, yeah. Barcelona, rang it.
Wow, jeez.
Yeah. It was a good time, yeah, no more. I take back my thank you.
Yeah.
Forget. Oh, yeah?
At least for faithless. Right. Girl trick. I got to say, with immigrants in this audience. All right, well,
TNT part of it. Yeah, the fun house. Yeah, but that's what my mother used to say. She locked me in the shit. It was fun. You know, it's just like very colorful. You ever done it? Yeah. Mushrooms. Mushrooms, yeah. You eat the drugs? Yeah, like psychedelic stuff every week. Almost. Wow. That's so cool. Sometimes I have a little. You seem like you work out a lot too, huh? Yeah. I got to it when I was fat. Right. Like you were now like 250, 260. Wow. Military guy. The shit goes out to the military. I even bigger. Look at vacation. How'd you lose the weight? Just it's gonna be nice. All the junk. Just start eating good shit. You were Apple Watch the heartbeat. I don't care if you eat. About 3 minutes of work. 500 calories. That's for you, bro. It's a pleasure to meet you, man. Welcome to the show. It's all right. Mike Ishak, ladies and gentlemen. His website, put that on the Twitter line. Also, touch me downstate. Mike Ishak just touched me. It's way off stage. Let's see something fun, shall we? We have a regular that performs that we see on the show. You haven't gotten to see him before. He's been a regular for like Kill Tony fans. Yeah, $3,600. Good for you. More than we made reading Mother's Day. We don't have to remake anything on that. $6 So are you going to put it in or something more comfortable? So you're going to get in your car, and things are going good for you. About it. Great. Show is unheard of. To still be at the level of sleeping in your car and months in and be explained by. Yeah. So. That GoFundMe. Tom and Bishop made because and then they got real. She said, "Hey, send me $100." But yeah, for real though, that is awesome. Real, but damn, what's your lady? She cool. She like a little bit version of Oprah and Medea. You say ghetto, you mean a little bit more ghetto? Well, like she like white people around, and then she like and she, if I'll be telling her about it, if it sounds good, but I don't be in social media shit, so right. But she really showed her. She don't even know how to text. Yeah, she be tripping out. Did she raise you on her own? Well, my dad died when I was oh, really? Yes. Man. Great. How old was he when he wow, 50 something. You better start eating the food that you're eating. Well, that's good, sweet. You probably know more about Italian. All right. Well, welcome. That's fun. Anything else exciting going on in life? Studio dropping hit. Real music studio? Yeah, I just did this straight like goofy shit. Oh, cool. What's the goofy shit you do? I mean, y'all check it out. Greatest job in the world. So good. I'm shit. Talking about girls are not. I heard it. I heard it. It's about girls that have kind of like cookie girl. And saying later. That's fun. Yeah, someone once told me that Nicki Minaj has like nothing left. There, that lady she was mean to. The lady was the hairstylist. The hairstylist. You have to like attach the like this one little tiny piece of hair that she has. To this mouth. Are you close to Nicki Minaj to know anything about this? Hell no, I don't know about it yet. I think you will be. How did you feel about this minute? Oh, it was cool. Okay. Following in your father's footsteps. Yeah. I see. Oh, shit. You're big as candy. You got it. Before you came out here, you really care how this that way. You drink a big old soda, you're good to go. It gave me wings. Awesome. Well, you're one of the coolest things that's happening in the world right now. I think it's great for veterans of comedy to get to see somebody like you That's it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah. Let's just want to keep going.
Yeah.
Jerome Tennis. Your appreciation for high school math teacher. That's right. Friends find out the time they ask me like, am I afraid of like, I have my own one kid already, like I'm like that's so like I invite on my night. You kind of start shooting up the school. I'm like, yeah. And then I was like, guys, gun. Being a black male, like, can you imagine like I go grab my gun right in the hallway, like, it's just like,
Fuck yeah. Jerome Telling. There you go. Nicely done.
you were the funniest member of the. What, man?
Hey.
Is this your first time?
I've been on here 4 times. We made him seem more like a school shooter.
And then he just kind of had like. Fuck yeah, there you go. So Jerome, what else is going on stand up?
2 years now.
All in LA?
Yeah.
What do you do for work? You're in math.
Yeah, I was.
Right. For
This is my years, like 1.5 years ago.
okay.
Right now, my seniors, but I have first class.
That's
How
you were in this state.
I knew we were going.
18-year-old girls that are, huh?
This is on the internet.
I don't want to get it's always
18-year-old man's house at 8 a.m. and is driving 35 miles per hour. How long until he catches somebody? Then it locks her and it's crazy. You said 35 miles an hour? Together 6 years, 5 years.
wow.
College.
Riverside. She's a white girl. Afro. Well, we call her Afro for sure. Yeah. Afro.
I have it.
Now,
There it is. What is what we call a purebred. It's a white girl? Never a white girl?
Never a white girl.
Thoughts ever crime?
No. I mean, no, I never. I don't know. Black dudes. I'm like, I'm gonna bring you somewhere.
One time about making love or forgiveness.
You know what you're missing out on.
Okay, not this character.
With Latino or
So like Latino.
The witch doctor.
And I recently got into.
wow. Extra dangerous when you don't know how to swim.
True. That is true. You don't know how to swim. I know how to swim. Oh, okay.
Tony was the
I'm sorry.
what? Where do you cut?
No, my cardiac that was.
You never dated a wife.
That must be the first cardiac.
This usually a wife would teach you how to act.
The person you rented from.
Fucker?
No, I didn't.
All right. Same time.
We did.
Now, what's of porn? Oh my God.
You're right.
Never did it a
Why you want porn is cool?
That's your foot.
Do you like student teachers?
You know what? The teacher got called. Like last month. And students asked to use his computer.
Yeah.
And he had hit a button or something. That's crazy. So when he got called, we had to have a meeting. So these two teachers what was going on, like it was rumored, they was like he got called like nervous on my way to that meeting.
Porn on your phone at work?
Which teacher? What was that teacher teaching? Like the phys ed or something?
None of them was teaching me stats. So I had to pick up like 3 school. I had to pick up class.
Wow.
Yeah, statistically, it's very good. Being a child.
Weird thing, because if you get
Inspired.
Right.
You're too much over all of the like stuff that you would do. I mean,
Yeah.
reason for leaving the previous job.
I had to get like paid leave for now. So
Leave?
yeah, because investigation and also you still get we're started early for
so
I feel like we always had fart bombs.
uh,
The pranks the kids are doing nowadays.
no, but I still I thought it was funny.
wow.
And it was like the it was like that. And I had to give
But
them
you had to
the
be serious, right? So let's say, were you facing the any other way?
I was helping.
Okay, so the back of your back was where the class was over, or the audience sing that show. Exactly.
Through that. There's one kid. Well, so when I blamed him and then I made it for the over at the kid, just gonna let me.
I'll staple fucking conventions. Wow. Oh, fuck. That's stupid. In fact, I once had a teacher get caught. And that's when I was in school, by the way, which is really check. It's one day we were on a bus. Trip back from we were visiting the Cleveland. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh grade, somewhere there. And we're on a bus trip. It was a fancy enough bus to where they had the TV. At the time, it was like spaceship shit. Yeah, they were like the tube. Yeah. And but you had to put it on an actual VCR. So and so yeah, VCR was supposed to be like fucking Titanic or some shit, or some like Free Willy or something like that. And obviously he was into it. He ordered it on a regular tape, and it just went right into it. You should have seen this guy stumbling and bumbling, literally almost laughing, on that bus ride. An idiot. Mr. Mancini. I'll never forget. There you are. Hell yeah. And everybody.
Yeah, I've never I've almost a little bit like tense in other comics, and sometimes we say like funny stuff to each other. Comedians, like it was like a real short clip, but it was like portal noises. And so in class, I know, so it kind of just made the noise like real quick.
Oh, did you do like the like oh?
I don't know who it was. Turn it down.
Start writing somebody in detention
Right.
for it. All my teachers were molesting back in the 1930s. Yeah. But is there any teachers that definitely?
Oh yeah, there's like a couple of them. Like I'm trying to tell them, like they think I'm just like judgmental. And
right.
No,
yeah, all of a sudden.
I just wanted security guard for sure.
Wow. Whoa.
He'll come get the student, like he'll come get her out of class, like either to the office.
Security guard?
He always riding with her on his cart.
Oh.
Sure, I can't prove it, but
homeschool. Well, we're gonna find out what happens in the court case. You just set it up. Jeremiah Watkins.
My teacher spit tobacco in my mouth, punched me in the nose, walked into this hard, and that was the last thing I saw before. Great story.
John, he was very, very, very hilarious. Back to hang out with us again sometime. Ladies. Wow, I'm sorry. We're going to do more comedians today. These were some amazing interviews we had tonight. The great, powerful Steve Rand is with us. Check him out at the Comedy Zone in 2 weeks. A very fun guy. All that's happening as the new fantasy football podcast this fall. And check out the 50 episodes of it. Look, I did one of them. Killed them. Thanks so much, Steve. Everybody. Speaking of guys with great podcasts, Jeremiah Watkins' fame was unbelievable.
I'm telling you guys, like, me and Jewel, Malcolm, some other guys be doing like some stand up or whatever.
Yeah, Malcolm was supposed to be a surprise, but there you go. From Chris, anything on there?
Whoops, Eric.
God's darn robot.
Follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand.
One more time for the green card, Jeremiah Watkins. What's going on? Just follow me on social media. What did you think of today's episode, Chris? Tony? Pretty good tonight. I liked it. There you go. All the personality in the world. Sometimes it comes Silver. Silver, say something. Anniversary and all those fun places doing stand up. Take your permits, so I'm going to ZipRecruiter.com and using Kill Tony for everything. Kill Tony's in Michigan. Shirt. Kill Tony shirt, guys. Yeah, I'm going to start bringing them here too, so you guys can just buy it. Yes. So you can wear them here and everything else. Tickets still available for the stand-up shows in San Francisco. They're Friday, Saturday, 17th, 18th, and 19th of May. And thank you so much to this live audience who's here tonight. Thanks for coming out. We love you. We'll see you guys again soon. Marquee light bulb. An actual stack.
Sounded.
All right. You guys ready to Tony Las Vegas? It happened. It's real. It's a real fucking moment. Get far from fucking Vegas. There are people on cigarettes smoking there. It is as real as it fucking is. Alright, so here we go. You guys ready for this? Like, hold the name of the fucking first Las Vegas, Nevada, perhaps it's a meeting, perhaps it's a crazy person. You know it. Anything that happens, 60 seconds of interrupted. Chat all alone. Here's number two. Yeah. Buddy.
Thanks going for. Only not. That past. Fucking. Don't you think?
Alright. Again, a lot of that was very serious thing. So,
Oh, yeah.
that's it. Say what it again.
Everyone keeps.
See, the bigger. Just gotta. Yeah, you have the chapter looking still. Actual lessons. Classes don't work on jokes.
I think he's kind of trying to be Jezelnik, but he looks like.
You've been on stand.
She just back in the year break. Before that, year break.
Say she just came.
I'm talking about before that. Second year,
Racing the hair.
yeah.
Wow, look at you. Oh,
Rogan Burns.
wow. It's great. It's like you're like a pro wrestler. You know, wrestler kind of like stuff.
I don't know what you're it's you're talking about something toxic.
You from Vegas? Yeah, you look like a guy who spent a lot of time in places he can smoke inside. Sure. You said you're retired from the military. Oh, yeah. Oh, talk about that.
Bullshit. So I got like
Oh, he's really coming to shell. Oh, your strength. Yeah. So, Chad, what's the business going? Do that. Just
this week and then I
you're doing a real series. Like with a body going back with a guy who wears a shirt that you can get a lot of those. What happened? You had to guess like the thing that is the most interesting about it. It's like talking about Chad and Joe and Sky at the same time. Like that Well, I was back in the car with band and that's how yeah. It's like the board thing. I mean, you make success. It's so embarrassing. Traveling, you was people look at you out the window and babies start crying out of cars. So we do something fun. Uh, what if here we go. Like, let's see. Richard, uninterrupted 6 seconds.
I remember being like a little girl and I mean, it was probably hard for her. So I feel like I'm really happy the voice is back. You know, like there's one feeling, you know, I want to try to hit my own.
Goldberg. She looked big. I like this spot. All right. Is that real? Your skin. Reggie, you're a dog. How long you been on stand-up?
I heard him, like, I was listening to the workout about massaging assholes. And then at the end of the podcast, tonight,
Do you like fuck you? Word.
right now, I'm down in North Dakota, and I
Like you understand Vegas. Okay. Walmart. She looks like parties. She looks like it's really good. Easter was not magic. I mean, is that why you're
Well, I'm getting there.
I like the trailer. You're totally on like you are a podcast. So what's your like? Yes.
There's
Brother. What happens when you refill the old There you go. You are the lion. Are you currently shoulders coming in Rothschild had the cards match the tree?
Yes. You're cute.
Alright. Alright, so
No, it's my first time.
it's your first time. You got a mustache. Okay, something for us. On your chair. Might scan through his hair. That'd be fun. It's like a great second. Think too much about it. I'm going to talk about other stuff. Okay, Robin. So let's just jump into what do you do for cleaners adjuster for small insurance companies? How small? Like, this insurance company. You can do. So what are some of like the small points that you're that would be zero.
Don't get make website coverage better. All right, please go to who is Rabbi Rothschild? I'm gonna go with you. I don't know if it all works yet. I think it does. It's not right, but it's okay. All right, let me know when you have one. All right, and then you've got, but then in the upper left corner, it puts this the hamburger menu to like 3 times. And you see it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then her who is Rabbi Rothschild. Click that, and this is the then when you put the link, I'll put it.
Alright, what?
On the left side, the 3 lines are, take the menu. It should say Rabbi Rothschild. That one. Yeah, you click it. Everybody knows that. I know you click that. Not to know if you click that. Nancy to know if you click that. You click it.
Yeah.
All right, firstly, what do you put the mic? Face swap.
Don't know.
So, it's my face on Elvis. Yeah, it does. Then I'll scroll down. All right, now you probably would less weight, but
Is it really purchased?
scroll back.
URL.
Yeah, how sick. Isn't that something? Not, well, it's not a fucking that I get. This is in the history of travel. Do you recognize
Is each website
it's going to have 100? So that's 20,000 blog posts. Mr. Clarice, how are you? Are you ready, girl? You ready? You gonna get your free permit? What'd you say? Guys?
How many?
Oh, wait, no. It'll be, no, you're right. You're right. That would only be 10. So if each one has 100, it would be over 200,000. 200,000. That's going to take them the world. At that point, I should just make it 1,000,000. She wouldn't do that. What is this? Liza, what is this? Get it. That's not a thing. He made up a sickness, so he has to explain it to people. Like, come on. So that's known as food poisoning. Okay, but I mean, no, you're making up medical. That's not a real thing. He doesn't like clams that much, son. I've known Miss Aquarius for more than a year, and I don't think she's ever said the word clam. Ever. Not once. There you go. There you go, Riser. Riser, are you going to win this game? That was garbage. I know it was garbage. That's not a thing. Just say that you have food poisoning. You said that clam sickness was a subset of food poisoning. ChatGPT doesn't know what that is either. Oh, that's a tough group, Riser. And it's because Riser just made it up. Now, Riser, is it because the clams are bad, or because you just had too many clams? You really don't feel well? Well, that's not a thing. That's an iCarly diagnosis. It's not a thing. It's fake. Fake news, Riser. You could have a few things. You could have eaten too much of the same food, have bad clams, or it could be food poisoning. Those are the things. You can't just make up something. You're giving clams a bad name. You're giving clams a bad name. Oh, get it. Nice fair. Riser. 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 Riser might get his first win here. I have to get 2 strikes. Okay, I need these 2. And I need here. This is the most important. Riser's going to get a clam sickness. Psych. Got him. Got him. What a comeback. Zoop. Riser win. Oh, Riser. That was close. Reload. Riser, if you didn't have clam sickness, you might have won.
you acknowledge that seasickness is a type of sickness?
It's kind of motion sickness.
Okay, well, but not all of it's seasickness.
That's correct.
So you didn't from the sea can cause sickness.
Nice strike. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Clam sickness. It's like sick.
No, I want to know what it is about the clams. You keep saying clams. Is it because you ate too many clams? Is it because the clams were bad? Or what?
The clams were not they weren't like rotten or anything. It's just like they just inherently are disgusting.
Okay, well, that's just like a food preference thing then.
Maybe I think. Oh no.
But you admitted that you liked clam, and that's why you made clam chowder.
I've never made it up now.
And then
Never used clams.
it sounds absolutely disgusting. You should be like a chef to know how to do that. Like, you don't want to mess around with that kind of like, seafood or fish and stuff.
I saw the recipe.
Okay, at the end, the recipe says may cause clam sickness. You still didn't answer my question whether it was Boston clam chowder or New England clam chowder.
Maybe
Nice.
I
Oh,
don't know
oh,
the I
bull
know
diving. Oh, oh, Mr. Chris, are you saying bull driving? I love that phrase. Riser, that's a new phrase we have to use. Bull driving. Because I always say this is BS. Bull driving. No, he doesn't feel well, but he doesn't know why.
I know exactly what I said. I don't think that
Okay, so you just ate too much of one food. Okay, well, that's different.
Clam sickness denier.
Nobody knows what you're talking about, boy. If I eat spaghetti, if I eat spaghetti, and I eat too much spaghetti, do I call it spaghetti? I ate too much of something.
No, it wasn't from the quantity. It was clam. The clams are inherently disgusting. Let's be a right.
I was 2 squares his record, but that's my second score of all time. I'm glad that you guys are here. Undefeated at home, undefeated at 118. That's the first time I've come all the way to the last, like, got. All right. Right there. Let's drink some water. And then I'll be brush your teeth, drink some water, and I will put you in Scrabble and get your mind off it. Sound good? Okay. Come on. Just, I'm gonna get water. I'm gonna get some water, my friend. All right. I was sick. That's kind of better. Is that we have no right? Okay. He didn't send me a note. I might have just, just went on. What did you think of your performance in? What did you think of your performance in? We decided to just not finish. That was their question. What do you think of your performance? Well, that was not good. That was not bad. I think I have the ability. No. Okay. I mean, you know, are the depths of what you know? That's okay. Make sense. All her songs are and she met and she did it. Oh, well, I've only seen it one video ever, but what are your thoughts on Kobe? What did you think? What did you think? I think it's another Well, what if I told you that's the opportunity to perhaps do one of the history of human time? What if I told you that it was supposed to be the Canadian female sense of view?
As popular, just so my music.
Here's my question for you. I think this is a very good question. What are your thoughts on what's that 8-bit? He's Canadian.
What?
Her name is something.
Oh, take the crown.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like,
What'd you say?
how do you know that?
No, don't say that shit, dog.
Yes. That, I don't know. No, it's Sydney.
Oh,
They're all like,
that was a great story. Remember you were telling a story about Dave the Great, and now we're talking about Sydney.
I, they're all,
Not a word, dog. Not a word.
you never heard the term Jeep. Got juked.
Yes or no? You knew who Roseanne is?
Yeah.
You know she had.
Person, Reese.
Oh, that's not. You're not even close. You're thinking of a Tito song. Tito. Um, Toto song. Yeah, that's Roseanne. That's definitely Roseanne. Yeah, no, not Roxanne. She was a comedian. She was a comedian in the 80s and 90s. Roseanne Barr. They show and show and really like the guy son-in-law was supposed to be the stupid. And so she had to grapple with the son-in-law. And this isn't exactly right, but this is just along these lines. He played something like for 55 points. And because of so many points, that's not a word. He's like, what do you mean? Yeah, I see it all the time. They're like, oh, that's not a and, and then he has to put a word right. Is that not a story you've ever heard? Oh, wait.
Playing the game.
You know when you're going to be good at all right, I don't know. No, why you? Greg. What's her word? Apologize. Are you apologizing? I know that you're a bull driver. Where is you're a bull driver? You're a bull driver. You're one of the great bull drivers. Everyone. You won't even. It means you're full of shit, dog. How many things are left? This game. even you gonna use fucking file. This is game. It works. This game is the worst. The worst. Oh, you take my fucking spot. I'm gonna be so pissed. Dog, this game rigged. That's a fucking word. I know it's a word. Are you feeling anybody? Are you feeling better? That's not a thing.
I mean, I got sick, so
It's not. Right, well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's a made up thing that you keep saying that everybody made up. I know it's keep made up. Got weird. Got old Neil knows it's made up. Everybody knows it's made up. Everybody know we're watching a thing. Not a word. Word. Let's everybody knows this shit is garbage. Gotcha. You didn't beat me, Red. Beat me at all. Oh,
plans like that.
that's a made up. That's made up, dog.
It's real. Trials.
You're up and everybody's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you.
You got first.
Jeanette McCarthy's waiting on you. Oh, that was great. You're up, though. Everybody's waiting. I'm waiting on you. What do you think of Archie, the grandfather, or what do you think of the guy who's going to win the Heisman Trophy this year, named Arch? I'll wait. Do you think that's an iCarly name? Do you think that's an Do you think that's an iCarly name? Do you think that's an iCarly name? Do you think that's an iCarly name?
I don't understand. No one else understands the question.
The question: do you think the name Arch is an iCarly name? It's easy, though.
Oh, yeah, yeah, not a real name.
If you had a W and an I and an N and an N and then like an A and then you can make one. Okay. Do you know that Stephen Colbert's last show was last night? You know, you should have gotten more points for that.
Even no.
We found
That was beautiful. You're good at that move. Right? Fucking bullshit, dude.
So hard.
No way, he's going for a bingo, folks. How many things are remaining?
That's not text. And there. 3.
Oh, give it back. Oh, I'm so surprised that that did not put that in. Thank you. I thought if the things were down, you would have to. Well, you made that closer than it needed to be. All right, big dog.
Alright. If it's weird.
Oh, you didn't. And no, they gave you the. They gave you.
They gave you how many?
0.
I don't think.
They gave me both C's, dogs.
I'll take a beat. I'll take a C over it.
They gave you the
I
K.
had like A and all.
They gave you the W's. They gave you everything that you could have ever wanted. You know, yeah, dog. Everybody knows that. It's the best. No one. I like how you're staying on the game to get
I
better.
don't think I put iCarly for it that whole time.
A legitimate word. And you lost with it.
Absolute dog points that very tactile. You got like 30 points. I knew it was
What are your thoughts on that?
final nail.
Now you keep fucking. You keep fucking me with the EXOX. That's fucking devastating. Are you proud of that? That's your fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bull. 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 God. No, we're done. I didn't resign shit, dog. I'm still riding. I'm still riding a high on 117 and gold. No, I didn't surrender shit, dog. All I want to know from you is what do you think Jeff McCurdy thinks about the game? I thought you liked the show iCarly. What do you know about the relationship between Jeanette McCurdy and her mother? Oh, wait. I think her mother stole a bunch of money from her. Okay, but here's my question for you. When are we going to watch the movie Michael? I have 10 questions for you. When are you going to watch Go Poppy? Is number one. Number two is when are you going to watch You'd Be Surprised? Number three is when are you going to watch Brian Cameron's latest special? Number four is when are you going to watch All of the Fighter and the Kid documentaries? Number five is when are you going to watch Michael? Number six is when are you going to watch Religiousness? Number seven is when are we going to watch the Travis Walk documentary? Number eight is when are we going to watch a Barney Gay documentary? Number nine is when are you going to watch the Betty and Barney Hill documentary? And number 10 is a blank tile. It can be anything. I'll wait.
Blank tile, man.
It's absolutely. Dude, Gringo Poppy is key 4 minutes, including the opening. I don't know why we don't just watch that. Dog, it's not the worst. It made me laugh once.
Good.
It could be.
Is that what you consider good?
It could be. It could be. Joe Rogan stole a joke from it. Did you know that? Yes. What do you think about the explosion that's been going on?
Oh, you gotta elaborate?
Government um, put out a bunch of videos of things that they say they can't explain.
Our faulty sensors.
Why would you say that? Remember when you first met? When you first said that you didn't fit together? I don't believe you. And now you know Bob Lazar, you know Betty and Barney are, you know what Travis Walker is, you know what the Rendlesham Report is. I know, because you are very naive and you're also very stubborn.
Barney and Betty. This goes on.
Now, what are you talking about? You know, saying that breaks my heart. It makes me want to cry.
Because you're
You really think that Bob was a scammer?
I think it's a very strong possibility.
You're full of shit. Nobody wants your opinion. Dude, how are you living, Pam?
I
3 hour podcast. I'm gonna watch it tonight.
Yep, true.
He doesn't believe Bob Lazar. No, I don't want to talk to the be like that. You know that he is the icon in my world. He hasn't scammed anybody out of anything. He hasn't profited at all off of it. Dog. You're going off a Reddit post, and you don't make a lot of money off of it. That's what you think a scammer is? You're full of it.
Freaking book, right?
What's this book called? He doesn't have a, to my knowledge, he doesn't have a book. I've never heard him once in the last 25 years talk about a book, not once. I've heard Zoo talk about books. I've heard Zoo talk about books. But Bob Lazar, he's talked about videotapes, like VHS tapes back in the day. But it's type of thing. Okay, when was it published? When was it published? Uh, 105 types of alien. Types of alien. Actually, I read the book called Esther in March. But aside from that, 105 types of alien species by the government. I read that. I think like
The last book I read.
can you judge book by its cover? What is right? And what year was when that book published? Oh, wait. Okay. Aren't you look it up?
No. I get
Get it? Hair trimmer. It's a nose. It's a nose and ear trimmer. And they also do eyebrows.
Is it that bad?
And it's like a it's not bugs. Dude, are you ready to do stand up on Monday? Maybe, maybe not. I'm ready for it. Professional media. He's got. Uh, And wait till the back. Okay, dog, I saw you, Tony. My friend introduced me to you, and I am forever indebted to them. I want you to know that I think you're really funny and that I would like to open for you. Like you said that I could previously when we were at the Reddit. That's exactly what you said, word for word. I love how this guy is like, how Zoom is like, you think I should go to the United States and go be the judge? I think literally is like fucking. It would be like me saying like, I think I should go to Japan to Jonah Haver, Jonah Hill. Zoo.
Do you know what clam cricket
Just, let me ask you this before you answer. Is it disease?
is? It's not the sickness.
Okay. Does clan sickness sound like a made up illness? This is speaking. I guess my case.
Jim Jeffries is coming here in 2 months.
And you gonna suck his dick?
Weird husband.
You should, dude. You should eat. Hey, my name is Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild introduced me to James. And I'm a raw comedy finalist, and that's open for you. The worst you do is say no, and then when you're famous someday, you can do what all the other people do. They can say, "Hey, remember me? I tried to open your message, and now you want to open me." Go. There's
That's all.
Riser with his squeaky. Hey, Riser, why don't you preach with the WD-40?
I don't know. Deputy or
You preached to Duke that he needed to open the door. Yeah, he did. Do you want to play one game of any golf before bed? Okay. Dude, this week Riser has beat and me and, and both. Riser, everybody's waiting on you. This is a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. Way too hard. Way too hard. Way too hard. You're in the game, dog. Dude, it's an image thing. It's a touch thing.
Yep, and that's what I think.
Dude, do you like the Jonas Brothers? Yes or no? Oh, wait.
Yeah, there we go.
Which Jonas brother do you like the most? That's
Joe.
the right answer, son. Can you name them?
Agree that
No.
they are.
No. Joe Jonas is the oldest. Kevin Jonas is the oldest. Nick Jonas, young.
Technically, when you're first being shot at for
To choose because he dated Miley Cyrus.
technically before you born, multiple eggs are fertilized before everyone is fertilized.
That's not true.
That makes no sense.
It is true. In one egg that gets fertilized.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
scientifically, biologically.
Rabbi, throwing biology. I didn't teach it.
Dude, how about you shut the fuck up?
Is spreading misinformation.
Who's spreading misinformation? Okay, why did you say rabbi?
I said,
No, you said rabbi. Don't have the truth.
I meant to say Razzle.
Okay, well, it's a cool story.
Play mini golf.
Riser, you know that Zoot could devastate you right now.
You got to be a state farmer over South Australia. That's simple. You need to be a South Australian citizen.
Or wait, we looked at the rules. Or you could be a student of very body blue.
What is it? Absolutely.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Zoot, did you ever watch iCarly? Zoot, did you ever watch iCarly?
Yeah.
Do you know who Jeanette McCurdy is?
No.
Do you know who Miranda Cosgrove is?
Miranda Cosgrove was my crush. Ever since I saw her as a kid, she was my crush. And I went to school with the other like exactly like her. And I had a crush on her. Then I thought she hated me, and I told her like that I liked her, and she said I was progressive. And then I found out like when I was 19, like 5 years later, she actually liked me the whole time. I was just like, what did you fucking tell me?
That's a cool story. All right. Did anybody look like Jeanette McCurdy like you? Good job, Riser. You let Zoo win.
Oh, Zoom might.
What about percentage of the bouncing off the ball?
Wow, what a joke.
You got fucked by ball placement. I want you to Rabbi doesn't have a chance of winning if you get it in.
Doug, that's collusion, and I know it's collusion. And
If you get it in, I'll
Yeah.
Riser, do you know what you just did?
Wow, he's just Bob was on Literati, Miranda Cosgrove, whatever Compass Calls.
Baby, I'm going to be Miranda Cosgrove's ringtone, baby.
I think it's cool.
Zoot, where was Nicole Kidman born? Honolulu, Hawaii. Zoot, where was Russell Crowe born? Where, though? That's correct. Where is Mel Gibson born? Yeah, he was born in New York City. Australia?
I could get it.
Too short.
None of us are getting
Riser, why'd you lose? You need to shout it. Dude, did you send Zeus that picture? Did you send Zeus that picture? Dude, you can make it. Did you send Zeus that picture? Oh, wait. Why not? Dude, why didn't you look at his picture? Dude, I have a question for you. People, am I just speaking to myself? Yo.
It's just a weird place to visit. Because you don't meant to be that fun.
Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? Are you fucking serious?
Rushing.
Yo. 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 Can you hear me? Yeah. She actually operates Lo-Fi Girl. Lo-Fi. That's Miranda Costco. Everybody knows that. Dude, who do you find more attractive, Miranda Costco or Jeanette McCurdy? Now wait. Who do you find more attractive? Hannah Montana or Miley Cyrus or Miranda Costco? Who do you find more attractive? Sweeney? Dude, Sydney Sweeney or Jessica Alba? Jessica Alba in her prime or Selma Hayek? Jessica Alba or Lily Phillips?
You're gonna go. What's the name? Okay, listen.
iCarly. Jeanette McCurdy. Right, you have no idea how it pissed me off. I think Bob was a scammer. That to me is like some of the meanest stuff you can ever say to me.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. It doesn't hurt me that much. No. It's good. It's fine. It's fine because I know you don't really need it, and I know that you think there's some legitimacy there, or there's something. It may not all be right, but there's something there. But just the fact, dude doesn't want to. Dude, do you know who Bob Lazar is? Yes or no? I'll wait. What are your thoughts on Bob Lazar? Did you ever see Bob Lazar on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? I'll wait. Did you ever see James McCann on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Right on.
Dude, do you know that Tony Hinchcliffe married an Australian woman? Like 10 years ago? And then they got divorced shortly thereafter. It is at this point you should say, yes, I knew that, no, I did not, or whatever your answer would be. Right, so remember that time Zoot talked? Okay, your favorite astronaut? Said Riser was your favorite astronaut. I'll wait. That's a phenomenal, but she's not technically an astronaut. I think they changed it. But okay, who's your favorite astronaut before the year 2020? I'll wait. Right, did you hear my question? Doug, is my shit not working again? Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot, can you hear me? Are you fucking serious? Riser, can you hear me? Riser, what the fuck? This is some bullshit. Riser, Riser, fuck. Riser, Riser, Riser. Yo, who's your favorite astronaut before the year 2010? That's an excellent answer. That's acceptable. I will accept that answer. You want to watch a 3-hour podcast with me on Bob Lazar? Did you really watch it all? Were you even more impressed with Bob Lazar now that you've seen that interview? Oh, all right. Here's my question for you, though. Oh, wow. Who posted the podcast about them? I know you said they posted.
I don't recall you guys' name, but I think it's the same guy who Joe Rogan went to get guest on his podcast, whatever it says.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is it Danny Jones? No, Jeff Michael says big shit. You know that?
Yeah,
Did you really listen to it? To this interview? Were you touched by it?
I mean, some things about said that
No, they're all true. The board. Would you spend $88 million on a documentary about Bob Lazar? Yes or no? I'll wait. I will repeat the question. Would you spend 80? I will.
absolute. I mean, yeah, Google is
It has
like or whatever. That is, there's no way here. There's literally our interview
his wife.
graphics that could have made him okay.
Let me ask you this. Now, this is, I feel, one of the great questions. Man, do you think it could have been eaten? Would you have believed it if they said it was $8 million?
I mean, it's more realistic than the $88 million.
$8 million still seems very high.
Yeah, we watched the or sorry, after you see that movie, it's more like, like for charging, 3D.
So we're watching a point of
Surface of this particular so specialized try and get the sheet right of the Dropbox.
great. There wasn't a publicized budget.
Did you know that Bob Lazar doesn't believe in anti-gravity? Incredibly that exists. Did you know that?
I've heard him discuss about it. Like, he thinks that gravity's a wave, and he doesn't believe in gravitons. Do you believe in gravitons? I'll wait. Let's look it up. It's hypothesized. It's a hypothetical elementary particle that they are hypothetical elementary particles that mediate the force of gravity within the framework of quantum field theory. While gravity is classically described in Einstein's general relativity as a curvature of space-time, quantum mechanics requires forces to be by discrete particles. Similar to how photons mediate electromagnetism. Key theoretical properties of the graviton. Spin statistics. They are spin philosophy is required to match the second order tensor nature of the stress energy source in general relativity. Mass. They are predicted to be massless to explain the interconnection with gravity and to travel at the speed of light. Charge. They have zero electric and caloric charge. Is the first time you've ever heard the term graviton just now? So basically, you're saying that I introduced you to graviton.
don't exist according to problems are.
Well, he struggles with that.
Yeah. But he doesn't struggle with the rep.
Sponge cake?
Let's make a big stuff.
That is true as well. If you invited any shape, alien spacecraft, what would it be? Oh, wait. Of course. That's right. That's phenomenal. Toroid or sphere.
No.
All right. Here's my question to you. This is a serious question. So to prepare yourself for the severity of the question. I hope that you're ready for this question because it's very, very, very serious. And the question is this. Do you want to watch a documentary on Betty and Barney at this moment? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I'm trying to think about it tomorrow already. I'm going to sleep.
That's a cool story.
It is.
Did you know that that's a cool story?
I'm going out.
Did you know that that's a cool story?
I want to hear a cool story.
I would love to hear a cool story. No.
Alright, I have this friend of mine named Mac. I went to high school in my hometown, and for whatever reason, my Facebook feed popped up like this See This Fly group, which is like this space jumper group from Josh, and people from there just post all sorts of space jumping related activities or whatever. So I was like in the group, and I see my old friend Max had posted in the group a few days ago asking if anyone wants to fuck the cheat. And I messaged him, and I was talking with him today. I like, hey, you still make smallness? What's up? And he messaged me back, and he said he wasn't squash, he was leaving squash. That last night at around 7 p.m. He was what's it called, like Grand Rapids or whatever,
Whitewater.
kayaking along the rapids.
Whitewater rafting.
Yeah, he's doing that. And there's like a class 4, 5 river. And he went over some rapid, didn't go to the water, and then smashed his face on a rock. And he luckily didn't get knocked unconscious. That would not be good. He gets up, and he knows, like, some area of his nose was just like connected. Yeah, and he sent me this picture. It was like the most gory message I've ever received on Facebook of this guy's disconnected. Like the words just to be attached. And it was just like a darling photo. I got it stitched up, and you're worried about whether his nose will heal correctly and whatnot. But yeah, so he's flying back to Ontario with discombobulated nose, but he wrote a post on Instagram that he was basically quitting extreme sports, and that he was also into speed flying, which if you don't know what speed flying is, it's where you are both skiing and paragliding basically at the same time or parachuting. And so you'll go off of a hill and then take off in your parachute, do a bunch of flips, land on the ground, and then take off again. Repeat that until you're got your thrill again. And he told me that speed flying is the most dangerous sport in the world. And I did not know that. But he said that he's quitting extreme sports because flying kayaking. He said he was unsure that he would like paragliding.
Normally, anything that you would say that would take you that long to create, that's a cool story. Actually, what's a cool story? Is your friend okay? I mean, it's not like he's had a recollection of the value of life and that to take those kinds of.
He's known a lot of friends that have died during sports, and like he's the realization that's not worth it. Apparently, he's had two very close calls with death. I feel like having a take it easy. Yeah, in the parking lot of which I've been to before, but I haven't, I guess, found this particular spot. It's in a like right on people dying, like the jump shooting all the time here, or you die from basically everything here. I've only ever go to friendly. I mean, you go to like the Matter, there's like a few artists who died trying to find other, but chief of also like a memorial of people who died climbing or base whatever. So I'll have to check that out. That I'm feeling not particularly grateful to be alive.
How do you do that?
I mean, it's like this Yosemite style of like
I got you. El Capitan. I get that. But like do they helicopter the top? Or do you climb
you
it?
have to like a trail, trail like like doing like 1,000 flights of stairs. it's where great exercise and make so you just gotta walk up.
Well, your friend sounds fortunately they didn't die. They could have easily died. Yeah. Fortunately, that adrenaline is not.
Yeah, yeah. I know. There's always like a different thing. A lot of different reasons for it. There's more pre-soloing as well. I believe it's
Okay,
but
I could see that. It does. It's amazing. Go over
yeah, they're just like minutes for the 10 minutes flying.
they're like they're gonna be and they're like taking through a valley and then that valley and they'll just be flying like 20 feet above and if they just like turn their head just a little bit like that time. And it's like um, there's even that it's something like what? Certain point the hell is wearing you. Yeah, that's kind of like you're kind of like you're gonna walk up. Would you say that's
Yeah.
like
Um, actually, trying days ago, just I want to see like a montage, very size, and like just like stand up from a show Seinfeld, and just smash together and like the show parts and understand parts. He has a lot of good comedy. It's maybe,
so I know what you're talking about.
Did you were you able to find something?
Or the stand up clips. WCK showed you integrated random stand up clips. And I thought I had seen one like a years back. But I did watch it. I WCK one time. And that was like doing one. And made me laugh. Just like, that's good. That's one of them for sure.
You really like
Yeah,
I believe that's the match. Like, but,
I mean, as long as you ask politely.
oh yeah, he's really nice.
Like a crime to like you just can't go on to deal with that.
Oh, no, I think you would be. So do you think he should have been considered like or whatever?
I mean, like, yeah, that's yes. You can like ask that.
Do you think that he is one of the five in in the game right now? Who are your top five? Right? Who are your top five? Yeah, if we're talking now, you need five people. You just had clan disease or whatever, and you need five Canadians to be left. But don't include new. They're two. You don't have to include them. So aside from myself, who would you choose? The top five. And just top five people. Everybody knows.
Like, super famous or just people that think,
It's a good. They have to be like uh, bigger than you.
I, well, one really good channel that makes me laugh on YouTube is not Wallace. Don't camper, like the YouTube thing and stuff. Camper, and he has like 50 million subscribers on YouTube. Uh, I'll just go and just go camping and like these roundabouts or built these like fake raptured. And inspired self camp on Vancouver Island. Really came out. But why did I fail self camp on Vancouver Island? Because
What happened?
I mean, I successfully did it 2 nights in a row. First night, I went. I set up my tent on the beach in the dark. There was my phone was like I used the last little bit of light I had my phone. So the tent and then woke up. The beach for like 200 feet of time was there. Yellow was running around. It was amazing. And then the second night, I meet my wolves. I use my wolves, but we're in like in between. I guess it's you feel that you're checking out between there, and then there's a big beach, kind of like this, like U-shaped underfoot with going around and like some U-shaped thing. So I also had to like a long way to get there and down a bunch of stairs. Like it was like at least a 5 walk. It felt like there, like 8 minutes each way, and I had to go bring my camping gear like tonight. It was like walking my stuff there, and then I kind of just like peeked away from people, and then on the shore. I think that they and then I checked on my app that like the tide is only going to rise another 2 feet or something. It was up like 4 feet off the floor, so it was good. And then go to sleep and kind of at the tide. It's just rising, and I like where it goes over, but the tide did rise like 3 and then die or got eaten by them. And then we had to did a nice small beach because of the tide grows. There's like there's a bunch of like water and stuff. And yellow and field and face and get out. And there was this one part where we had to like jump across, and like it wasn't like far of a jump, but so I jumped over, and then I'm trying to get in. Trust me and like jump. But she was scared, so I go back, grab yellow, and then jump across and make it. And then and like scale slippery. So made it, and then just could not find good spots because I to manipulate, and then I can really have to annoying. Can't really find a spot to camp. Even though I had a tiny bit of the group that good at all leaving it. It was really not fun. Got my car for I got a warning from the town school to be and they're like, yeah, I don't want to catch you sleeping in your car again. And I was like, okay, and then I better stealth in my car. Horribly uncomfortable. So, yeah.
Okay, so why were they?
And I was just in like some random neighborhood, and I wasn't actually anyone there. Like you could have seen, like sleeping in the car. Not a lot of people doing that. Everyone did that. And we amazing trips to like Vancouver area.
Why were these considered stealth and not on camping? Can you hear me? Better fucking help you from Yo, can you hear
Yeah.
me? Okay, why is it stealth and not just normal camping?
Normal camping, you're doing it with permission at a campground. We pay money typically to like a little spot or whatever. It's legal to do. Probably depends. Group ads. I'm not really sure the exact flavor. Probably it's what you want to avoid in there.
I get that. And, why stealth camping? It's just the rush of it.
So it is kind of over but it's just about like at the campground and enjoying nature from like a unique point that's like private and undisturbed. A lot of times campgrounds can be avoided, be chaotic, hectic, and I've camping before where like some group of people are just having like a bonfire, and I'm like 5 years old, like they're out like screaming and drinking, and so it sounds like sleep, and I was like, so being able to choose your own little luxury spot, nature, and also anything, and yeah.
Did you have a tent?
I did, yeah. Wait for that mission. We're still camping. I'd like to camp. be prepared. If you're prepared, I think it can be fun. So it is difficult being electronics. At that time, I was just everything really good.
Can you wait 1 minute? All right, for your patience, go ahead.
I was on the beach, Long Beach, Long Beach, and it's amazing. One right, further. It's just adequate park, like there's miles of like you're 50,000. It's like park lots, and it's like not really enough money. Yeah, you have to get there early if you want a spot. But we're not. We're gonna find a nice spot. We're gonna walk us behind. I was like, okay, great. Like just way much. And then like on the beach. Talking about the beach. Really long. Got like all the way around the beach. And I'm very like dizzy and dehydrated probably. I was to go like break for like 10 minutes later, like yellow, go back. And I was like, like running away. Been good. Like, and then to back to I was also taking the bar up and down the beach. Like the tide goes down, it's like tons and tons of big beach. And so it's like taking the ball up and down for like hours and then dog. That was also
Weird about those blue healer dogs. Oh, they fit your heels, right? That's right, they're called that.
they're they I yell at them.
Doug, you said that your dog is dingo, but then also 50% sheepdog and border collie. Like, then how is she dingo?
Like a mix between Milo and border collie or something.
And she related to the dingo from Ayers Rock or whatever, Urulu or whatever. That
Merlin's baby. What's her name? The land.
your dog would have been yellow, but it would have been yellow's like great grandfather or something. All right, Big Dog.
On the morning, that is 3 hours on the podcast to listen. Tomorrow. I'll meet you again at and
Sounds good. Entirely.
they were they were around pickleball.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not legit, but don't think it's something that based on iCarly.
that's a possibility.
I would love to show you Carly. See if you follow your iCarly credit. Stupid as works.
Sounds good. There you go.
Hey! Everybody.
On local television. It's for the next 3 decades. Just now, that's what his actual job was to reverse engineer the engine system. That was not made by humans. A flying saucer. 53 scenes inspiring control. Ladies and gentlemen, today's guest is the white whale of Americans. Anything matters. Bizarre episode. That's like discuss how Area 51 also see vast around the CNN, who is and women whistleblowers, news agencies endorsing cases as crash he's the only person to claiming he wants to rectify crash. We've speculated about his story for years. Today, we get to look directly. No. He knows why he hasn't been forced into John Lear to bring UFOs. You got the job. Why do you think people come in? There are a lot of people out there who speak educational. Did you ever wonder why? Because reliability. We also that's our most inspiring. We were new detail. Was actually retrieved. We discussed beings that may have taken what they thought was humanity. Even without current laboratory, he's still force encounter like some sort of 80s, right? Bob is working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How do you work? I surprised scientist at Minnesota who's doing his own experiments on a legendary footage of a UFO at Area 51. Been trying to get their hands on this for years. This interview spends more on Bob and filmmaker, which invented the maker of that sport. Bob was on a story for years, working to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at a vivid detail. Way really paid bombs and wow. With that American alchemist, the man who helped work here, UFO, public, and lived out the tale. The original was the was on. Through the biggest transformation of the system in a hundred, and most early using the same platforms their parents used. I started to investigate financial space because I genuinely believe that the Nazi structurally fundamentally broken. So what you might call Nazis, a stark centralized alternative wasn't just possible. I spent 13 years researching it, living it, talking to them, seeing it across the platform. I bring that to my family. So we finally decided to bring up our first ever 4 years ago. I used the product and I every other investing essentially the old system, the better outcome. Granted, it is different than a foundation. It's the whole point. To run the power of your money just fully. It's not the whole point. One of the main reasons I want to go while staying mentally sharp. This little drink, it's a product I started with. It's called Keto. I give you $2. Check it out. It's the little really just the biggest taking a little shot of this thing. And it lights my brain on fire. See, even fish drinks. The reason I keep coming back to these products is because I think coffee gives me a spike of energy, and then at some point I get angry and crash. Keto is fundamentally different. It gives you generous. Here's the science behind why it actually running on glucose or sugar as your brain goes through time. It's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain can be like a Ferrari, but you're moving fuel all the time. First, when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days. To switch from glucose to ketones, a little shot of ketone. So your brain may lose without that's going through cognitive performance. Others are probably going to use that. The same technology used by soldiers in high-demand environments is now available today. So visit keto.com for 30 years to receive a free gift with your second member. That's keto.com. Or for the extra shot free. I don't even know if this is a which day for me. This is so grateful for you. I think you're so close for you. Savings in the sky. But it's very few can separate them to the exact same story over the list. And it involves working on craft, essentially with engineering process. Engineering is not a craft. Actually, what's the Luigi Mentality was the amazing creator of this movie. When your child, Bob was already like, I guess he was still playing with toys, like, think of my parents had, going back together. That was his dream, was to for you and it all. Yeah, for the most part, I really had a problem with 30. So I remember my parents, whatever, telling me what to do. I said, I should finish your authority in the company. And I can't. Yeah, that just seemed part of my DNA. And you're right. It's authority was arbitrary to you. It's hired you and pension. Right. You're the GM big time with the shot here. So, you really said anything. Five and six. I watched some whole series like Fire with myself, Thunderbirds, and they were all like show all about it's going to be software. That's what started science fiction. Like, it was just a prediction of the future. To me, it was, something was never going to be true. It just looked like eventually this was going to happen. Science fiction turns into science fact. Yeah. Were there any inspiration sci-fi ones that had like a what you were interested in as a kid? everybody, engineer, doctor, scientist, always going back to school. That was breaking through us. What was the so much. What it was. Yeah. Like numerous. Professionally, just like yeah, I know he maybe like a fitness wholesale gross place, but most of the time you for one of the hardest rates. So I remember there was guys, whatever you want to call them, for playing room and hearing those guys decide to raise. There was some shady whatever. Down in early. So he was involved in some other shit where just some questionable things. Yeah, but spent most of the time here. It's medicine news. We go. But someone big was always doing something. That one can do. So it's going to any more than I want. You want to go to class? So she called home. At the time it was work set. Just lay out my wires. Put it in there. Sent it. Coming into the lab because it's Jesus. Yeah, not allowed to send it. What was your top speed? Yours was like 12. You let you thought of Rothschild. But the Honda Civic is not set up for the Janet. Like, oh, it was after I put in there. Oh, so you have a suspension. Yeah, you have a few. That's a question. Well, I want to talk about that in the lab in 1982. I want to learn the front page story on the jet car. Coincidentally, Dr. Wood was having a speech on how important the same day. So, I'm still learning young. Coincidentally, that same day, paper over the front sheet was the advertisement for Ed Tiller coming the next day, giving a lecture. So you go to like a Rocky Days or something. He was about to give a talk there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper. The door was locked. So that's the thing I wanted to do super early too. I'm not making it super crowded or whatever. He's reading the front page of the paper because there else I really didn't know how to go on and say anything, but I wanted the perfect story. He's already reading about it. So I'm like, I reading about that. Always had to tell him. It's the only one I can describe. Did he have sort of distinct accent? Of course. Yeah, I think he looked to exactly like himself. Fascinating. It's what was the conversation like really? Yeah, that's me. And then what he said. He said, well, that's fascinating. You know, I can't remember what he actually said, but it was almost real. Yeah, it's interpretation. We only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door unclick. So we went question of propulsion, and you kind of want to get into it very quickly. And then he's questioned about you, and he has the exact same reaction. Right? Could be wrong to give those three. I don't think that's going on. I spoke to the guy before. He was on the tiller street, and he said, I'm going to bring up you to tell him. That would be awesome. He was in this, mind you, in the same way, he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk. He said, nothing that anybody but there's total annihilation, yeah, he's just completely discounted that with him. And so, do you think that he's not because he's not this one team? I don't know if that's it. Matter he's got annihilation. I don't know if that would actually quite do it. He's also, but he's clearly not addressing the most nuclear reactor. And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying these linked to him. Yeah, which is some tunnel that he obviously it's really weird that he would. So you were listening and you were with a physicist at the time. Was there any responsibility there? It changed. I did some. I was building. I think this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to true the voltage in very high degree. So I was building some voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you can make adjustments, from a distance without interfering with, the electric field. At the end of the day, there was maintenance on the targets and experiments going on, so I was cryogenics, dealing with power magnets and what else, radioactive materials. Awesome. I was just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was, I'll say it was, there was no really regular routine. We needed to be working on getting ready to do an experiment. So we'd be working on the detection equipment or setting up the experiment. And it all had to do with, the accelerator and adjusting that. So this was a yeah. That's it. Linear accelerator in Los Alamos. Beam splits off. And it comes down, split off into different experimental areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, just from one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make different particles and go different directions. And depending on the speed of the particle going by, spin, how long it's in transit, you can explain us, put things together. Analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to have a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside. But so you could tape it through it as hard as you can at a concrete wall. Yeah, and it wasn't apart. Pieces would float up. Yeah. By looking at those pieces, you could backtrack everything. You could see if one was spinning a certain direction. The rotation, how fast it came up, the mass of it, if it was turning before, and by the angles you could put it, eventually reassemble the thing and see how it was made, just from the particles flying apart. So it's actually a really good accelerator to do something apart and then figure out how it all goes together. It's monitoring the so, yeah, so that's what I did. still come under a security agreement. At this point in my life, I just don't want to make any waves. Yeah. So I think that's very reasonable. It's also, I should know, this is me talking to you at MIT or university, and research that you are. And they do all sorts of classified stuff. Yeah, they have super soldiers on our brain. We're always in the forefront of technology. And so, anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so super soldiers are just very conventional. Sure. Still classified winter. Yeah, I think it's just probably because this stuff is circulating in the head. The idea that people get substitute at school specifically, not something that you talk about. I agree with you. I would, there's a very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it. Wanted to hire a guy solve problems. So and if you needed to do that, let's find the person that would Georgia was originally this instrumental part of the story in 1989. You took it to Los Alamos, right? Yeah, I told him all this stuff. I said, well, let's go and show you. And security was a little more than I expected. So we got a complaint, and we just rented a car. And at that time, everyone you knew still worked there. So we're renting the car. Hey, no, Bob, you're back, So we're in, and just joking around my desk. Here's this, walk in here, and we still have combinations in place. I'm sure it was not a lot of it. So they go, yeah, or just walk around, build everything. I work with them. All right, we can check that box off. Yeah, it's right. And also, you didn't want to address some of these like detracting comments circulating online. There are people who are like, he just wastes the physicists, that lets out less, but he really had so much stuff there or something. First of all, like you're functional accelerator and how to actually, detect some of the particles, first class. And then second, you're a guy in Georgia Knapp, if you were to either accuse him of some sort of relation or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that he showed him around. People do that. Yeah, and clearly he's trying to suss you out by asking you right? Yeah, I just don't pay attention to all the contractors nonsense. To me, we're to re-enter the scientific community, I tend to wondering about it. I would tolerate finding the name of a project in all of us. And so he said, he remembers himself now. And which, because I made mention of the checking articles. So then he said to us, made an EEG. I don't know if he said it. When he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for the EEG. So I don't know if he said, just said, I will look at this or something like that, or if he did say it or somebody's, I don't know what happened. Did you know anything about EEG at the time? I know they did measurements, they did all the, those other guys that came out and figured out, photograph exploding nuclear bomb without getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things with giant flash tubes so you can photograph cities from bombers and stuff. So, it's about, economy and stuff for the government, but, leaning heavily in the It's a company that is the namesake of Dr. who is MIT faculty, actually. And there you go. Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you've worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite, that I'm sure you're aware of, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robin. And he talks about UFOs like Tic Tacs, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes inside of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S. It's like, isn't that interesting? There are 167 whistleblowers on what's called the PRP program. They've reported that taking IV profit because they're guarding the crown jewels and wearing the films. 167 of these guys. Yeah, really 167 of those guys. 167 of these guys. That's really what they did. That's I mean, that should be investing in that program. I'm sure it is. It's not public. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of national security. So my point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you gotta have some asymmetric knowledge of UFOs. I guess. Yeah, they were the guys documenting, photographing everything from every angle, everywhere. Yeah, so back when all this stuff was going on, NAG had to catch something. Totally. NAG keeps coming up for me to do my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo where the scientist, Jared Davis, meets with joint chiefs who are his purview of this whole military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G. Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So, you get the job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And so you give a little bit of context. But yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was. Yeah. They interviewed me for that. And somewhere in the middle of it, they said, we actually have a different job that we're thinking of if you went to them. I think it went to the bathroom, and when I came back, some were changing channels. I think we have, and I think, so I don't know if you something at S4 or something else was going to be for EG&G, Department of Naval Intelligence, and they thought maybe S4 would be their fit. But again, one went out behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided that it'd be better with the second one. The second one was testing around the Goose Lake area. Were they screaming? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at, and then when you go to the bathroom like a day? I don't know. It's actually the thing we're going this is, you can get it. And I think they can't, just because of the way the place is arranged, they can try to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. But if you expect anything else, that's right? Same thing and expecting different results. But yeah, their question was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did at work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box. Yeah. And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really screaming scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that. We need to move in another direction. I mean, that's what I guess. I think that's what at that point you want to do something. No, but then, I said, it's that a remote area, and I forgot married or not married, you know, get time there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and you know, so and some people are just on call, and you know, for the time being, it would probably need to be sporadically going out there on the call, you know, until we get you to speed. You have any problem with traveling? It's not, you know, so I was out in the desert, and probably I thought it was the only thing we know about the desert, but at that time it's a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and you know, specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be a nuclear test site at somewhere, you know, stationed here in Mercury. The way it worked was they called me random day, and they just was over us, and all of a sudden, such time, we need you to come out today. So I go out there, I drive in BJT special projects, which were 3 weeks airport at that time. We built security there, and then out of tarmac and board. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site. Yeah, we just took off, landed, and I still thought I was in, you know, I didn't know if it was in Area 51. Yeah, and at Area 51, I thought at that time Area 51 meant nothing. This is North Area 51, okay. So all the, you know, as they split up into areas, it's Area 2, Area 5, so it's 51. Okay, at what point do you get in this story? And these, I told the story so much, and so all the days kind of extended years into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day, what you did on the third day. Of course, but I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just that before and stuff. But the second day for sure, we drove down, got in the bus, so big red. And then there was no more black on the bus. Yeah, it was just a navy blue painted bus. It seemed like we went south. By the time we got there, got off our bus, the sun was setting to my right. What happens next? Well, I mean, we got there, you know, I mean, that's real timid, but, you know, I guess you could call him a supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just attached to me. This is not as good about it. Yeah. It's he leads you in. Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard there. We get past him, and then they had a treat with the to give me a card for the doors. So that's the first time I saw that. It's, I get the card. You swing the door and records every time you come in and out. You do everything. It's good to be guarded. I don't know what your scanner was doing. It's just a really long, really long card. And just kind of, it's not blue, it looks cool. It's just painted in black with light green and dark green. Kind of looks like a kindergarten or something. It's this vast expanse of the morning. Ground around it's kind of on the side of the mountain. You know, it's so the hangar is right on the side of it. I had so nobody wanted to describe it. Sure. So our hangars are there, and then the covered version of the hangar. So you have access. And there were 9 hangars. And they're fairly big, so that explains why the corridors were so so you're in there. See this vast expanse. Then what happened? We went to review the briefings first. So that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, and somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth, but in case your project into something in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first briefing on it's your project, and then you had other briefings as well. Yeah, and that was perfect. Looking glass. to focus a logical being to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be there was some sort of intention to
Directed.
yeah.
Well,
It was a part of it. So I don't know what the source was, but this is just what the briefing contained. And
you heard any other context before reading these documents? When you're reading these documents, what's going through here?
no, I mean, some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. I mean, and you wonder, like, what, like a test? There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to, evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something, and hear it on the grapevine, they say, yeah, they've got messages, they forgot to get down at the test site. They don't know where it comes from. But everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, all they had said anything, police officers down there, and 65 corrections. Like, yep. So, I think they put it in there to attach to a person, they make it something enticing to say.
So you get through these briefings, what happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And they had a bunch of samples from different materials and do a right on my permanent. And, waiting for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep yellow color. I think that was because the vitamin D was in there. And I can taste it because it was really nasty. It's like vitamin D solution. But it also had a pine taste to it. But it wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out. And eventually it was introduced to Barry, who's going to be lab partner. From what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What was really like?
Very enthusiastic. I was really excited to show me stuff, but clearly a lot had been done before we got there. This was everything would be one. Everybody would be, you always want labs and everything, right? You see a little speck of dust or a cart somewhere you could identify them. You wouldn't have, wouldn't label lab images and things like that. You probably have people who had full respirator suits if they were just getting by. These guys at reason point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with the stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. There was a car engine, so a lot of progress when they were working with. Although we were playing reactor.
Point where you like this to be some anti-PC that just wasn't clear to you. Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." It's just our new fighter. Let's do the flying saucer. So that's only even flying saucers because I've seen these new fighters flying around. But it became quickly obvious that that wasn't the case. Like, you have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world can make something like that, or have the are or other people and all that. You can say there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% impossible. Is it as far as if we have to consider a almost 50-foot diameter level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and put one point up in the middle of that main level. It's the center of the net. And there is nothing visually witnessed on the bottom of the 20 feet that is a supporting column that's 53-foot diameter. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material. You know, that's the first time I've heard of that angle. That's really interesting because I built it. I think you know more about that. Because of the thickness of the floor that we can see, because of the lip of the access way, we can see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the hatchway is, you can see the thickness of the floor. That has it. There is nothing that support it would not be doing it and potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing. That's completely structure. Yeah. Good job, Luigi. I never entertained that's that's 100% true. Yeah. It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself? It's kind of a pure stainless looking, but it's Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away. Describe how semi. I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. What's interesting is that my friend Gene, who was kind of confident at the time, and I tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like crap, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 years modeling this and getting it, and sure as hell, whenever they do, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. They take the camera and they put it in the hangar and look at it close up. It looks like it's human. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks how they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicated. I mean, they've got the model so close. It's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's part of the craft that you described as black. Is that right?
Yeah. What is that? Yeah. What they call the portholes on the top. I do not look for portholes. What I think there's that goes around part of the craft. And that's really the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section. But that's where these small square rectangles are found. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section. And those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. It's not just a black. It just looks like the bottom is dense and they're, I know they're solid. I mean, very they're solid. I guess I don't know very clear they're solid. So technically, I don't know where they're at. But I still think there's some kind of sensors, but it's an unusual material. When you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black. It doesn't look right. Did anybody else say that it would make the craft get an ominous feeling? Yeah, he did. have like a kind of ubiquitous thing. Certainly was for me. Interesting. Yeah, because you take one of those so exciting and outside directly, but no, when you're really exciting, it was really frightening around the like. First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller now, and you think you have to crawl in, and you really can't do it until you're almost right. It doesn't have to be all unusable. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of usable space up there. To have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have these, and there was what reason shape like that. But three things. We call them seams, other colors, larger rectangular smooth objects, and then we know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies gravity wave, channel to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. We just call them states. It would be funny that they were at another thing about weird that it would be. It's like these two guys, archways that become transparent, so leaves the gap here is in, so they can get connection. Yeah. And there's a screen with a symbol with it, like Korean language. I always thought, and I thought maybe all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, like all the archways can become transparent. Why would all of them be holding is so dark and fascinating? It's not translucent, like almost Korean looking symbols. Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent. And at some point, what I would call symbols, but three-dimensional screen or anything like that. Explain how I saw it. Or explaining it to me. It wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character. Yeah, he was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained yesterday that Thursday, and he was saying about that almost like a projection. Yeah, it's a projection. It was just a three thing in the air. Describe the day you saw this thing fly. It was all pretty out. Very active. We're doing something. We go up to that door right in the hangar. It was already outside. Sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got out there, there was radio, and I mentioned the submarine. In communication. So it made me almost positive there was somebody in the crew. I don't know how they would either even, it's like I said, course, try this in one of those seats. That put aside, do you think I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
You heard a voice coming from the radio. Yeah. But presumably coming from the crowd.
Yeah. It's monitored. I mean, I had some other invitation set up on the booth because he was monitoring
With the voice.
like, I was more stuck with the fact that how was it radio to get out? This doesn't even make any sense.
VPH being very frequency.
Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Shortly after the silently had a discharge on the bottom and lifted off and drifted up into the sky, kind of moved around. During that ocean, and look up at it, and he told me to walk forward. I think it was just sitting there stationary. And looked out underneath it. Look up. I looked up. I couldn't see the crap. So I thought it flew away. And he said, yeah, I looked back and I just walked back and I see the deck was like the craft. So if you move, you can see it underneath it. You can't, so you clearly see it's bending and you can see the sky above it. You can see that it's a little left it. And then sat back.
Is what did it look like? Talk about when we talk about UFO and when we you know 2004 fleet or even some of the maybe for example some of the optical pretty fuzzy the gravitational lensing or speaker unit when you're talking about when you're seeing distance UFO that's like in the lore.
Yeah, for sure. Just because of I mean, it's I don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like should really don't matter to it. That's the way it would work when it comes to flying.
Particular tasks and like you know the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to this. Do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah,
That goes through your head, or you're
like I said, clearly they did a lot of time already. It could have been decades for all they knew it would just have to be rotated from a couple to the rear. I mean, they knew it right. So that
it would be your base case assumption how functional what you might call alien production vehicles or UFOs that humans fly in 1987, 88. You would do these tests and you could go into that separate thing that now we're probably much more progress. I see it. What do you think? You don't think we can test these things in used great ways?
no, it's like the analogy I gave. 1800s. Look at it, go, wow, it's before. Look at the pictures on it, and it's unusual. You know, They already see it. 1 minute. Wow. In which you say, oh, well, it's secret engines. We're secret. We absolutely diverted every resource we have. I think there's kids. Obviously, physical, right? When the gravity test series, they give you the debate between all the negatives for the door that needs to die. Instead of a big thing door between fingers, those would to go what they said. I was able to down and see that there's 9 of them down there. They all you found me somewhere. Where did they come from? Damaged to any degree, although all the top had holes in it. But it wasn't damaged from, crap. So we're going to list them covered. There's just so much missing to the story. But the material is exactly the same. So she specialized in saying, I'm going to hold something, see a motorcycle, they're all, but they all have the same somewhat type of engine, internal combustion engine. So not like a police that must have different functions. And again, it's just overlooking it. It's just, and then Chris says, oh man, I think some of those things are codes and stuff like that. People associate you with the company when there's sports model like the aircraft that looks like that. It looks exactly like that. Billy Meyer was absolutely ridiculous because I've seen some of the pictures of they mentioned the other day, UFO researchers that think the initial pictures Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% changed. No way that they're one of those things coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model. So I think he absolutely really real that it was real. And I think at the time he got a lot of attention and printed books and everything, and I think it's kind of went on because that then I think started making some models and taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous. They were ridiculous. It looks like, so there's something about like dinosaurs in his book, and I don't know. Yeah, I found some more pictures. I didn't know come back. So I think that's, that's just a personal belief. Yeah. There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures are genuine. Yeah. It's that's the group of people about the 800 crafts, what it does look like. I can only see 2 clearly because from the angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then you can just see us the hanger on that. But one looked like what I call a jello ball, which is more like a mud cake with a hole in the middle, and the other one has a big exhibition at top half, like caramel balls, top straw, and the whole one. So, is your opinion? And at one point, do you not see the American flag on that? The smart model days, that like the first day that I went in, was there any talk about these crafts were retrieved? I don't even know if the smart model. I think that was, from what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which I believe is in the desert, it's in the water. And there's another term for an archaeological dig that's in the water. We don't know what it is. I thought this was but, yeah, I don't know what body of water, or the ocean or lake or what, but it might be water. Again, according to Barry, I didn't see this in documentation, but yeah. that was not fun by the Navy. And that's all I know. And I just theorized that's how the Navy got in control of everything. So, it's every year. It's, you have things like user parts or which you have subsidy, discovery, and you have some actually recent launch subsidy, super subsidy, submarine sort of things that seem to be able to, stand the seafloor. And there's a great book called War by John P. Agreement, and he was high up in the Navy, and he talks about retrieving exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, as a congressman from Tennessee, he says there are spots in oceans all around the world. They're coming way out. Maybe they did millennium ago, but they're here. They can be more. And that's not coming from us. We don't want to assume that, and we do. What's going on there? We have a good city of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And one friend in the Navy is an anonymous source. Maybe one that don't think that he might says maybe that scene where, this sort of glowing object shows up as it isn't too far off the trees. So, one of our science fiction movies. That's right. Let's see. One of them. Yeah. We were talking last night. Ouija about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of production of nuclear subs for the Navy. A famous case there of some fishermen who, experienced production and UFO experience. So, yeah, there's something going on with the Navy. It's been very Georgia now does interesting footage around Omaha, Mexico. On the other side, you have Tinkier, which used to be a hotspot in the Caribbean. Do you think there's a possibility the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis? So this is this idea that there are ancient remnants of like an antediluvian civilization that existed pre-Ice Age or pre-Ice Age. Yeah, and that they're more advanced than they're like the place of what we call Atlantis, or these beings who coexisted, co-inhabited the Earth with us. It really is very often, right? If you just look at the size of the ocean, we can find an entire civilization on there, especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean, which is going to be neat. Yeah, with any of the scientific principles that you looked at as far as the bubble being created around the ground and all that, somehow being immune to salt water, like would it be able to travel freely? Because that's what, yeah, absolutely. That's so interesting. That gives me that around the crowd. So you're on green draft, but yeah. It's so fascinating. I've been reading this whole thing since 1987, and since the 80s, or even all the way on to the 60s, everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force. Project Blue Book. Yeah. The Super comes out in 1989 and says they weren't crash saucers, they were intact craft, and it's the Navy that's in charge. And 40 years later, that's what people are talking about. Yeah. So, when I see the new whistleblowers come out, like Eric Davis or people at Horsey, I'm not skeptical that they were involved in something. Well, I find very, basically, very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is constantly factual. Yeah. Well, there's some. Crash the tree. No. That makes it right. There aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many. How many crafts are in U.S. production now? I don't know. I mean, none. back for sure. Yeah. I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think that in a sense of ontological, like when you see all this stuff around, the ability to manipulate timelines with looking glass, or even just manipulate time on a local scale, and they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a physical like greater than the average citizen? So it's like the story of humanity. Maybe. Yeah. Is your Occam's razor explanation that these are extraterrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers?
I think that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're travelers in the future. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. Aliens, just because we've seen it so much. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable to see other worlds. This can go travel in another fashion and get there. Probably life there, probably build things. It all makes sense. But when you go into other dimensions of time, well, time travel, I mean, will that ever be possible? Maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? How would you go to another dimension? It's the massive people over the So, I mean, the other things don't make sense. So, yeah, I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. But it could be abilities. Or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed?
Which is conventionally moving. I don't think it really had a very high top speed. Really? Yeah. Like, it depends on how it's speaking. Because you can maneuver in a couple different ways. Of course, how would I know the speed it could attain? But I'm just thinking about where it's just sitting there moving. When you think about delta, yeah, in delta, the speeds can be near you. So if you go here somewhere else, you think, oh, what's the speed of light? Or look like it's not that across space time or something. Or the speed of light. Yeah, go in the linear fashion. You're just jumping over. So it's bending space. So it's, for a given distance, you get to the destination far faster than you would if you were driving at the speed of light. It's like crunching space time.
Riding a wave or something? It's just, didn't hear anything. Pulses.
Yeah. It's not a continuous, it's like, it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time. It is always doing this. 3 of the amplifiers are being used for tracking their configuration. And only one is being used for the override configuration.
But you guys do an amazing depiction of the configurations. What is delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers. That's what they focus together on the destiny. It puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it moves. Omicron is where it only uses how they are the emitters to propel itself. Or to really propelling itself is doing the opposite. Essentially, cut degree indentation in space time. So the sword, which always gives it its operating in overcurrent configuration. It's never really stable. It's kind of a, somewhat undulating,
Let's see what you're interested in. And yeah, fascinating. That seems to be a common thing. The craft.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other brothers come online, the thing looks and freeze the time, and it's What's up? Your century living room set. Luigi, Vitaly, Bob Lazar, and Logan is a long time UFO nut. And you watch WWE. The guy in WWE right now is an amazing podcast as well. Actually, for like a decade plus. And I gotta say, Bob, it has been an honor to meet you, man. Absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you. Like, it's good to meet you. Didn't know just give you any context to why I wanted to talk to you. Yeah, maybe rehash. So, check this out. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it. Is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something with this footage of seeing confirmation stories. And I see this particular watch disc sometimes in UFO videos out there. I mean, it pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4 that you guys were into, about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night. It kind of cooks itself in this orange. Yeah. I paused it there and I said, oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have. So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s. I think it was 1995 and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon like UFO or just alien activity of sorts. College age guys. The black mailbox infamously marked entrance point to Area 51. It's a road that leads to the lake. It is firmly close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest pointed through the front windshield. And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating right at the top of the dashboard, and they're like hovering underneath the car, and which literally, I think it's out there a little bit, they're like nuts. They're really scared. Then something appears just beyond the bushes. The craft is extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbly or undulating in place as if it's on a wave. You can hear the two guys whispering. It's exactly how it was described. It's exactly like your it's moving the right way and the right color and it's the right shape. So it makes it very the intensity of the light. There's something very, very bright that is affecting that just being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle and the crowd goes above it. And look at the intensity of the dash and look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right? Those are really that's the does your mini apples and clothes like that, that color, that shape. That's wild. Yeah, I mean that's wild. It's impressive. The craft emits an ultra-reddish color, which is known for coincidence. Craft with strong field interactions, like the ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheet around itself. The predominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Ionized nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red and orange. This classic observation of a glowing reddish orange ball of light moving silently and erratically is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide. Now I know this footage is great, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. Well, these movie almost definitively vindicates the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. To this day, S4's existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site. Yet, vehicle tracks are visible in these older satellite images. You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going every direction. And you can look at all the traffic. Right? No, that's not one guy driving exactly. So, and there's no public out there. So, Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Papoose Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit to reveal additional details. If you look carefully in this version here, the contrast is change. As we saw, you can start seeing you see it right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors. And perhaps most damningly, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob went public in his first anonymous video. Right, they changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out, and the map was clearly modified specifically hide the existence of S4. Bob went public on May 8th, 1989, and he didn't come public because he wasn't public. It was him as in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who worked on the geological maps of the landscape, let's say, where in Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, the whole remaining side, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Lake and Papoose Mountains there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications, because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989. But the stamp of the exact day is May 23rd, 1989. Exactly 8 days after Bob went public. And specifically, it happens like just for the second of the that's specificity there is the specific thing they remove. There's the road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake. And as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road on 4 sides splits off in 2 areas. To the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where S4 is. They specifically removed the road of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4 and leave everything else there? That's a big discovery. Yeah, I mean, it's not. We're not making anything up here. I was very specific. I'm like, but anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You can order these maps. The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting starting Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulter found a bunch of people who verified presence at S4. I get 50 burger get on the bus or something. Yeah, Georgia also had some people and bigger driving back then. They would tow 6 people. And basically, they never. George talks about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talking about his thing. He says they all received a phone call. They were all threatened, and they never went public. And, for anybody who's a Lazar detractor or doesn't believe the story, who did not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? What's the benefit figure? And somebody's going to say, oh, it's because he put his name attached to the wrong story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the wrong story. So he said that something like a steal. Oh, he was getting a lot of shit. Yeah, he was getting a lot of shit, but it was not, certainly not a further mistake. And it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. This happened when he came out. It was in 1989. It's a different era. It was a different time in the world. So, now that Bob was on the restaurant, we're not about this or whatever. This happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, it was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic. When it came out, it was considered to be so don't touch that because it's going to ruin your life. So, first of all, what Bob Lazar did, and then one like George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas, already was a good job. Why would he hang his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So,
He has multiple bodies respected, exactly as you said, outside UFOs.
Yeah.
Did you learn any other details about the guy that had died that you were replacing?
Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors in all the craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah.
That's like a Ford making an engine, and it goes in, a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have the same, the same power system or propulsion? I want to go off on a tangent. Reactor, so it was probably from one of the other crafts. And why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site, and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there, maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number 2, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and want to just find out what's in there, and why would you even do it while it was operating, or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they could safely cut it, and they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever gleaned from it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Barry and I were kind of starting from the beginning on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway.
You ever learn the guy's name or any details about? Does Barry have a last name? Or?
Yeah, Barry Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced. Yeah.
Have you ever tracked him down after?
I think briefly, decades ago, we made it real, because there was another guy that would come in and out once in a while named Rene.
Okay.
Don't remember his last name, but I mean, at some point, I really put a lot of effort into trying to find Dennis Mariani and Barry, and I think some people
did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago.
Okay.
I don't know about Barry, but I was never able to find it. Cause, I mean, back in the time I was looking for him, there was no internet,
Sure.
so you had to go through public records and stuff. And,
Yeah.
it was much more difficult than it is now.
Yeah. And I know of one instance in which the name Dennis Mariani was corroborated by somebody at, a Nevada test site.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I won't go further than that, but, because it's not my thing to tell, but you're giving names, and I think some of these people could still be alive, which is pretty remarkable too. Maybe we could track some of them down and they could back you up. I wonder. I mean, they have to know.
I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out.
Yeah.
I mean, although Barry wouldn't talk about it much, there are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, it sucks, I know.
Yeah.
So he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the program as far as keeping this from, the entire world.
What was his background?
No idea.
Okay. But there was kind of a collegial goodwill between you and him.
Yeah. And he'd goof around sometimes, which was nice because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I'm sure you heard the story where he threw the golf ball at the reactor, and sometimes we'd just start talking about stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, that just acted like, a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball at the reactor?
He was showing me the field on it, and he said, check this out, and took a golf ball and, intending to hit the reactor, and instead it bounced off the field and then hit a ceiling tile, which dislodged it and made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes. So it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stools and go and reascending, clean it up and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks in and says, what's going on? Nothing. We're working like we should be. So,
I mean, this is a remarkable detail. Around the reactor, you have this sort of force field-like thing, this repelling force.
Yeah. Once a hemisphere on top of a plate, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, the hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it, and you can't touch the reactor from that point. I mean, it's somewhat elastic, like if you have two like poles of a magnet pushing them together, you get that. It's the exact same feel, but without metal, just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you can move the reactor on the table. And once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But so it's really interesting to me.
How did the reactor work?
This is all guess. This is just all guesswork.
Yes.
It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 on the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron, an accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, or whatever was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like pushing magnets together.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it, you're nothing. getting past that.
With magnets, you have to have like poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not,
It's just matter repelling matter.
Yeah, it's so
without
weird.
polarity.
Does it feel like what does it feel like? Is there a texture to it, or?
No, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not linear.
But does it feel like
it's logarithmic? It's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
Does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like?
No, it just feels.
It's literally like air. Like
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Describe that.
Yeah. Like, is there a coolness, a heat? It's just like space time itself.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it's gravity. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like. I mean, because at least my thoughts at this point are. I think property and matter, and it's an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. Like if it was gravity, at one point Harry showed me one of the emitters working. He put a lit little kitchen candle right at the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering. It stood there in space and time, but I could see the light from the candle. The flame was still visible. Removed the candle and then rotated the emitter if it was another direction away. But it made a black ball in there where no light escaping like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point in the air. It was just so they're making light. But it wasn't in the candle test before that, so it's a really unusual thing.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the craft's emitter, it racked my brain for any aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles Bueller, who talks about something very similar.
Where the heck is this energy coming from? Because if I was to stick this in space, it would accelerate with the power off. That's a problem.
You see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, they produce thrust. That's right, propulsion with no fuel, no exhaust, no propellant, just electricity as the input, converted directly into motion. A new model for space propulsion that could eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane and defies Newton's laws, and I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Bueller at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level with modern instruments, more rigorous controls.
You see about 0.1 grams, that corresponds to about 1 millinewton of thrust.
And decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millinewtons of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. He runs Electrostatics NASA. He's the incoming president of the American Electrostatics Society. And he's contributed 2 fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted. interesting moment in history because we have a man reverse engineered UFOs, and then we have a NASA lead electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, hi, Charles.
Hi, Bob. This is a very exciting moment for me. I'm a big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
Man, I'm real interested to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a hybrid of your idea and T. Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his? I mean, what can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like?
Gosh, 2,000 variations. I'll try to do my best.
How is this? I'm sure that lifter, ion motors and stuff on those lines. How is it different from those?
A few ways. The ion thrusters obviously use ions in the air to use the momentum conservation. What's interesting about this force, even though sort of the same geometry can be used, but at high vacuum you'll get the thrust. But it's always in the opposite direction of the ion thrusters, which is really cool. Because what happens is you have a sharp electrode to ground plane. However you do that, you can come up with a million ways to do that. You'll break down the gases, thrown or some fold like that. In vacuum, we can actually see these forces arise, but they're always in the opposite direction of the ion wind, which is really interesting.
That is very interesting.
It's the same direction as the rocket exhaust. You never think of that. So it really messes with you. So that's what's interesting about it. That's one main difference.
That's really interesting. I mean, the fact that it's in the opposite direction of where an ion thruster would be, and you've done it in a hard or reasonably hard vacuum, and you're getting measurable thrust.
Well, we have. We've been doing that since 2020. So for the last 6 years, we test almost every day, probably every other day, different configurations or zero in on a configuration, test another concept, and that is an ongoing iterative process. So yes, we have tested high vacuum, 10 to the minus 6, or better, the we can get up to 10 to the minus 7. Enough to prove to us that there's no ion wind.
What kind of thrust in newtons or grams are you getting?
Well, we're still playing around in the hundreds of micronewtons or millinewton ranges. So I think the highest we've gotten is probably up to the 50 millinewton mark. But that's when we stack these together. We don't learn a lot from them when we do that, other than we can make more thrust, which is important. But we like to understand the thrust density, if you will, of each thruster. So we're trying to optimize each type, optimize each parameter space we have access to before we can get to larger chambers or outer space to test the mega structures.
Physically, how big are these thrusters?
Oh, they're not very big. They're about 6 inches, maybe 6 by 6, roughly.
Okay.
Great. It's a nice size. We can make them bigger, but we don't gain anything by that. We just try to keep them manageable so that we can do different things with them. Stack them, try different voltages, and then we try to measure the currents, make sure that in many cases there is no current, which is very odd.
Yeah, I would say.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'd say.
Turn the power source off and it keeps going.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it is very annoying. In some cases, we trap the charge in there. It's all that's required. So that really eliminates a lot of things.
So a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust.
Well, a physically large one will, but we won't learn anything from it. We can do 8 inches or 10 inches, which we have, but we're not learning anything from it. We want to learn what is the best geometry shape. We want to optimize it. We know area is one of the ways. That will be optimized later for space. But on ground test particles, we're kind of fixed by the geometry of our chamber. Once we get some funding here, Drew does have almost a walk-in inside chamber in his garage. You can walk it out. And when that comes online in a few months, then we can test much larger versions of it. So the thrust does depend on the area, it does depend on the volume, it does depend on the voltages, the typical things you would expect. But we try to optimize it as much as we can with the chamber we have actively running right now.
much are you charging them up to? What kind of voltage are you using?
Well, when we started in 2016, it was at the Townsend Brown level, 150,000 volts.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank goodness we're not anywhere near that now. I think we're operating right now about 400 volts.
You're at 400 volts?
Yeah, so his
That's
belief
all?
is that it's really Brown thought that the voltage range was, you know, the thing causing the thrust, but Charles's belief is that that's sort of a proxy for electric field strength, and there are obviously other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages, and so he's using 400 volt.
Yeah, but I can't. It's shocking. You're
1.5
getting.
millinewtons.
That's unbelievable. Man, I want to come over and hang out with you.
I can introduce you guys.
Put your hands on it, do whatever you like. You're more than welcome.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah. I can't believe you're getting these results, and I can't get past the 400 volts either. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust.
Oh, you'll get more thrust for sure. We like to stay 400 volts, 500 volts. We like to stay low if we can.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a preference. We'll average, we'll test up to 2,500 volts. We start worrying about breakdown. We get above that. These systems are getting much, much smaller, so we don't have access to the higher fields anymore. It's material properties that we have to deal with. But we like the 200 volts. It gets rid of other nuances like the corona wind or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. All that stuff gets tossed out.
Yeah, you're not even ionizing the air.
No, it's nothing.
Volts,
I mean, it's nothing. That's why I was so shocked, because all those other effects drop out right as soon as you drop the voltage down that low, and you can get some cleaner data. Then this is really cool.
We're converting Bob on Townsend Brown. Well, thank you for this. Really appreciate it, man.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Take care, guys.
Take care. That's really fascinating.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's a little more than just wild.
I know, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's significant.
I think so.
It could really be significant. And, you know, the thing is, the first thing I would point out, there's something wrong with your tests, but not in 1,500 tests.
No.
You know, when you've gone through it that many times and have done it for this long, boy, and you've adjusted all of, potential parameters and fallouts to.
No, I can't. I know.
Yeah, you got to assume that the thing's working.
But you mentioned DC voltage in the craft, and that's also a Townsend Brown. That is high DC.
Yeah, it's not just high DC voltage. I even mentioned it on, Joe Rogan, that I think the material the craft is made from is an electric, and so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, an electric always has an electrostatic field to it.
Interesting.
And I think that's certainly something important.
Were there high climb rates to the voltage, likely? You know what I mean? Like really high climb, like fast, swinging up in voltage.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
It's so fascinating because it's literally all the Townsend Brown stuff. It's like high DC voltage, fast climb rates. Yeah.
I wonder if that really applies to the craft more than I was giving it credit for.
I think it does, especially after your conversation with Beeler.
Yeah. I mean, now that's making me wonder. It could very well be, again, because of the high voltage on the craft. And
it's DC,
yeah,
so there's no magnetic field interference.
Yeah, right. Man,
we're making progress.
It might have been so far past this already, but...
Well, the funny thing about Brown is he was looking for a power source that was nuclear for the rest of his career. He figured out the electrogravitics, and then he called it the flame jet.
Boy, that would have been the guy to have there other than me.
Well, I mean, you and him. I just
no, you don't
get
need
walk
me.
off set. No, you and him would be.
I just get in the way. But yeah, he'd be the guy to have there.
And you were given some theories, like there being two gravities, gravity A, gravity B. Was that in the briefing documents, or was this told to you?
Actually, I think that was part of what Barry had other lab notes, and I don't know if those were previous documents that he had, but there were lab notes, And this was the direction they were going in at one time. There are two specific different types of gravity: gravity A and gravity B. Gravity A works on a smaller micro scale, while gravity B works on a larger macro scale. Gravity A is what is currently being labeled as the strong nuclear force in mainstream physics, and gravity A is the wave that you need to access and amplify to enable you to cause space-time distortion for interstellar travel.
Gravity B is like cosmological scale, and gravity A is like subatomic scale. Apparently, which it is really interesting because I remember your like kind of OG science tutorial. We were texting about it.
Yeah, the excerpts from the government Bible, the original tape that you did.
And it's amazing. So it sounds like the kind of gravity A is like basically the perimeter
of the atom or what you're dealing with. But
so you have to scale
again, I'm just repeating stuff that I was told. It's not like I conducted an experiment to verify that. So,
but it is almost a solution to what has been keeping physics stuck for so long.
Possibly
quantized gravity.
Right, possibly.
That's so
possibly, if in fact that's gravity.
Have you ever talked about this? But gravity-like fields, and I want to give this to you because you can make sense of it more than me. And we were talking about this last time. This is this guy Burkhard Heim. Have you ever heard that name?
I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about him.
So he, at the age of 19, became deaf and blind due to an explosion. And he was a German, and he ended up moving over to the U.S. and working for Lockheed Martin in the 50s and was renowned as just a total genius. And he had a really interesting theory of gravity, which involved, I guess, two gravitational fields and like some of these like subcomponents of gravity. I wrote this down because it's honestly beyond pay grade. Gravity breaks down big and small scale. So it could be gravity A and gravity B. Specifically, standard gravity, G, is the tensor summation of three gravitational components. G, which big G, little g, which is scalar gravity propagated by the graviton. G
by the graviton, so he's going with graviton.
For that.
Okay.
GGP, dark energy / matter propagated by the gravitophoton. And GQ, vacuum field, a repulsive force propagated by the quintessence particle. So in addition to the standard four forces, gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear, and weak nuclear, EH extended Heim theory, which is named after him, adds two previously unrecognized gravitational forces, which brings us to 6 fundamental forces.
Wow.
And what I find interesting about that is there's Amy Eskridge is this anti-gravity researcher who actually died under very mysterious circumstances, and she apparently was, at the end of her life, kept talking about a 6th force. That was like
a 6th force.
6th force, yeah.
The 6th force is anti-gravity. That's what my group has a mathematical equation to physically describe. We have 6th force on lockdown.
And so I wonder about, this book, and there's these two guys in Germany who are very high conviction in this extended Heim.
I'd like to read it.
Well, it's yours.
Thanks. Oh, that's really interesting.
Isn't it interesting?
Yeah. I'm also on that. I think it was not gravity. I don't think it's gravity.
Yeah,
it's
something
else.
It's
something else. Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah.
Because if it were gravity that you'd normally see, it's a little black hole, little gravitational source. You just see everything getting sucked into it, no matter what.
Other things would have acted differently too.
Yeah, light lensing and
yeah. So
it almost feels like
it almost has to be. It almost has to be.
It's almost like it had root access to reality itself. Like it froze time.
Yeah, but if it froze time, how come the photons were still coming out of it? You see a glowing candle, it should be dark.
Can it freeze time in some local space?
But still,
confine it.
Still, the photons are flying out.
Yeah.
Or maybe, and if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, how come it made the black little ball? So,
where do you think? Would you have a best candidate for what it is?
No. There
was.
No, that's why I think. I mean, I lean towards this is another force, and just stop calling it gravity. But
Do you think it's
as
what's
Barry said, the only thing we know that does this is gravity, so we're calling it a gravity generator. Okay.
and it's being created ostensibly due to this proton bombardment of element 115, and then you get 116, and then you get a decay, and then
If in fact all that's
yes. It's so interesting.
I mean, don't forget that in the film we did not include the mechanical watch experiment that was also conducted in the lab. So there was the candle, the black ball, and the mechanical watch. We didn't put it in there just because we wanted to shorten the film. But there was another experiment, Bob. Remember, there was like a mechanical watch that just stopped.
Yeah.
I mean,
Whoa.
that's another indicator where Bob said,
Just like it's kind of similar to the candle. It just stopped, but I can still see it.
yeah,
It's like it's freezing
It's
time,
it's freezing movement,
but
not affecting anything else. There's nothing that just freezes a movement.
no, it doesn't. But that is really, time is so weird because we only
Something that inhibits kinetic energy,
right.
which would be really weird.
Well, it's so weird, especially given all of the forms of possible kinetic energy. You're talking about a watch, a mechanical watch, and a flame are very different things.
Yeah.
So it's so strange. While you were there, did you tell anybody what you were working on? You know, your wife at the time.
No, Gene
Anybody?
Huff.
You told Gene Huff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told John Lear too.
And you even brought them to.
To see the test. Yeah,
To
because
see
I
the
had
test.
the test flight schedule.
Yep.
So I know it's on Wednesday night. Yeah, we're going out there, and you guys are going to see it.
This is John Lear, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Moon Lake, Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here, I have my Celestron scope. It's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that, in fact, it was a disc.
There isn't much to see with the camera back at that day.
And that was while you were working at S4. You showed them, or was it afterwards?
That was, boy, that's a tough question. That was while I was working there.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you saw the UFO with Gene Huff and John Lear, and you kind of, took them, what was it, to the little mesa? Was it a mesa? Or?
No, but it was right outside. It was, before you get to the black mailbox. The reason anybody knew about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was that we turned down. When you come up the highway, it's this first dirt road you go down, but there's no landmarks around there. And if you keep going like another mile or two, there's a black mailbox. So I just said, it's around the black mailbox.
Yeah.
And that just got repeated, and everybody thought
It's a black
the
mailbox.
black mailbox road is where it is. It's not anywhere near where it is.
When all you guys went up there and you saw the UFO fly, and I'm sure they were just totally shocked, were you allowed back at S4 after that?
Yeah, the first time they didn't know we were out there.
Oh, they didn't know.
Yeah. We only got caught the last time.
Okay. So they get, and then back there.
That was absolutely it. Yeah.
You were finished.
No, they're not going to. Come on back. No.
Yeah.
They were pretty pissed.
Yeah. Why did you decide to come out and approach?
I don't know, because I was still getting followed. There was always somebody parked outside my house, and I was starting to get scared. And I think that's when I first started telling Gene. I said, hey, if all of a sudden they disappear, I'm working out at the site there. And eventually I told him, he said, why, are you working on secret weapons or something? I said, no, I'm working on this. And, kind of told him, but I don't know, I'm just getting concerned about what's going on.
Why do you think they were following you?
I don't know. It might just be normal security.
Did you take anything from the lab?
Well, not at that time.
Okay. Okay, later. But that's interesting that they were. We'll file that away. But it's interesting that they were following you as if you had done something wrong when you were just showing up to work.
No, but I mean, they were still doing. They allowed me in there, and they were still progressing on my clearance. They were still going through background checks, but they really wanted me on site, operating quickly, and they kind of let that slide because I've had clearance before. So, but I think, they were looking at some other things too.
Got it. About you personally.
About my relationship.
Okay, got it. And so then they were digging into that? That's kind of...
Yeah, you have to have a stable family background if you're going to be, playing around with state secrets and stuff like that.
Sure.
They don't want you being crazy. They don't want you drinking. They're going to be checking out, how you play with friends. If you were going to rages, they want to make sure, your wife isn't running around, and they don't want any stress or anything to...
But then at that point, if you see these, black cars parked outside your house, why isn't your reaction, okay, I'm just going to kind of eat it? They're going to, give me, a colonoscopy as far as, literally, knowing 360 everything about my life, but I'll be able to retain my job at S4. Or do you get scared and you're like, I gotta come out?
I guess I don't really remember how I felt back then, but I was just getting a little concerned.
Yeah. And
I think it couldn't hurt to at least tell one person, So,
did you want, because John Lear gave the files on you to George Knapp, right? At KLAS, is that how it went down?
Gave the files.
Or gave the, said, hey.
Yeah, John Lear is the one that contacted George Knapp and said, you should speak to this guy.
Okay, so he played kind of intermediary. Was he going rogue on his own, or did you say, hey, can you contact, George or somebody in the local news to help me get this stuff out?
No, things were starting to get weird, and I don't really remember how that went down, but I think, George said, look, you gotta get the information out publicly because that's the only thing that'll protect yourself. I said, that's really stupid. I'm not going to do that. And, it was just a couple days later going, well, maybe it's not that stupid. So,
and do you think it was self-protection or idealism? Was a part of you like, this needs to be out, this is crazy,
oh, yeah,
the government's hiding? Yeah.
But it was an equal part of self-protection.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Lear is somebody I think a lot of people have questions about because he
had crazy beliefs. Some of the stuff was so ridiculous. I would sit there and just talk to him and go, you are absolutely out of your mind if you believe. Yeah. He didn't believe the sun was hot. And he said there are people living in the sun. There's no one living in the sun, John. And said, they built the moon on Jupiter, and that's where they manufactured it, and they towed it into Earth's orbit. What is giving you these ridiculous... Why are you believing this nonsense?
Yeah.
And
how'd you meet him?
Gene Huff was a real estate appraiser, and at the time, John was looking to get a loan on his house, and he had been on... George Knapp had a show on the record, after the news, and John Lear had been on there back when he wasn't I wasn't going to say he wasn't so crazy, but didn't have such crazy ideas. He was, he was an accomplished pilot, a brilliant guy, and he had, tons of files and had lots of great contacts. The only problem with John was he had no bullshit filter.
Yeah.
He could have a 4-star general tell him something, and he'll write it and put it in a file, and he'll have some derelict that's walking by his house and go, I know Jello thinks, and he'll go, all right, and he'll put him in the same file and they have the same level of credibility. Going, what are you talking about? So he drove me crazy because of that. But he did, earlier on, he was, less exotic with his theories and, had spoken to George Knapp. I had seen it on TV, so had Gene Huff. And anyway, he wound up doing the appraisal on his house, and I went with Gene to, help him measure it. And, kind of got talking to John, and that's how we met.
He's such an odd character because his father created the first business airliner in the U.S., the Learjet. The Lear aviation legend.
Bill Lear invented the autopilot, invented the 8-track tape.
That's right.
I mean, he's
radio direction finder.
He was quite a guy.
He was, and so
he had a problem with John too. I mean, John was eliminated from his will, and John showed me his will. Every paragraph said, except, everybody gets this stuff except John Olson Lear, except John Olson Lear. He was so angry at his kid. Completely removed him from the will.
Maybe apple fell far from the tree, as far as aviation engineering prowess or something. But John Lear won all sorts of records as a pilot. He was a very impressive pilot.
Credit is due where credit is due. I mean, he had all kinds of world records, and it's just his filter.
John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job at Area 51 S4. I think he had a UFO blog. And so, do you think, why do you think it didn't come up in a background check that you were friends with this guy?
It did.
It did.
They actually asked me about John Lear the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your relationship with John? In fact, that might have been the first question.
Really?
At EG&G when I sat down. It's the first thing they mentioned.
And what did you say?
I said, he's a crazy friend.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what else, but I just, told him some stuff. Yeah. Met him, and he's fascinating. And I mean, John would just do the craziest stuff. Back then he flew L-1011s, which is a big jet. I don't know, it's 400 people on it or something like that. And occasionally he'd call and just be like Tuesday night, 8:00. Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis? Okay. All right, meet me down at the airport. Wear a suit and come on. So he'd be a pilot and, the pilot of the craft. And I used to just come on the tarmac and tell this guy and, walk up in the plane. And he'd tell the co-pilot and engineer, hey, this guy's from the FAA, so he's just going to be observing us and take it. So I take the jump seat behind the, pilot and just fly with John.
Did he talk to you about UFOs before you got the job at S4 Area 51?
No, he didn't talk to me about them, but he spoke about them.
Did he
he used to tell me there are aliens living in the mountains alongside, I think it's I-95 or something, right? The highway. He said, yeah, there's a billion of them in there.
It's so crazy. Did he ever show you anything Billy Myers related?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I think when I described the craft to him and drew it, I think he brought out
the Billy Myers
book, and he said, I think that's where in fact it is. That's where I first saw it.
So we showed him the Billy Myers tape.
I said, yeah, that's not like the craft. That's the craft.
That's so interesting. So yeah, he kind of helped you piece it together. Was he still affiliated with, because he was a CIA cargo pilot till 1983.
Yeah, that's true.
Did he continue flying for them after that, or did he disavow? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because he's this interesting character to me, because it seems like he has crazy access to Area 51. Like he's like snooping around and taking photos of like F-117s. And he even leaks the details of the F-117 to George Knapp. But then he still like knows all the security guards there. So I'm like, what's his deal?
Yeah. I mean, I had been out at but before the S4 thing, out in the desert in the middle of the night with binoculars and stuff, outside Tonopah, trying to get pictures of any new aircraft that's flying around. I mean, he was obviously a big aviation buff.
Yeah.
And I was into that too. Sometimes I just go out and watch, fighters taking off from Nellis Air Force Base, because you could get right up to the fence there. And, so it was, he was definitely into snooping around and seeing whatever he could find out.
I mentioned Jacques Vallée earlier. You met him, right?
Yeah, I met him, and we spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie with him, and then after hearing about me and talking, they started talking about, well, maybe we'll do it on Bob instead, and he was super pissed off.
Really?
Yeah, and then from that point on, all of a sudden, everything Bob said was crazy.
Really?
Yeah. But initially he was.
Because he wrote a book called Messengers of Deception, and he writes about you, and he says, Bob Lazar seems to be very legit, but he also talks about this pine saw drink he drinks. This drink he drinks and the memory lapses it caused.
No, what? There's no memory lapses.
Okay.
It's
So it was like this vitamin B shot that was like immunity related.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Okay.
Again, we're working with completely unknown materials.
Yeah.
We don't know what, and apparently people had severe reactions to some of the stuff just touching the craft. So, they had dealt with that before.
I feel like I can defend you on 99.9% of things, and then the one thing I have trouble with is the MIT thing, because that's the other thing circulating. Did you get your master's there, or you were sent there?
I was sent there
on a specific kind of program, isolated program.
Yeah,
and then
I did a lot of auditing in both places.
And then on Caltech, for Caltech, what was that? So you were sent to MIT, and then Caltech was different.
Caltech was way before that. That was but
and now,
I don't know. I guess if I really look through old paperwork and stuff, I can come up with things. But that's never been.
Yeah. And I think George Neff. I think some people.
Yeah.
One other question that people have is, why were you allowed to give him a tour of Los Alamos after you blew the whistle on Area 51? Like, why wasn't there this like nationwide directive at all of the national labs, like, don't let this guy back?
Like, it was really nothing. I mean, we got on a Southwest flight, came out there, rented a car, drove up, and I still knew all the guards and stuff like that. So we came up, and it's like, Lazar, you're back. Yeah, just going in there to.
It was just like a different time, and
you can't. Los Alamos is so much higher security now. I mean, it was so nonchalant back then, and rode right into the experimental areas, came overhead, and George is my desk.
Were you surprised? Was it part of you nervous that there would be alert?
No, not at all.
You were like
zero concern.
You didn't that there was any sort of coordination between your 51 and Los
Nobody
Alamos.
knew what was going on there. It was just, like I said, it was very lax atmosphere. In fact, a year or two after that, they were so concerned about that. I think they called it the Tiger Team. Came in to test security there, and they failed so that they just redid everything. And after that point, forget it. You're not going in. But I still had keys and things. And, it was not even a problem.
When did you start United Nuclear?
99, 2000.
Did you ever work with the government, with United Nuclear?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we supply them. They train Department of Homeland Security, FBI. I mean, we sell them stuff all the time, especially when they're training people to use radiation detection equipment. I mean, we'll give them or sell them, radioactive sources so they can go hide something in a warehouse and give the trainees a Geiger counter to go find it,
Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability given your, late 80s experience at S4 Area 51 and they were just down to do contract work with you?
I don't know. But one hand doesn't know what the other's doing.
Sure.
In government.
Yeah.
It's
No, and it's
in fact, part of United Nuclear was just beginning. Some of the stuff we're selling was kind of questionable. This could potentially be used for explosives or stuff like that. So went down to the FBI and reviewed everything with them. And they went, no, you can, that's cool. Went down to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. No, we're good, the Postal Service. No, everything's good. All right, great, we're going to go selling it. And then, raided by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. They come in with a SWAT team machine. Woke my wife up with, an M16 pointed in her face.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, we checked with everybody. I didn't check with us. So, don't you guys talk? So, one hand has no idea what the other's doing when it comes to the government.
Yeah, no, I believe that. Is there any part of you that thinks that they wanted you and that they wanted some frameworks? Because to your point, it's maladaptive to have this completely shut out from like to have a STEM student who's talented.
Why go to the kid? Why make it complicated and make me do it?
Right.
Just do it yourself.
Put out the high-level framework.
This whole complicated scenario and hope that he does something you want. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. There's this John Lear interview where, again, it's impossible to parse what the hell is going on with that guy.
Look, I've heard John Lear tell my story.
Yeah.
And it is so wrong. It's unbelievable.
It's
unbelievable. He inserts himself in there in a prominent position. Well, I got Bob, to get the job to hear this. And I went, what are you talking? It's completely inaccurate.
Yeah. And he in this interview, he says, Admiral McClellan, who was a Navy admiral, came to me, and he was MJ level. MJ, obviously, in the UFO lore, would be like the elite, kind of committee that governs this whole topic, came to me and he said, we got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide his. It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's like, he was there, he was at S4, he was working on this stuff, but we need to get Bob specifically because we know we can have plausible deniability because they'll never be able to find his MIT records.
It turns out that MJ1, the head of MJ12, is a guy named Admiral Mike McClellan. He wanted to get some of the information out because he didn't want to. He thought that some of this information should be out in the public. We don't need to keep all this secrecy. So he decided to try to figure out a way to get it to the public. So he knew that I was a blabbermouth and I would tell anything I knew. They investigated Bob Lazar, that he was a genius, but that he had a background such that they could instantly discredit him.
And then I thought about that for a while, and I was like, what is this? And I couldn't even find an Admiral McClellan. And then
I've heard that name before, but
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I have definitely heard the name. It could have come from John Lear, but I don't know. The thing is, some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently. And it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved, it was just impractical. But if you're talking about statements John Lear made, boy, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's accurate and what's not.
It's decoding the Voynich manuscript or something.
Yeah.
But he's a complicated guy. So I think. And we talked about this a little last night. Maybe this is an interesting follow-up for this show. I think he might have been talking about a guy named Mike McConnell, who became NSA director later. But he was involved in some S4 Area 51 stuff related to Dan Barish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story. But it's it has to be noted because it's one other guy who's mentioning S4. And so Mike McConnell's kind of involved there, and he was a Navy admiral at the time. So I think about that, and I'm like, I wonder if Mike McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Dennis Mariani?
Yeah.
So you were getting at him a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. What were your feelings towards him, kind of personally? Were you resentful, or how'd you feel towards him?
I guess somewhat resentful. It's hard to tap into how I feel.
Yeah. Why do you think, and I know, Luigi, you might have some theories here too, why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga? And then meet up with him at the casino, and then you're speaking to him, and Gene Huff is looking, and he's just not even like...
I don't know if people from S4 got there and changed his mind. I don't know if he intentionally to go out there just to get me away from the house.
We got back to that house and something.
Yeah, things were. Yeah.
Anything of consequence.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
So yeah. I mean, when we sat down, even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective to that. Bob walk up to Dennis, and it's an important part, because I always think about the fact that Gene Huff was there, Joe was also there. Yeah, but yeah, we all had eyes on him. Yeah, and what said was, well, Bob Lazar walks up to this guy Dennis, this blonde, military-looking guy, and Bob's talking to him. The guy's not even looking at him. And that caught Gene's attention. Bob was making that up. What did he do? Just out of nowhere? And starts talking. If the guy would have turned around and go like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, he would have been like,
"No, I kept saying, Dennis, I'm here. What do you want? What's going on?" I don't remember, but he never even looked up at me. And over to Gene, and I don't know what the deal with Dennis. We both turned around. And,
yeah. I wonder. A part of me wonders if he wanted to come after.
Unfortunately, it's all going.
Yeah.
He could have wanted to come out. He might have. Well, let's get. Yeah, there's 1,000, but
I mean, that was so striking. Documentaries, they put it in your car, and the doors were open in the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And then you walk.
Yeah, that happened more than once.
That's scary, man.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, and I'd lock it and test the pen, because it had happened before, and go, all right, let's lock, check every single thing. Okay. Mario, it's locked. Okay, we go to the gym, we come back out, everything's open.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, 50% I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car. There's something wired in there, or it wasn't open the hood where the engine was, and the car was afraid there was a bomb wired. As George said, I think they were just screwing with me. And Mario talked a lot with him, and we've really spent a lot of time, and it's hard to try. He also kept saying it's really hard to explain and express what that worry was. He said, I was with Bob all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says, I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob, stay out. That even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of work, not just for you, but for Mario as well. Because like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly, you think something's wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to those guys, to these guys.
Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about the UFO legacy programs exists outside of the state. Did you get this? And obviously you're, going back and forth from Vegas, and this is a hot spot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was per se.
Yeah.
But it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah. Their own.
Yeah, they were their own.
You kind of get, like, even John Lear, like, there's a picture with him and G. Gordon Liddy. Do you know who that is?
The name, I don't remember who he is.
He's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved in Gate and stuff. And the sense that whole world, like the people, the Mormons who were around Hughes, and there was a lot of mob, there's a lot of mob activity. They were kind of like, you could see a civilian official calling them and them being like, fuck off, is the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly.
We're doing our thing.
Yeah. It's undeniable. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you've also, because, you live in Hull and there's stuff there, or you've bumped into things, people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very simple way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved, I'm saying there is clear motivation to have ties with, say, the mob, so that if ever somebody does start going too rogue, you could basically scare that person and say, well, these guys are you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
Seems like they were going after your marriage, and like it's all blacks. Like that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
No, which is really, if you want to enforce something like that's the way you do it, which is wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where it's just they're clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system. And I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like,
yeah, I started looking into it.
Isn't it?
It's really wild.
And then he says,
and widespread.
It's wild. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein this is at the end of his life, and he goes, "Why put a ranch where you put it?" And he goes, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring, and so. They were kind of aging out. I wanted to speak with them.
Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab in Mexico, was losing all its scientists. You pointed out to Mexico to be near that? Yes. Because the scientists were going to cut the funding. Physics.
And you're like, oh my God. How lax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security? And then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of in with, he was the Secretary of Energy, and he's there, and he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. Killed Pons and Fleischman, who are results. And so it's like Epstein dealing with cold department.
It makes any sense.
We really strange.
I used to drive by that ranch all the time. I lived really close to Mexico.
Yeah.
And the Victoria's Secret Ranch, because they were
Really?
models. And
So you would buy Epstein's Ranch, Victoria. So you would drag, you would call it that.
everybody called it that, yeah.
No.
We drive up to Los Alamos, pick up out for radiation, which my company did, and we'd come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple of times.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because so for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff, it's like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, that is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's again, I'll say it. It's just we're just talking about Epstein as one guy. It's one guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not
It's
just
not just one guy.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not.
I mean, he might have been the ringleader, but it's
There's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something like that.
yeah, she could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these.
Oh, he was?
Oh
Really?
yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he's saying,
do you know that for a fact?
yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact.
It is?
Yeah, there's an old colleague of mine, Eric
It
Weinstein,
mentions
that
the
talks about.
Casimir effect?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, has this theory of everything in physics where involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity. Beyond my pay grade, but I find it interesting. And Epstein somehow knew about just about anybody else, and so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby, or something like science was a hobby, and he just had money, so he had the ability to connect to these?
I think you read his emails, and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was like a low-level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is my thing. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving us? Sort of like mining people for the weird.
He said that?
He said that. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is true.
Right?
Atomic
So
clock,
it's just
yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's true. I don't know if that's what time is, but it's our perception of time.
Time is perspective. It's we can't, but can only define it with respect to the movement of macroscopic bodies or oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. It's a thing that we're like. It's almost like fish in a bowl where the fish are trying to describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it.
Yeah,
in time.
You have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside. It's just a concept that makes us happy.
Do you think that there's something about time weird that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there.
Yeah, because of gravity.
There's gigantic chunks that are missing from physics, and I think some people have access to that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean the cosmic red. The other thing that this guy says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity, and if you look at dark, you can literally just look it up. It's like this. It's not one of the four fundamental forces. It's just the universe.
I'm not even it really exists.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And dark matter
right.
too.
I'm not really buying either.
It's never been detected, but it's just,
Yeah.
and then
I mean, see, I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's why this is the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this icy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
had a bunch of people saying we're going to be getting George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS Research for Institute for Advanced Study, and he was this really wacky and with Lewis Whitten and Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb to basically gravity, and they were Stanley Desser and Richard, who were famous physicists at the time from Princeton, were talking about we have a very clear theory of gravitons, and we know how to do this. And the two things that come up for gravity, there's a lot of smoke but no fire. Thing we just talked about with the electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have some. But it actually was another force.
30 years has gone by. I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm more convinced that I'm right about that.
Say anything about you think you're right about. That, and if you were to characterize that force as gravity, so gravity, clearly you'd have all these other product effects, the photons, and what do you do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think that works closer. You would think in a science fiction movie, you can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can. I think gravity is just an attractive force. You can, to make simplified, push or pull. And I think it also affects like gravity does. I think it does some of the observations you would have with gravity with force.
Have you ever measured this?
Yeah,
you have.
No follow-up question.
You can say as the goal of your research, post.
Just to duplicate anything.
Just to duplicate anything.
Yeah. I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure I can.
You feel confident?
I'm 100% confident. Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah, the thing is just to scale stuff up.
Yeah, okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, 200 years from now, I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. If there are these, this lineage of technology that is completely separate.
Oh, come on, I'm going to be overwritten by people. Look, there's other Bob Lazars and things that are going to come along. Look what's happening and all the people that came out since that. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out, and there are many
have come out since you first.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you just aren't going to lead these. I think you're just going to focus on those.
I would put it you have an army coming out after you. The fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. I think it's more likely you'd be rude if no one comes out after you. Do you hope to vindicate your experience through your own scientific experimentation?
Yeah, I do.
That's exciting. That's cool. Yeah.
But I know exactly what not to do. That's what we did at S4. It's a big leap forward.
And you saw one hanging against the wall?
Yeah, it was. There's actually an error in the movie. It has one hole in the rim, not two. But yeah, there was just a hole with it as if it it was shot from the bottom.
Why do you think? Oh, it looked like it was shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. Shot with like a kinetic weapon, mechanical weapon.
No question.
Wow. And do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
I looked at done and stand it up, shoot how we can penetrate this material.
Wow. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulsing out, UFOing them down, or anything?
Project. It was
Directed energy.
Talking about. There's, our directive was duplicate any cost is directive 1, and directive 2 was disable the system at distance at any cost. So that's somewhat directed energy, but then there's also projects, so that's directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going.
I guess, had you heard of prior to that, get with directed energy, electromagnetic pulse? Okay.
I think the only thing I ever heard prior to that was stories about the Roswell crash by lightning. I think it's the only.
Are there any of these stories, like, do you think that Roswell, are any of these stories you lend credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash. So, what I've heard, but it seems like they were working real hard to cover something else. Crash was not one crash. It was not in one place only, though.
It might. Yeah.
I really think it was that happened in there's like debris that was scattered all over Mac Brazel's ranch, and then there was actual pod with beings that was crashed. I think it was like 2 miles away where the hiker. And so clearly, 2 different places in the bamboo, the pieces that look like bamboo with the writing on it. That was at Mac Brazel. And then the pod. The only information we have of that is the bodies, and one of them was already eaten by some animal. One of them, from one at the time, one of them was obviously dead, and it was decaying. It was an animal that got to it.
Whoa.
So, but I hadn't heard that. But the only thing I remember about that was the military. Yeah. Right, and he said, "What are the pictures they took?" That wasn't the stuff. Yeah.
Whoa.
What General Rami? Yeah, he said, "Yeah, they replaced it with." He said, "That's not what we found." Well, that's the guy.
And there's that iconic photo, and it's him with this like tinfoily weather balloon material was right off to the side of the frame. And so
that's nuts.
And his son, who's a Air Force flight surgeon, said that he took the material home and with the material.
Yeah, on the kitchen table with his wife. Yeah.
And here's where stuff gets even crazier. 49, there is a contract between the Patel Memorial Institute and Wright Field, which turns into Wright Patterson, which is where the Roswell wreckage was rumored. And it's like around alloys, like different titanium alloys, and this titanium nickel alloy. Nitinol. Yeah. Nitinol, as you know, is basically memory metal. And nitinol was classified essentially materialized.
Yeah, because that's really indestructible stuff. And it's we whacked that as hard as we could, right? And it did. Yeah.
And it just goes back into original shape. And I just viewed.
It's one of the. You can take that metal, flex it a million, and it doesn't crack. It's what in artificial hearts, because it can keep flexing, and it just doesn't wear.
It's wild. And then you have Philip Corrigan more so, saying that he helped dole out a lot of this material civil sector because of his position. He was, Pentagon's foreign tech chief, and so you have this track from '49. Nobody knew what nitinol was, and then in the '60s, it appears in public randomly at a daily lab. It's
really interesting. I never heard any of that.
And I just interviewed a guy who was a witness, actually, of Gene 1996 in Brazil, and he says the same thing. He says he held the material in his hands, and he would kind of mess with it, and then it would go back into its original form. So, ever experienced anything like that with material that would go back into its original form? Did you hear anything about that?
No, other than working with nitinol.
Yeah, but you did work with nitinol. But did you work? You didn't work with it. No. Okay. Around that there.
No, not a beat.
Did you hear anything about any other material?
We're not allowed to know that stuff.
Oh, okay. So other.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is really stupid.
And you saw a photos of an alien autopsy, right?
Yeah, if in fact that was true.
Do you think
it was part of the briefing?
What did the photos look like?
I guess you want to call it a gray. Small. It had a T cut in the chest, and there was one single organ removed from the chest.
Kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that kind of gnarly, or were you like,
No, at this point I'm going, what am I looking through?
Yeah.
It was just kind of all glancing through, like, you give me a break. So
there were rumors that the program was going to maybe move to Indonesia or Southeast Asia when you were leaving.
No. They were anxious to move, and they said they would have loved to go out to the South Pacific, maybe Quad or something, but they said the expenses would have been so great, it's just impossible. But wanted to get away from ice. It's too close to things.
If you had to guess, do you think that the program is on and in some foreign place now?
Yeah, I don't believe
that would make sense.
I was there.
Yeah.
I think way long ago.
Yeah. And you discovered element 115, right?
It wasn't Barry and I were working on it.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can't really say I discovered it.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, I thought your contribution was that
our distribution. It was what I.
Okay.
But I can't say it was just me.
What technique?
But it was the. God, what's it that we were using? Oh, atomic absorption spectroscopy. Yeah.
That.
Yeah, well, I mean, we also had some X-ray diffraction too.
Oh.
Yeah, Barry was much more familiar with the equipment.
Wow. But you don't know the exact isotope?
No.
Did you know?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
But you forgot the...
Yeah, I have.
Oh, man. Because that would be...
I know, it would really help.
It would also be a Nobel Prize for you. It would be like, oh my God, they figured out like a new isotope at that level.
No, but I'd have to be able to produce it or...
Sure.
I do.
Right. So it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah.
I mean, but, the lab in Darmstadt, Germany produced... a few atoms of 115. They discovered 115.
Yes.
So they made it. We recognized it.
Yeah. But
I don't think it would help you because it's not like the way we try to synthesize elements is take ions and smashing them together, and it's kind of whatever comes out. But it's not like you can go make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like it's in the Swiss watch against a concrete wall. Whoa, look, it came out. That's it.
If you possibly took a little bit home, though, could you do some of those techniques?
No,
do it.
Good.
Because you don't have.
You need the equipment. I mean, you need the equipment. Like accelerates it. That's
So you don't have,
like that.
so you wouldn't have the stable isotope at home, or you do, or maybe.
Well, I don't have it at my house. If
But
that's what you're asking.
But didn't you at one point maybe too?
Yeah.
So then, but then,
Are we recording?
but
No. So no.
okay.
Yeah.
But then can't. If
Yeah.
okay,
All I'd have to do is have it.
that's a bummer. Did a debate between Eric Weinstein and Eric Davis. Eric Weinstein's this former colleague of mine who's a physicist, and Eric Davis is this other guy in UFO World News. Is bullshit. Weinstein said that he was kind of exasperated. He was like, "Why are there no physicists theoretical program?" But you talk about theoretical physicists on site at S4.
Oh, for sure. I think they were exhausted by it. I think they kept going, and they were looking for, let's just do some field and see what we come up with. So, no, I don't know. Again, that's what made me think this is a new force entirely.
Yeah, and then, you know what I found interesting too is you said bismuth seemed to have come up, like that was something.
There is something about this
starting to emerge in this conversation, and it keeps leading back to the same place. Bob looks a whole lot like all of the documented knowledge we have on anti-gun in the realm of convinced science. But while proverbial fire, there is a whole lot of smoking, not only of the experiments of Townsend Brown, but of Eugene Pokletnov, Ning Lee, and others. And one single element might tie all of these stories together. Bismuth. The reason why Bob Lazar kept hearing about it at S4. Here's why bismuth matters. We'll break down the science as clearly as we can. It starts with something called a K factor. A K factor, or dielectric constant, is simply a material's ability to store and discharge electric fields. Now, this has important implications for historical anti-gravity experiments. You see, the higher the K factor, the thrust or propulsion you see in Townsend Brown's searching materials that can amplify the effect he discovered. Bismuth is one of them, and it's often mentioned in the context of his anti-gravity work. There's even an interview from this guy Lewis, who's at RE Lockheed Merger, their anti-gravity outfit, where they were studying sort of the most exotic propulsion modalities. And it says in this interview with there's a guy named Townsend who claimed to have an isotope of bismuth that repelled instead of attracted. Material that worked well for historical anti-gravity experiments comes up in the UFO reverse engineering program. Figure. But it gets weirder. Bismuth and element 150 Moscovium share the same number of valence electrons. Valence electrons are the electrons in the outermost shell, the ones that determine how an element bonds, reacts, and be chemically. Bismuth has Moscovium 115 has 5 in column of the periodic table, group 15, which means they have a family of crystal structures, the same tendency to form the layered compounds that produce quantum behavior known to material science. Lazar described element 115 as fuel source for the craft's propulsion system. Mind you, this was in 1989, before synthesized or named. When it finally was synthesized in 2010, a group 15 element, the same chemical family as bizarre stable element on Earth. That's either the most chemically literate lucky guess in history, or it isn't a guess at all. Now here's where the science gets genuinely strange. Bismuth is one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. Most high-K materials are passive. They sit there, holding charge, and do nothing else. Bismuth is different. It fights back. Expose bismuth to a magnetic field, and instead of being attracted the way iron pushes towards a magnet, it pushes away. This property is called diamagnetism, and bismuth has more of it than any other stable element on Earth. Not slightly, anomalously, inexplicably. The lives inside the atom cell. Every electron does two things simultaneously. It orbits the nucleus like a planet around a star, and it spins on its own axis like a tiny top. Lighter elements, these two register each other, but bis sits near the table at L83, one of the heaviest stable elements that exists. And in super heavy elements, something extraordinary happens. Electrons in the outer shell move so fast that they enter what physics call the relativistic regime, the meaningful fraction of the speed of light. And when something moves that fast, the universe starts playing by difference. At those speeds, Einstein's physics takes over from Newton's. One consequence is that these screaming, hurling outer electrons generate full magnetic just from their own motion, and that magnetic field slips in. This is a process called spin-orbit coupling, and in bismuth, strong, so strong that bismuth's electrons become, in a sense, aware, generating an light to them. Bismuth's diamag passive, back.
It's amazing force. Nothing moves at all. And when the reactor's off, you can easily.
This also makes bismuth a natural topological dopant, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, it induces what physics call topologically protected quantum states. These are electron states so geometrically locked into structure of the material that they can't destroy impurities. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality. Element 115, with the same 5 ounce bismuth, would have dramatic effects, and it would theoretically be an even more powerful topological dopant. Most physicists predict, and chalcogenide crystals happen to be the exact crystal family that bismuth-based insulators are. Same column electrons. The dial just turned up to a level engineered. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get from chemistry jargon to UFO propulsion? Or a force that bends space-time? Well, here's and something big begins. In Einstein's general relativity, energy and momentum in all forms, including the energy stored in fistinctrons, technically curves space-time. Every electron is, in the literal physical sense, warping the fabric of the universe around it. It is so incomprehensibly tiny, it effectively doesn't exist. But a small group of physicists began asking dangerous questions in the 90s. What if, instead of spinning randomly in all directions, they're wrestling each other into noise? You could align them into a coherent state, all pointing in the same direction, all pushing together. This was the life's work of Dr. Ning Li, a physicist who dared to dabble in anti-gravity. More specifically, she worked in gravitomagnetic theory. Li was a woman who eventually left her position at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, to work full-time at Redstone Arsenal on research so sensitive it effectively vanished from public view. And the chair of her department at University of Alabama, Huntsville, Larry Smalley, was so high conviction in her work that he left with her. Before she died, Lee proposed that in superconductors, materials where electrons' individual identities and merge into a collective quantum state, the gravitomagnetic effect of those electrons, normally washed away by thermal chaos, would suddenly snap into alignment. They'd become coherent, directional. She was trying to build a gravity engine in laboratory. Let's compare that with Bob Lazar's work on UFOs in these years before Ning Li's work ever became public. Lazar described 3 cylindrical emitters at the base of a craft. The emitters at the base of Lazar's craft didn't produce thrust in the traditional sense. They didn't push against air or expel mass. It did a directed alteration of the gravitational field itself that the craft would then just fall into. Not propulsion, geometry. The craft didn't move through space, literally bent space carried it. That description, organized field-generating devices producing a directional gravitational effect by aligning and force that normally cancels itself to zero. Is structurally most precise.
In operation, there is a high voltage skin of the craft.
And then there's the hull of the craft. Lazar said that he believed the craft's hull material was an electret, basically a material that permanently stores an electric field, electrical equivalent of a permanent magnet.
I think the material the craft is made from, and so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, and always has an electrostatic field to it.
Interesting.
And I think that's certainly something important.
Again, Smith titanate is one of the finest electric materials known, used in high temperature sensor applications precisely because of its. Now, if you were designing a hull material for a gravity waves, maintain a permanent electric field and respond to both electric and magnetic stimuli simultaneously. The material that checks every single box is bismuth ferrite. That's right, again with the bismuth. It's a material that is simultaneously ferroelectric and magnetic, where the two properties talk to each other, where you can control one with the other. No other readily available material sits at the intersection of diamagnetism, topological insulator behavior, high K dielectrics, electric properties, and multiferroic coupling simultaneously. But bismuth does. And a theoretical stable version of element 115 might do all of those things on steroids. Bismuth sits right at the edge of where relativistic electron behavior begins to dominate everything. By the time you get to Moscovium, you might have full-fledged space-time engineering. And then what's really interesting is Gary Nolan has this magnesium bismuth piece in his lab at Stanford. You'd need some sort of motive to, in certain cases, heavier elements create isotope ratios that you just don't find. Or it doesn't make any sense. And then it also, the thing was found alongside an observed anomaly in the sky in a crash, and it was in the 50s or 60s. One of which was literally a beach in Brazil. Ubatuba. And the similarity between Brown and Bueller's gravity in Lazar's sport model don't stop there. Brown would use DC pulsing and kind of high climb rates of the voltage, so that the voltage there'd be a steep climb rate where it would increase very, very sharply. The microsizing waveguides per terahertz. You could have very high frequency, energy going into the craft.
Yeah. There's something about bismuth, I think, that's undiscovered.
Yes.
And so much that we're unable to do because it's at the limit, of our technology.
Bismuth at S4. Bismuth in Townsend Brown's experiments. Bismuth's properties in Ning Li's gravitomagnetic theory. Bismuth as an ideal hull material for a UFO exactly like the one Lazar described. Bismuth in the UFO samples that Stanford professor Gary Nolan is analyzing right now.
The preponderance of evidence now, and the Department of Defense admitting that these things are real. The data is real. There's no conclusions.
Yeah.
The data is real.
There's so much more than there was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are at the cutting edge. All my information is so old and probably outdated. So who knows how the craft operate now, or what kind of crafts they're using, or if they're even manned. So
That's true.
I think everything I know is outdated. It's just interesting to look back at. I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid.
And do you feel like on the first Rogan episode, you had migraines? Do you feel like you've suffered, like your anxiety levels are higher than they would be?
Yeah, I've had 5 heart attacks since I was on the Rogan's, and my arteries are clear. It's all stress.
I'm sorry.
I just had shingles all through my face. Almost made me go blind again. Was from stress. It's it's just shit just wears you down over time.
I hope you know you're loved and appreciated, and you should be able to just zone out the world with where you're at in life right now and just enjoy the fruits of this.
That would be cool. I am so hoping to be able to retire at some point where I don't have to deal with insane customers or I can't just sit at home and read books like this.
I think that time is very, very soon, and I think it's the best use of your brain power too, because I want to see.
I'd actually like to get back into this stuff.
That'd be amazing. Well, I'll send you interesting people.
Okay, I'll consume everything.
I love it. Oh yeah. Be careful what you wish for. Well, Bob Luigi, this was a total honor. You should be so proud because I know you were into this stuff. I feel very lucky when people say you should feel vindicated. They'll say that to me. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? I was like, I got very lucky with the timing of when I got into this stuff. But truly, I speak to you and I'm like, oh my God. There are people like yourself who have been into this stuff for decades in a totally thankless way. Not only thankless, but
less than
thankless. Ostracized, exiled, laughed at constantly. And so, to anybody out there saying Luigi's cashing in on a movie or something like that, fuck off. You don't know what you're talking about. It's poetic justice and karma that you made this movie truly. So I want you to know that I appreciate that. Yeah, man. Did you ever think that we'd be here now? That we'd be, on our podcast, watching you on Joe Rogan with Bob yesterday.
When you guys were talking, I was reading a message from my sister, Veronica, who's been. It's hard for me to see it that way because you can't imagine everything that happened. And for me to get it from her is the biggest success because I put her in danger because of this. And I didn't know if it was going to work. I still don't know where it's going, but we just went for it, knowing that, all the past, there's a lot of negative associated to it. And I'm so proud of the team. I'm proud of Chris Matteau. That's my right hand and all. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Chris. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Veronica. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Emily that was at the office taking care of everything. We all know who that is. It wouldn't exist for Vanessa to be doing all this minutia work online and finding all. We wouldn't have found the Ed Teller tape if it wasn't for Vanessa. And this was scary. This
project depleted your company to zero.
To zero. And we were attacked. Nobody knows this, but we were attacked ferociously for over a year and a half.
Yeah. And I know the full story, and we probably can't get too into the weeds, but I'll just say high level. There was some really crazy, scary fuckery that occurred with you on an institutional, like debanking level kind of thing, where it's like, what sort of power do these people have as far as the antibodies, going against you?
Unbelievable stuff. Stuff that all if you say it sounds so crazy that you don't want to say it because people won't.
Yeah, they're like, give me a break, come on.
Have
Have you experienced that your whole life? Have you experienced like little things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Any,
But I didn't expect this to happen to Luigi.
Yeah.
Not coming from those people. Yeah. Getting, or demanding, Luigi, we want all of your communications with Bob Lazar. Yeah. On a court document.
On a court
document. Yeah, we want. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah.
Have you ever gotten something like, sir, we can't accept your payment here? You're like, what? Anything like that? It's a little weird.
What do you mean we can't accept?
Like something like that, something like there's something going on in the background of some routine thing you're trying to do. You go to a bank, you go to, a store or something.
We don't want to deal with
We don't want to deal with you. And you're like, why?
Yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago. A couple things like that happened decades ago.
Do you remember?
Nothing now. I don't remember
Yeah.
specifically.
But people kind of messing
But
with
yeah, on an official level, it's like, you're radioactive. We don't want to deal with you.
It's tough, man. Well, you found the one gig you could get, which is selling this, a lot of this crazy stuff, dude. It's cool. Well, this has been such an honor. I really appreciate you both, and
It's always fun coming.
It's always fun, Jesse. It's always great, man.
Okay, so there are orange-reddish UFOs that have been flying around Area 51 since the 80s and 90s that wobble like they're on a wave at low altitudes. The sports model UFO Bob worked on might use principles similar to documented anti-gravity research, and crafts of non-human origin are being recovered at the bottom of our oceans all over the world by the Navy. Bob Lazar will either be forgotten entirely by history, as he predicts, or as I predict, he'll be heralded as a canary in the coal mine, the forerunner in a stampede of revolutionary new science. Whether you believe or disbelieve his story, it should be treated as a puzzle, with very real truths underlying it, meant to be discovered by those who take the initiative. So if you think there's something to any of this, don't let up. As the first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong, once cryptically said,
There are great ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
if you're still watching and you made it through all of the exotic UFO science, you're one of the first to hear about this. We just dropped a new limited merch collection. 2 tees, one off-white, one vintage black, plus hat. The design has a timeless retro future feel. You can wear it every day. If you've been watching the show lately, you've probably already seen me wearing it. This is a limited run, so when it's gone, it's gone. Head to AmericanAlchemyMerch.com to grab the Believe drop today. And while you're there, the Cowboy UFO tee is a fan favorite we always keep in stock, along with the Atomic Age design. Thank you all so much for following and supporting the show.
taking a live look right now over at Pad 2 at Starbase in Texas. As you see the trucks and everything rolling by, we are getting that much closer to Flight 12. Of course, we have some exciting news regarding the launch license, but you may notice something was kind of missing from that picture. A rocket? And they're supposed to launch in a couple days? Can they do it? We'll talk about it on today's Countdown to Launch. And here we go.
There's the doggy in his ignition.
Rolling up.
Did you see a trouble? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, King.
You know, we don't have a lot of work to do, but yeah, sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 volts to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly! Bingo!
Let's check it. There it is.
What's surreal?
That's not what we want to see.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you keep that. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome, everybody, to Countdown to Launch. This is our show here at NSF as we get closer and closer to the next flight of Starship, the first flight of V3, and the first using the new pad at Starbase. And as we get that much closer to launch, we like to talk about where we're at, what the status is, and answer some of your questions. So that is what we are going to do here today. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I will be your host as I'm joined next to me by the empty pad over at Starbase. But why is it empty this close? Where are we at with the booster and the ship and all of the readiness at said pad? Well, it turns out I have two of the best people I know to discuss it with me, and people that will allow me to save my voice by doing most of the talking today. Joining me on commentary here is Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Well, waiting for us to see this again, I guess. That's how I'm doing. Basically, it's a bit puzzling that we're supposed to be 3 days away from launch, and there's no vehicles. That will be a first, if I'm not mistaken, because we've had flights in the past where at least the ship got there very quickly, within 24 hours, but the booster was at least there already a few days beforehand. This time around, it's like 3 days out, no booster, no ship, and there may be testing as well, so that's also interesting.
Interesting. And again, it's SpaceX, so if anyone can do it, it's going to be SpaceX. Although, of course, we always need the other side of the coin, and also someone who has great knowledge, though, about everything going on with Starship. We have Ryan Weber also joining. How's it going, Ryan?
It's going fantastic. Just as Alex said that, of course, I'm looking over in my my spreadsheet over here. I think, what is it? Which booster is that? That is booster 14-2.
Like that,
It
I
was,
did my research before saying that.
I'm just looking. Hey, that was 3 days before. So technically, yes, we will be. I don't know the exact hours because we're at 73 hours and 15 minutes until the opening of the window on Tuesday. But either way, it does kind of feel odd that they would want to do it this close, considering how new the pad is and how new the booster and the ship are. It does kind of feel odd. I would have thought that it'd be all on the pad maybe for a couple of days as they do checkouts, and then they go into launch. But I guess not. Either way, hi everyone, how's it going?
Good to have you with us there. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's a lot to discuss with that. And you know what didn't have that quick a turnaround time? Ship 26.
Oh.
Hey, Max isn't here to be on my side and to be hit like yesterday.
It never flew, so it never had a turnaround time.
Thank you, Ryan. There we go. And I also say that because I know the person who's pushing the buttons and pulling the levers today is a huge Ship 26 fan and will probably take me off the screen at some point because of it. That is Kevin Michael Reed. We also have Jay Keegan behind the scenes helping out as well with some of the views here. And so if you have questions, unless it's about Ship 26, don't ask them about anything happening with this flight. Tag us at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight. Those questions appear in a panel that we have behind the scenes and allows us to see all of your questions easier, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of them today. So I guess let's start things off talking about with the newest news. We mentioned it a little bit yesterday for those who were watching the Dragon launch. Oh, I have this.
Was I Summit?
I don't know. Is Ship 26 a good ship? No. Then no, you were in Summit.
As president of the Ship 26 fan club, I believe I was Summit.
No, you were not. You can rest at ease. It's okay.
Well, you can't summon Ship 26 because it doesn't exist anymore. So, just saying.
That's a very sad story. We have a song about that if you'd like me to play it.
No,
no, not that.
No. You can.
Also, is the ticker right? Because it's not really this week because it's Saturday.
Next week.
Well, within the next week, I'll fix the ticker. Go ahead. Talk about Flight 12. You should probably
Flight 12 soon? Question mark?
Okay, we'll change the ticker.
I trust Kevin. He knows what to do with it. Hey, did I ever mention I was in TV news so I could help with the ticker?
Never.
Also, I heard Ryan.
Did I mention I worked on airplanes?
Anyway,
already off the rails, and this is not a plane church.
Right. Well, we didn't have it yesterday, so we got to have a little bit off the rails here. But I think the big thing that we mentioned briefly during the Dragon launch yesterday, as is when it released, because everything releases Friday at like 5 p.m., we have an updated launch license for Starship. And I guess, Alex, that means that is that license good for this launch?
I don't know. So, yeah, yesterday we talked about it on the Dragon stream, because it came out right as we were doing that stream. We very basically just like skimmed over it and move on with Dragon stuff. But I was looking at it and I was like, this doesn't really have anything to do with Flight 12. Like the things that were changed, there were two things in particular that were about the booster returning back to the launch site, which we explained this on that live stream that, speaking of Flight 9, by the way, Flight 9 also happened around Memorial Day last year. So it would be quite funny if they also were to do like a quick turnaround sort of thing of rolling the vehicles and whatnot and then launching. But yeah, so that flight was the first one in a long string of flights where they did not try, long string. A few flights where they tried a catch and then they removed that from the launch license because they were not planning to do catches, and that was Flight 9, 10, and 11. But obviously in the future they're planning to do catches in the future, of course. They're not on Flight 12, but in the future they will. And so that's one, at least two of the three changes that were introduced to the launch license were about the vehicles coming back to the launch site. And so it's like, I don't see how this pertains to Flight 12, right? And so in my mind, it's like, are we going to see yet another change before that? Because I will have expected all the things of that launch license to be modified to apply for Flight 12, and yet it's like, I don't see that. And so it's weird. I don't know if we can show that. I think, there we go. I saw it, that Kevin had that prepared. But yeah, there's like a long list of different revisions and modifications that they have done over the many years since the first one was released back in 2023. This is already like 3 years, yeah, more or less. But yeah, three changes that you can see over here. So 1 and 2 are about returning back to the launch site and whatnot, about procedures and different things that they need to do. And then the third one is about lightning hazard mitigation. Somehow they were forced to add that. I have really no idea, to be fair.
I think,
so I assume not capitalized.
I think they are still classifying the new vehicle under super heavy vehicle or starship vehicle, because it's still technically speaking, it is still starship and it is still super heavy. Granted, it's a brand new design, but I think the license as it is covers just Starship and Super Heavy, and the actual approval for flight is that launch approval that they have to get from the FAA, because the license is one thing, but they actually need the approval to actually launch the vehicle. And that comes separately. That comes as in, okay, you're good to launch it, and that's not really anything we actually see. It's not like a document we see or anything like that. That is just basically the FAA saying, yes, you can launch. And that's not like publicly known or anything. So my guess is it still covers Block 3 under that classification. And that's kind of how it's just going to be. And this is going to, and these updates were not at all related to Flight 12. Maybe the lightning hazard mitigation. It's probably the only thing that was related to Flight 12. Other than that, that's probably it. Honestly, I don't think there's going to be anything else added.
Yeah, in my case, it was about because there are mitigations there on, I think it's 0.6, 5 and 6, where it introduces so for example, in the case of then on 6, that one. But if we keep scrolling, it sort of also mentions other environmental assessment. For example, the tiered environmental assessment from 2024 for Indian and for Starship Indian Ocean landings. And then you've also got things, for example, further down to the tiered environmental assessment for updates to airspace closures, all the things. So what happened was that after flights 7 and 8 that were so disastrous for the ship, they issued they needed a new set of airspace closures. And for those set of airspace closures, they did a whole new environmental assessment. That was for that. For this flight, they're flying a different flight as well, different flight profile. And they did already an environmental assessment back in November, December, I don't remember. It's already passed. It's already done, right? And I was expecting that to also be added to this list, and it's not there. That was one of my things where I was like, I should have expected this to be here, right? Because they're flying that profile. And so it's one of the things that I would have at least expected to be added to this. Instead, they added about some lightning commit criteria or something like that. It's weird. But, if that's all I need, that's all I need. I don't care. It's just that it's sort of puzzling to me. Whatever.
The TEA for trajectories was in February. I have it in my computer as February 27th. I usually try to download those things right when they go out.
Maybe what I'm remembering is when they did the draft, which should have been in the full time, if I'm not mistaken.
Could have been. Because that just kind of dropped, that tiered, and it was because all of a sudden it gave SpaceX all the approvals they needed in order to. But the hilarious thing, and I don't think the license has the wording changed, is they can go to return to orbit with this license, return with this.
Yeah, that was the environmental assessment. The most important thing to me, at the very least, is that it allows this new trajectory to the southeast, which is rather important if they want to launch all of their things that they want to launch, namely Starlink satellites, but also meet with other ships from the Cape, launch from the Cape. Because in the previous orbit, if they launch a ship from the Cape and they want to do docking and in-space refueling and everything, they cannot meet because the orbits are different inclinations and everything, and so they cannot dock like you go, for example, to the ISS and things like that. But with this inclination, they can. So that's another very important part of the puzzle as well.
Flight 12 launches.
Maybe, yeah. If it launches and the status will change.
I'm just going to say...
Are you muted, Sawyer? People are saying you're muted.
No.
There we go.
I just said, SMH happened, so...
Well, I would say, for what Sawyer was saying is basically what would we see to say that this license is good? And for me, it's, will they launch? And I know S8 happened, but the thing is, if they try to launch a full stack without a license, SpaceX can kiss any launches goodbye for a while. Goodbye Falcon. I'm sorry, but goodbye Falcon for a while. If they try to launch without a correct license, that is not good. They do not want to piss the FAA off, or just get the FAA will not be happy with them. Let's put it that way. That's not good for their relationship with anyone. If they launch with what they've got, then they're good to go. That's how I kind of look at it. Or maybe this FAA says something.
I don't know. I was just, having that question, right? Like, does this really apply to Flight 12, or is sort of like an interim step between, maybe next week on Monday we get another update to this? Who knows, right? That was my main question. But we actually have tried to contact the FAA. They have not replied yet, to be honest. They're quite busy, right? So we'll give them time, but we have asked. Like, it's not like we're saying, we don't know, what are we going to do? It's like, well, we tried, at the very least. So if we get a response, of course, we'll talk about that. But for now, that's what it is.
Absolutely. So hopefully we hear something about that sooner than later, given that they're, as you pointed out, almost 72 hours away from the scheduled launch time, or at least the window opening for when they are targeting. And from all the NOTAMs and NOTMARs and everything still appears to be remaining for the 19th of May. Let me thank some people here really quickly. Micah Original gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Risu saying, boo, ship 26. And leave that one on screen for a little bit longer.
Excuse me.
What?
You're excused, but it's still boo ship 26.
By the way, I just have to say the lowercase soon was my lack of confidence soon in the ticker. I guess it depends on how far soon goes, right? Because soon for some people might be within a month. Soon for me is like within the next 3 days. So that's my lack of confidence soon in the ticker. You understand?
It's, makes sense.
Is it Elon time soon?
Yeah.
Shazbird saying, sorry I'm late. Is that Alejandro? Lots of O's. What's up from New Orleans, by the way? Ship 26. Those 2 words. Anonymous getting a couple items from the Starship Flight 12 collection at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. A patch, a mug, and one of the new etched whiskey glasses as well. Thank you very much for that, and enjoy those items. And Austin Skirvin with a $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, can't wait for IFT 12. Also, funny seeing the video of some people on the team getting drenched with deluge water. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Well, I guess let's transition to that then. Let's talk about the testing that we've been seeing the last couple of days. And I guess we'll start with stage 0, aka the ground infrastructure. Ryan, we haven't seen a lot of deluge tests the last couple of days here.
Yeah, so far there has been 5 full deluge tests, so the trench plus the top deck, in the past about 72 hours. They did two days ago, 2 yesterday, they did 1 this morning, and if I'm going to be entirely honest, with all the MOVAC trucks coming in, grabbing water and dropping water off, they might even be doing another one later today, which will make 6. They're trying to dial in the system, so they're trying to learn how the top deck works, because you can test the trench with a booster on and static fire a booster and run the engines. You can do that, and you can actually really test the trench, but you can't do that with the top deck. The only way to truly test the top deck under flight conditions is, well, to fly. Because you can't put exhaust on the top deck until you fly the rocket out of there. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to time it and nail the pressures down, probably based off what they've learned with the ridge gap. That's probably the closest analog that they've got to learn. So that's why they're doing all these different tests to try to nail down the pressures, nail down the timing, and try to get it working correctly. And I think that's part of the reason, and we'll go into that a little more here, as to why the vehicles aren't out of the pad yet. I don't think the pad's ready. I think that's one of the reasons why the booster's not out yet. The fact that they did another deluge test this morning, and like if they actually ruled out the booster yesterday, they wouldn't have really been able to do it. I know they've done a test with the booster on it, but I don't know if they want to do a full power everything with the booster on the pad. There's just no reason to do that. I mean, no reason to risk the booster and get it wet and maybe accidentally do some damage with the pressure. There's just no reason to risk it. So I think they just aren't ready for the booster yet, and that's why it's not out. But it is kind of odd. They're doing all these tests. It's a lot of water they're using. Each top deck deluge firing, you're talking like full deluge firing on this thing. If they're using all the water that they have, it's like 800,000 gallons that the entire deluge holds. And I think they're firing 400 to 500,000 gallons every time. That's a lot of water they're using up, and they have to truck it all in. All of it gets trucked in from Brownsville. So they fired it off 5 times so far in the last 3 days. So they've probably used 1.5 million to 2 million gallons of water, if not more, over the last couple of days. It's kind of ridiculous.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I cannot hear you.
There's about 800,000 gallons of water making it hard to hear, almost like it's a sound suppression system, too.
It's actually the depress vent from the deluge.
Yeah, that's actually louder than the deluge itself. But either way, it's going to be interesting to see if they have to test that anymore, or when the vehicles roll out. Because I mean, we can kind of get into this right now. There are no rollout closures right now. There was a closure from noon to 4 today, which got removed. There was a testing closure for tomorrow from noon to midnight that got canceled. And the booster's not out the pad yet. There's no booster out there. The booster's still in Mega Bay 1. The stand's not even in there. It's funny how they're just kind of purging the system after there. And as far as I know, there's a ship stand in Mega Bay 2, but the ship got placed on the work stand for now. So still kind of waiting to see what happens with everything. But I think the pad is the reason why we don't have a stack out there right now, or at least a booster for that matter.
So,
there's watering plants there.
Yeah. Wildlife plants are getting a lot of water, too. That is true. So, yeah, when our team actually got caught in it the other day, it is potable. It's totally okay. But
yeah, it's. I'm just gonna say this: they're using a methane oxygen pre-burner to burn which creates combustion byproducts, and then vaporizing it goes into the tanks, and it also gets pushed out with the water. That's not exactly potable. But what do I know?
Do they have those on aircraft?
They have gas generators, not methane though, but they have gas generators on aircraft. It's called jet engines.
Alice, what do you think? Why do you think we've deluge tests already?
Well, for watering the plants, I guess it's just to get everything tested and somehow we're looking at, I don't know what, looking at something. Just trying to dial down the timings and everything of what's going on with the deluge or deluge testing. Is this yesterday night?
It was last night, yeah.
Yeah. That's problematic there, methinks.
I wonder if we do have the video of from the people.
We're going to show the one either from Gage actually was in the water, right?
There's the weird vent. Such a great
weird, man. This is weird. There you go. And here comes.
Into a shower.
What's up, buddy? Thanks. Ocean tour.
Yeah, seriously. High five. Yes!
It's a free car wash. Look at that.
That's so cool. I
Just
love
bring
that
your
video.
soap and bucket and
Yeah.
everything in.
Thank you, Kevin. But do you think that could be a reason why there isn't a booster on it?
Maybe, I mean, today they already tested. Might be getting ready. I saw the Moab trucks earlier. So maybe they're already getting prepared for that. But, yeah, I mean, there might be more testing of this deluge in the next few hours. Because at least we know, at least from the side of things, that the ship is not ready. The booster may still be, like, it might already be ready, right? But of course, if you continue to test the deluge and whatnot, and send the booster to just sit around, right? Send it to actually stack it on and get it ready for some reasons why we might not see that was tomorrow. Excuse me, not tomorrow. Wrong arrow time. And so it was planned for tomorrow, but the road closure was sort of canceled for tomorrow. There's still one marked for Monday, so probably any testing that they may still plan before launch might happen on Monday. But for that, as we're saying, we need the vehicles out there. And the ship is not ready.
Yeah.
It doesn't have its payload yet, so yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
On a side mission. Side quest.
Well, let me answer this question first, and then we'll get on to that. There was one from Midnight Burner who was asking, are the top deck deluge not positioned in such a way to push them sideways if it's too early? I guess, why don't they fire it right away, and why wouldn't they want to do it during an on the stand test until it's cleared area?
It's facing away from the booster on purpose. It kind of goes out. And they wouldn't push the booster sideways. They're not that powerful enough to push a nearly 6,000 metric ton stack. And they fire it. They actually do fire the deck early. They'll fire it around. They'll fire it around T-minus 6 seconds, give or take, based off of where it looks like the deluge is activating. The whole point is that before you take off, so the time you do take off and clear the pad, or at least clear the mount, your top deck deluge is at maximum power, and then you can, use it to actually sound the rocket. That's the whole point. So it will activate before the stack lifts, but it won't be going to train it to where it's full power right as the stack clear the top deck, which is quick. As soon as they throttle up and everything's released, that thing's going to lift off quick, and they need that deluge to be at power when that happens. Because if it's not, then you could get pressure blow back into or you could have other problems. So they need to tighten, and that's probably the other reason why they're doing what they're doing is to time the deluges so they activate. They want to see them do. I know Alex does too. I want to see them have the clamps out, have the QD arm and ship QD do a full retraction and deluge test all at once. Basically run the launch mount auto sequence, the pad auto sequence, and say lift off, and then it or basically retract lift off, and it retracts everything and then fires the deluges off. I'd love to see that at least once before launch. You know.
We've had combinations of the full thing, but not the full thing. So we either had, for example, the other day they did a deluge test of both the trench and the top deck, and the quick disconnects were out, the clamps were out. After the test, they were retracted. So obviously they retracted during the test. As Ryan was saying, we expect the top deluge to activate roughly 6 seconds before the liftoff happens. So about 3 for engine ignition, and then engines ramp up to full power. At T0, the clamps retract, the rocket is released. And so that is basically the sub that we want to see. The problem, they did not do the ship quick disconnect, and they also did not, like, for any of these tests, they're not doing the detonations would activate like 10 seconds before the deluge in the countdown sequence. Like the whole actual final, basically 25 seconds of the countdown have not been tested yet. And I really want to see, because I really actually want to see, for example, yesterday they did reactions of the quick disconnect arm, for example, for the ship. They've done that multiple times in the past as well. They've also done, again, they've done individual things or groups of things, but not the full thing, right? And I really want to see them actually doing the full thing, right? Like activating the DSS, then the water deluge on the trench, the top deck, then the simulated T0, everything retracts, the quick disconnect arm pulls away and everything. That would be the cool thing to see. Otherwise, the only time we're going to see that is on launch day. But to add to another point of why that water comes out, instead of, sort of pushing up or in, if you look at how the plane worked on pad 1, it's the exact same thing of going out. Why? Right? Well, there's a very reason why it's called. If there was no plate or no deluge at all, it will still go out. Like the whole jet of toss will just go out. Why would you try to fight by pushing in or pushing up? It makes sense. Just from a makes sense standpoint, right? It means that you will try to help it out, to actually get it out and actually go out. And we had a video about this. The plate on pad 1, it was sort of like go with the flow, right? It's like it's really hard to actually do that. Out already. If you don't have that, it's already going out. Why would you try to fight that?
It's arguably the when you look at the way the buckets are fired, they go out like that. They don't go right away. They don't go straight up to deflect it. You're up against the exhaust. They literally go out as the exhaust is going to hit and go out of the trench. That's how it's designed to do it. It's the exhaust plume will impinge and interact with the actual trench itself. It's part of how you design a water deluge system. Really.
You don't want to fight the thrust either, because what you want is for the thrust to actually escape, right? And if you try to push it in and sort of fight it, it's just going to stay around. And it's not like if
it'll circulate, and that's bad.
Exactly, right? It's gonna, like, if you try to fight it, it's actually gonna be harder for the whole thing to just go away, which is what you want. You want the thing to not stay around, to not stay there, and just get all the heat.
Plans to dissipate it, not
exactly
recirculate it.
That's the word. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you wanted to look how it does on that your shirt, Alex. Right?
Yeah. It's basically the top deluge. Didn't want to say it.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to see the mock diamond.
Exactly. That's
that
the
Shock
point.
came up with.
The shock diamonds. Yeah, exactly.
With the plume there, that's what we want to see. And also, if you want to see it on your Facebook.com, you're at pins, onesies, all of the options. We have all of that available. I saw it on your shirt. I'm like, that's actually a good comparison.
I have the patch. One sec. I gotta go grab it.
Ryan will return in Flight 12 patch. Wasn't even planning on doing a merch plug. I should have noticed on Alex's shirt. I'm like, oh wait, that's kind of what we were talking about.
somebody was asking, like, I can use the whole shirt as well. Somebody was asking, like, why is it going to leap off the pad and everything? Well, the rocket now is going to be held out. There's like a bunch of clamps that are going to hold here. And so, it's going to just lip off because and so they can go up with a full 100% thrust already of the pad instead of, slumbering their way out of the launch mount. So that's really neat. So yeah, hopefully we see this. And Ryan now has his patch.
There's the patch.
There you go.
And by the way, in case you didn't know, we have
insurance. Yeah, there's the whole thing.
Yeah. Shirt, pin, patch. There you go. Nailed it.
Yep.
Almost like you
can add it. If you manage to get the pins for the first flights 1 through 11 and everything, now you can add to it and get the one for flight 12.
I will grab my mug because I have it.
Oh my gosh! All of the merch coming in. So much. We have it. When you have it yet, get it shop on NASASpaceflight.com. Anyway, continuing along here, then I guess along those lines of talking about it going to be jumping off, goes to a question from Data U, who's saying, "What are we estimating for thrust to weight ratio of this stack, considering the T plus second max Q must be pretty right?" Alex, you chuckled. I'll let you take that one.
It might be about 1.45, but 1.5. Like, even considering zero dry mass, it's like 1 point. So obviously, if you had like a rough estimate of these vehicles is plus the 20 something Starlink simulators that they're loading, which might be somewhere in between 30 to 44 metric tons of payload, then you get about 1.45 to 1.5 maybe. It's definitely a little bit under 1.5, but it's a lot closer to their original target. They originally were targeting 1.5, but unfortunately the previous two vehicles get to that thrust to weight ratio. 2 is not version 1, it was still not up to spec, so to speak, and then on version 2 they were flying a much heavier ship than the booster was rated for, and so it was a slow ascent. You can notice that on the telemetry for the version 1 vehicles and the version 2 vehicles, how much different they stage and everything. It's actually slower of an ascent. But yeah, this time around it's gonna go up a bit quicker. Yeah.
Patch more powerful.
Yeah.
Here's a question from later YouTube asking, how do you think the ship is going to receive its sim load? Because the STR rolled into Mega Bay 2 and the doors are closed. Let's talk about the ship now. So we'll start in regards to the ship with the payload. Where are we at in terms of loading up those Starlink either mass simulators or Starlinks or Starlink demos? Maybe a Starlink with a camera or two on it. Where are we at with that?
So my expectation, based off the fact that there's a transport stand going to Mega Bay 2, is the ship's going to be lifted off the work stand that it is. It's going to be placed onto the transport stand. They will disconnect it from the bridge crane, and then the ship will be on the transport stand ready to roll out once it's done. They'll then roll it out of Mega Bay 2. They will roll a Starlink loader into Mega Bay 2, hook that up to the bridge crane, lift it over the center work stand, roll the ship back in, close the door, hook up the Starlink loader, put in the 22 sats. Then once they're done, they will open their door back up and ship will be ready to roll to the launch site.
Yeah, the picture that we were showing was the picture that we were showing was from Colleen yesterday night, I think it was, that we saw the Starlink loader box going into Mega Bay 2, probably rehearsing the whole operation. I don't know. But yeah, that was before Ship 39. Yeah, it went back out. That was before Ship 39 turned from Massey's. So that's why I thought probably some kind of rehearsal or something. Because it went in, went out, and then somewhere else. And then Ship 39 came back. It was placed on, as you said, on its own work stand on the top, on the front left from this view, sort of to the left inside of the Mega Bay 2. But yeah, we'll see when that course, if the if the if the door is closed, they might be already that lift on the transport stand. But we'll see how long this process takes. I assume that it's going to take less time. Back when they had a tray and they had to sort of push in that was a mess. It's only much easier this time around with the box. We'll see. We'll wait and see what happens.
I guess. Just say it should go.
The question is, I'm sorry, go right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was gonna say you can go as fast.
So 10 minutes.
So, yeah. That's what I was about to ask. Is essentially what's in the box of how does this compare in terms of the loading of the satellites and the system we're expecting on the Hez dispenser we saw on the flights where we'd see the Starlink mass simulators deployed.
So basically, this box has a stack of 22 or 2 stacks of like inside, basically, and it will be able to kind of like hook it, open its door, and then by one they'll do some stuff. So that big white box you see right there, just make it big 2. That is the Starlink loader box. It is still sitting right there. My expectation is from this view, you'll see 39 roll out of the bay once on stand. That box will roll in, hooked up, go up, which kind of says we won't see they get loading like them, and then they'll roll for. And this is why I'm hoping like it's maybe the pad and maybe SpaceX is gonna be really nice. And this is what I want to happen because tomorrow is off the table for testing. Please, SpaceX, don't do it tomorrow night. Don't do it tomorrow night, or tonight I should say. Have both ship and booster ready to roll out tomorrow morning. Double roll in the morning, booster on the mount, roll that stand out of the way, put the ship in, stack the ship, and roll that stand away. Yeah, that's the Starlink box. I want a double roll and then a stack. Come on, this is the launch to do it on. Throw it.
You know that
I want to see it. I probably won't get it, but I want it.
Well, you can't always get what you want, but try sometime. You just might find get what you need. I can't sing it because of copyright reasons, but thank you, Rolling Stones.
What?
No, we need rolling ships here. And boosters.
Well done, Alex. Pun token awarded.
I can also do puns. Thank you.
Yeah, so it'll be great to see the deployment mechanism. Are we expecting it to be different from the kind of what looked like bicycle chains as it went up, and then it would go out, and it would boot the door on the way out? Are we expecting something a little different from that this time, Alex?
Well, SpaceX said that they have improved it and that it's faster now. We do see, at least on the timeline, that it's going to take about the same time, and this time around it's 22. So about the same time, but double the satellites, and that means basically twice as fast. I can even do that math. But yeah, I suppose it's just faster, like twice as fast, basically.
Yeah, I don't trust myself to do math on stream. While we're still talking about the ship, you did mention rolling it back from Massey's. Resistojet was wondering, do we know what the testing was on Ship 39 yesterday, or is there still no info? Also, is there much prep left for Ship 39 before rollout? Do we have any indication on what that testing might have been, Ryan?
No, it was either a spin primer or igniter. It wasn't a static fire because, well, we didn't see any fire come out, and they had scaffolding around the flame trench, so they wouldn't have been able to static fire unless they want to send little bits flying all over the place. So they couldn't do that. They didn't even untie the aft flaps. They rolled up, hooked up to the QD, tanked it with methane and liquid oxygen, did some kind of test, detanked it, rolled it back. And that's it. They did all that in about, I think it was like 30 hours, give or take. and ship is now, with the door closed in Mega Bay 2, it's likely being lifted onto the transport stand right now. So
in terms of work that still needs to be done on the ship itself, it really just seems like load the payloads and then roll to pad.
That's my assumption. I don't think there's anything else they need to do on it. They probably finished whatever they needed to do before it rolled the Massies. And then they basically planned on just doing Starlink load and rolling to the launch site. So we're just waiting for them to do that, and then we're waiting for Booster to roll too. So it's kind of waiting right now.
I'm wondering, Alex, what would be the point of doing this kind of testing so close to launch, especially since we saw a successful static fire campaign from the looks of it? Why would they need to do either a spin prime or an igniter test?
I really don't know. There might be... Look, this is a new version of the ship, a new version of the engines. And so... just checking that I wasn't muted. And so one of the things that I can think of is just, making sure that things are still okay. I do remember from when they did this testing over here, before that they did the full stack, and I remember Mr. Randweber here saying that he saw at least one of the engines with a serial number quite high, and that engine had actually been seen in early April, I think it was, in McGregor, thanks to our McGregor Live cameras. Shout out to that. And it really does seem to me, and I would kind of agree with him here, that it's quite too soon. Like, we saw it very, very close to when it was heading out for a static fire test campaign, back when it did its own static fire test campaign at Massey's. So it would not be surprising if perhaps they might have changed like an engine or two, and that's what made them sort of say, okay, let's do another engine test right before launch, because, just to make sure that we have installed the correct engines and all that stuff, and, make sure that everything still is A-okay. So that's a few sort of possibilities that I can think of. And it will not be the first time. It's actually quite, it actually makes more sense now that we have a new version, a new rocket engine, right? It's everything is new here. So it actually makes more sense now than when they did it on some previous flights, where we saw certain ships going out quite close to a launch to Massey's, and then returning and doing all of the things. And so, yeah, I would say, whatever testing they need to do to make sure that the flight is successful, please do it.
Yeah, this was some of the testing you can see there from the other night when it was out at Massey's over there. It's, what never was tested before it was ready to fly? Ship 26. That never flew. I see people still requesting the song. Actually, apparently this was the rollback here. I stand by my Ship 26 comment, but this was it rolling back after its testing out of that. So,
I did it again.
Hi, God.
We do listen to our audience, to our fans.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Let's not.
Do you have the full video with the music too?
No. If you're playing it, I cannot hear it.
I'm not playing it.
All right. Sometimes
yes, right?
I cannot hear music.
Okay.
Wasn't sure. But, yeah.
That ship. I'm so glad that the Ship 26 fan club is still alive and well. This long.
You know what's not alive or well?
Ship
Yeah,
26.
she's 26.
Yes.
It's not alive or well.
I know, but we are still dead. We are still
Scrapped.
Ship 26 forever. Hashtag Ship 26 forever.
It was torn asunder on November 20th, 2024.
Wow. You're
It's been a while.
already.
That was very Shakespearean. Speaking of Shakespearean, Sawyer.
For flight.
Yeah, are we doing that live or what?
Well, we'll see.
Shh. The potential surprise from the two theater geeks here.
Uh-oh.
And it involves a pun, so, yeah.
I mean, of course, because Sawyer's involved.
Of course. I see people saying that I should have my pun tokens taken away already, but too bad. Also, probably should have my panel privilege taken away so I can keep Grisu's comment here up on screen with the support saying, boo, Ship 26. Boo. Also got Brian getting a pin from shop.nasaspaceflight.com for Flight 12, as well as a TPS phone case saying, love you, NSF, a seasoned world traveler. I rely on your streams to settle at the end of each travel day. Thank you. Well, thank you as well for watching. We appreciate you joining us from all around the world. I know people are from all around the world here. The Irish American, and no, I'm not trying to be offensive, that's literally their name, asking, what are the long-term plans once Gigabay goes live? Is it to decommission the Megabay?
Those Megabays, yes, they will get decommissioned. In fact, they will be more than just decommissioned. They will be demolished, and another Gigabay will be built in its place, really. That's Ship 26, Ship 39. I always start talking about it way too much. Numbers are jumping in my head. It did test at Massey's. It did definitely do that at one point, but that is Ship 39, not the abomination that was Ship 26. But anyways, that's definitely going through. It did some kind of test. We don't really know what. It was hard to tell when it started problem because the aft flaps were still tied up, tucked in. But my guess is it was either a spin prime or igniter test or something for possibly, I would assume they replaced engines. I don't know why else they would have gone out to do that, other than the fact that they replaced an engine since the static fire, which both vehicles have had engines replaced after doing static fires. Let's hope that doesn't last too long, because Ship has had that problem for a while, where it's needed engine replacements, and I just hope it doesn't. We don't have to keep going through that. I think it was 37 and 38 might not have had any replacements. And they're the ones that static fired on the mount. So, which is kind of funny, but either way.
Wait, no. 37, didn't 37 actually come back at one point? I remember they were dismantling things on the OLM, and then they
It did, yeah, it did.
They put together back, yeah.
It did a 6-engine spin prime, that's right, yeah, you're right.
I have that still here, because we got a lot of people asking, like, wow, what's going on? Yeah, because every single time SpaceX just throws a...
38 had 2 aborted attempts, and then I think an actual successful one, so
yeah, that at least went a lot better, but 37 was a bit...
Yeah.
Probably
The first
re-entry.
The first several Block 2s were not great. Not great, Bob. Not great.
What gave you that indication? No, like they blew up and scattered pieces across Turks. Oh, wait. Got that. Hey, this one didn't blow up. It's got the achievement.
Well,
I mean, it did.
It ended up spinning.
It spun out and blew up on reentry.
Yeah, well, it didn't blow up on launch.
That's true. There's that. That's true. On ascent, it didn't blow up on the ascent burn.
And also the church design was
that is.
But anyway,
I'm going to be honest. Like for those who listen to the Raptor radios I've done with the bleep bloop, that is the quintessential bleep bloop. That's like an achievable from like Red versus Blue and Caboose. I didn't blow up. Yay! That's what that basically is.
Oh, man. Calvin Vlog saying, play the Ship 26 song. No thanks. And that person said, you actually pronounced my name correctly. You Irish American. I like it. Yeah. I'm good at butchering accents, so that's probably why it works so well. And also, I thought, Kevin, you would appreciate this one. I'll put it on screen for you. From the Ghost of Ship 26. I'm still alive. Alive.
Anybody with a Ouija board? Things like that?
Ouija board.
Exorcist?
No? Oh, no. We don't want Starship to spin around 360 and start spewing stuff. That would be bad.
No.
We've seen it before, though.
I mean, Ship 34 did spin around 360 and spit a couple of raptors out of the backside, so did do that.
Yeah.
So
So
we
another
have had
question So one question I saw that didn't get tagged at NSF or NASA Spaceflight, so I can't put it up on screen, but I did see people asking, what about the flight termination systems? So where are we at with FTS install for Ship 39, and do we know where we're at on booster FTS, Alex?
You know what we said about the launch license earlier?
I'll actually say they're both installed.
Well, one way to find out whether they are definitely installed is if they launch. It's installed.
Well, I will say this, and this has to do with the RGV weekly stream. It is spotted that the doors of both Mega Bay 1 and 2 have the explosive sign on them next to the entrance doors. So
they're already installed.
Yeah, they're installed.
We just don't know when that happened.
Yeah, we don't know when it happened, but it's confirmed that they're installed.
All right.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys know how those flight termination systems work? Well,
I did because I watched that video.
Yeah, you can, because we have a new video out on the channel about how the flight termination systems work and how they keep people on the ground safe and what they do. It's an awesome video. It's a great watch. Ryan Caton, special production, writing, editing, on camera for it. It's definitely worth watching. Even if you think you know what it is, you'll learn some really good details about it. But it sounds like it would be installed, and also, again, they have to install it before they stack, right? It's not like they can install it once it's out on the pad.
With this version, it seems, as far as I understand, that all of it has to be done in the bay these days. They can't really do it out on the pad. They're not like separate boxes like they used to be. They're under the actual raceway covers. So they kind of, it's better and safer to do it in the bay actually than it is to do it outside anymore. So they've changed up their systems. And for anyone who's worried about FTS or anything like that, I'll say this: they have hardware and software blocks on them, so they won't go. And the explosives they use are C4. For anyone who's watched the Mythbusters episode, you can literally light C4 on fire and it won't blow up. It requires a blasting cap in order to set it off. So it's actually an incredibly stable and safe explosive. And they take all the safety precautions surrounding it. So there's no worry about it.
As long as it actually works when it's supposed to, unlike Flight 1.
Well, it did blow a hole in the tank, except for it just wasn't powerful enough. They made Starship a little bit stronger than they thought they did, and the whole stack decided to tumble on its own, even with holes in it. So, yeah.
And then they did a test tank just to test the flight termination system.
Over at Massey's.
And that one was test tank S26.1, the twin of Ship 26.
Filled it with water and blew a hole in it with explosives.
Yep.
I remember that.
Weren't they finding pieces in the river across the way a couple days later?
Might have been. I know 36 pieces were definitely made over to Mexico.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But the 26.1 piece probably definitely made it. By the way,
did I really trigger you and say evil twin of Ship 26?
You know what I just realized? Ship 26 died in 2024. It's 2020, I think.
Yeah.
That's like a year and a half.
The point being,
Your point?
Long live ship 26.
well, I did not live long, so
And it did not
that
prosper.
seems like a problem.
Brian came to the back channel. How can an evil ship have an evil twin or an eviler twin? I knew I liked
They're
it.
both evil.
Yeah.
That's why. It's like
Boy.
hero.
Really also by their saying they're here. Then Michael saying makeup flame trench, getting the sun shirts, both the Flight 12 and I think it was the Artemis one as well. Those are, you've seen our team out in the field wearing them. They are super lightweight and super great. Thank you, Michael. Enjoy them. I saw the question, of course, of are they going to put the stickers on it? Are we expecting any kind of decal on ship and booster? What do you think, Ryan?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. When they roll out,
Great
we'll know.
answer. Yeah.
That's the answer we can give you. When they roll out, we'll know if there's decals on them. I hope. But, you know, our hopes always get destroyed. So, what do you want? No.
What do you think would be a good decal for this flight? Chat, what do you think too? What do you think would be the perfect decal for the first V3 flight here?
I thought of something dumb in my head, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
It was Taylor Swift decal?
No, it'd be something that SpaceX would absolutely totally do, and it would just look horrible. And I don't want to see it ever. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do it.
Let's see, Ship 26. Oh God, Jake Keegan, really?
They can put a real life-sized AI SAT sticker across the two vehicles.
Sure. You do at Brock, is this real?
Let's see, another banana. Ship Go Boom decal. Oh my God. Also a sticker suggestion, new and improved. Okay. More banana. Astro Train from Transformers. Poppy sticker.
Are we really going to be 3 days away in like 17 minutes?
Oh my gosh, the counter is there.
Supposedly. It's weird because, like, it does not feel like we're 3 days away from the launch of Block 3. No. Not at all. After 7 months. After 2 years of them building this pad, over 2 years, after 7 months since the last flight, with all the testing they've done, everything that's happened, it does not feel like we're that close. If both vehicles are out and stacked on the pad, I think I would believe it a little bit more. But the fact that they're not out there and Chip doesn't even have his payload yet, it's like, are we? No. Does not feel like we are. Like, that's just me. But it truly does not feel like we are supposedly 3 days away from launching the first Block 3. Like, it just doesn't feel like that at all.
I clicked on mute. Why is it still mute?
Anyway.
Because it's trying to mess with you. That's
yeah,
why.
my goodness gracious. Oh, boy. But yeah, I mean, you'd think we would see a full stack by now at this point, 3 days away, although, again, we've seen it less. But,
I mean, what we have not seen is them stacking this late and also doing a test the day before the actual launch, right? Like, that will be the first thing. The first time, that it will happen. It's quite rare that they test the day before the launch.
But not impossible.
No, it's not impossible because they can refill the tank farm within 24 hours. That's not really an issue. But like the way I look at it, if you're really going to do a wet dress rehearsal right before launch, because that's kind of what we're expecting. It's a road closure right before the day of launch. it kind of has to be a full stack, and at that point, either they're doing a small tanking test or they're doing a wet dress rehearsal. It's either one of the two. But when I really think about it, it's like, all right, you've already taken this much time. You spent this much time on designing both vehicles, building the pad, designing the pad. You spent this much time testing all these things. There's 2 test tanks combined. Actually, there's 3 test tanks over at Massey's right now. One of them is not even hooked up anymore to test gauge. The booster aft article underwent 16 separate tests. 39.1 underwent 13, and 18.3's undergone 15 separate tests. It really, like, you spent this much time testing this much, and you're just going to do a full stack test and then launch the next day. You're not going to, like, if you really need that confidence check, you're not going to spend some time to look at the data and then maybe launch after Memorial Day? Because that's, or say maybe on the 21st, because that's kind of how I would do it. Of course, that's me. I'd spend the time to make sure everything is right. Like after you do another wet dress, maybe destack the ship, do one last check over of everything, restack it, do your checkouts, and then go. But I'm not SpaceX. I'm not an engineer. So, I don't know. It just feels like all of a sudden they're rushing. I don't know what's rushing, but they're pushing really hard to get this launched after months and months and months and months of constant testing. It just feels odd. I don't know if that's just me or not, but it feels odd.
I mean, take the time to do something, do it right.
Yeah.
I'd rather them take the extra day to test if they have to. Why am I seeing support regarding Ship 26? Why is there so... Kevin, did you start a goal? What is this goal? Hang on. Play hashtag farewell Ship 26 song? Kevin! No! Can I veto this somehow?
He thinks he's a show.
I'm the host. You may be the producer, but I'm the host, says the person being the TV news producer. Still. No. No, we're not doing a song. Chad, don't encourage him. I'll still thank the people here, though. Thank you, Redhead, for the support toward the goal. Telstar 86, just the words, hey, Ship 26, look what I can do. That's a decal. Now that's a decal I can get behind. And then Art Hulu, Ship 26 Kickstarter, and just know our progress. Just to know our progress. Both vehicles have FTS. Ship very likely does not have payload. Thursday launch, question mark? I mean, right now, they're still going for the 19th, it looks like.
I can tell you, Ship does not have payload. That is true. It does not.
Yeah. I guess, in regards to everything else, the NOTAMs, those are for the 19th, but there's backup dates as well, right, Alex?
Yeah, there's backups. For some of these, they go sort of like, there's like a cutoff for Memorial Day, and then they go after. Some others sort of go for TFRs in particular, for example, they only go 19, 20th, and 21st, as far as I know. But other, like, I think NOTAMs, for example, have like that cutoff for Memorial Day, and there's like a few extra ones after Memorial Day. So yeah, but there are all sorts of things in place. I was gonna say the only other thing is the weather, I guess, that could be a thing that might go in the way, right? That it's not great.
As of right now, according to NOAA and weather.gov, the forecast for Tuesday, because I saw a bunch of people asking about the weather, is partly sunny, or if you're Ryan Weber, partly cloudy. High of 89 degrees Fahrenheit. The written forecast here says Tuesday, partly sunny with a high near 89. Southeast winds 14 to 16 miles per hour, with gusts as high as 21 miles per hour. And then as you get into the evening and night on Tuesday, there's a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 1 a.m. though. So should be okay at that point. So the weather doesn't look terrible based off of the 3-day out forecast here. And
I'm looking at
all of the different
I'm
notes.
looking at drops on our soundings, model soundings, and it doesn't look too bad. Looks kind of nice. To be honest, it doesn't look too bad.
So there's the ones for the splashdown zone as well. So that doesn't look too terrible. Let's see. Oh gosh, why are there? Fine, I'll go through them. Shazbert, let's do this. Troy Rubert, Ship 26. Morton Vanvik, exclamation point, Ship 26 song. Mimu Maki saying sing. No, I am not singing it. I will definitely not sing it. Kevin, you want to sing it? You can. Sonia Chris saying, do it. In Darth Vader's Sidious voice. Pretty terrible attempt at it, but I tried.
Do the full cities.
Do it.
There. There you go. That's sounding information.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about with the...
All right.
Yep. Dew point. Yeah, when the clouds touch, that's when clouds form. That's how the whole dew point thing works. But this is
will be the
like
end of the
90
window.
minutes. Yeah, 90 minutes into the window. Definitely on the warmer side there. I'm sorry, I don't have the Celsius conversion. The NOAA just does it in Fahrenheit because Freedom 250 units. And there you go. There's a possible little cloud line there, but still should be fantastic views for the team on launch. And most importantly, as long as the winds remain on the calmer side, we should be okay. Do we know what the wind constraints are for Starship, or if any of these weather constraints change for V3, or are we expecting it to kind of still be the same?
I would expect any constraints to be the same. I don't know what they are. I'm going to be entirely honest. I can't remember if they've explained what the wind constraints are, because the only weather scrub they had was the cumulus cloud rule. That's the one that they, I think it was that one was the 10. I think that was the second scrub on 10 after they
seemed like
after they blew one of the SQD lines on the first attempt. And then I wouldn't expect the constraints to change too much. It's still about the same size vehicle. The grid fins really aren't going to change much, and flaps haven't really changed either. So I wouldn't expect the wind changes. Although it is a more powerful booster, so it might have an easier time getting through higher winds. There is that possibility as well. So it might have slightly changed now that I think about it, because it's got a more powerful booster.
I was doing my homework and looking at the National Weather Service forecast for the South Texas area, and yeah, I mean, there's a bit of wind, but it shouldn't be like I've even seen Falcon 9s launching in this wind. I think not, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. I don't know about the winds for the ground, and should not be too bad. It does seem, based on what we saw from the RAN graphic, but also what it says here, there might be a little bit of cloud cover that day. So let's hope for the clouds to not be in the way. But in theory, it should be okay. We'll see.
Looks like an altitude, we're looking at 58 to 62 knots at altitude.
For
winds
an
along.
upper level wind,
That's
kind of makes sense.
That's not much.
Yeah.
And especially by the time it gets that high, they're going pretty fast. So.
And again, it's still 3 days out. The forecast can change. They'll get obviously more refined the closer we get to launch. So we'll keep an eye on the weather still. But as of now, it looks towards the favorable side. And why did I get confetti in chat? No.
Texas dust where dreams collide. They tore you down where you did hide. A silver ship that kissed the sky. It never flew. We know why. A future bright. A ship's embrace, dreams live on in empty space. Still we fly, our hearts so high, and grounded here we close our eyes. Oh, ship 26, all they can
There's nothing there now. It's pad 2.
The stars
All there is pad 2.
the stars.
It doesn't exist. It's pad 2 now.
History's
Pad 2. Remember when there was
A parking lot.
a parking lot? It's no longer there. That's pad
I
2.
just want to say that is probably one of the funniest parts. So Zach's doing a whole series on Pad 2. He's he's close to releasing, I think it's part 3 of 4. But like part 1 starts with talking about the parking lot and why they needed more parking.
Not
And
there
it's kind of it's like a site. No, they built the launch pad. It's hilarious. For anyone who wants to watch those awesome videos, Zach does an amazing job. It's way better.
Not there anymore.
Although it turns out if you just talk over it, Kevin will lower the volume so that you don't get to hear it. Thank goodness.
That's a really good
music distance here.
It's no longer there. All the things you see to the left of it's like a big tower and a big launch mount and flames come out when the engines ignite and yeah.
There's now a service structure that's to the side of that.
No.
It's
gone. It's a real bad 8 even last time. Next time than the other one. It was gone.
That should be shown 25.
It's lifted by the crane.
Yeah, remember when they used to lift ships and boosters with cranes on the pad?
Yeah.
Great time capsule. Terrible ship, but great time capsule.
Yeah, nobody cares about ship 26.
I know the true story. The true. It's too funny for the stringers. The whole thing behind the stringers is hilarious. But yeah.
People want more of
It was just to mess with us. That's why.
Yeah, that was back in 2024. Sure. That was made. So
remember when people were saying that was HLS? Good times.
Oh my god.
Actually, Observer127 was saying #farewell ship 26, but also, do any of you have any ideas on SpaceX's moon lander being tested and launched? Where are we
there?
at, HLS?
That's what it was. That was ship 26, right? People were so convinced of that. No. So we have no idea where it is. The only thing that we know recently, like a couple of months ago, I think, or no, a month ago, was from the presidential budget request that it was showing that this quarter of this year will be when they will complete the preliminary, no, what was it? Not preliminary, the critical design review, CDR.
CDL,
yeah, PDR is first,
CDR. Yeah.
And CDR is usually the point, critical design review. When you clear that, it's usually when you start the actual manufacturing and putting things together. But yeah.
Yeah. Let me also clear out the support that made us listen to that monstrosity again. Morton Van Vick, ship 26. Chasbert saying number 8. And then Martin saying I heart ship 26.
Well,
we got there.
I mouth ship 26 because I laugh out it. So
there's I would say there's a slight update.
Ship 26.
I'd say there's a slight update. You can kind of see it from here. There is a windy lift, one of the big aerial work platforms that they use, one of the big white ones, is set up right in front of Mega Bay 2. That is going to be ready to disconnect Ship 39's load spreader. Alex. That's too good. It'll disconnect the sling load spreader from 39. They'll probably take the adapters off. They'll roll 39 out, and then probably do what we were talking about before, which is roll the Starlink loader in, hook it up to the bridge crane, roll 39 back into the bay, and then load 39 up with the Simlinks and the 2 specialty sats, which could just be actual V3 sats, because it's not like, losing 2 of them would be that big of a problem. And
it would be funny.
3, 2, 1, we're 72 hours away.
Oh my God.
Potentially.
It would be funny though if it ended up being some kind of, I don't know, Starlink version 2 satellites that were strapped to some kind of piece of whatever. Yeah, right? It's version 3, but with extra steps.
Version 3 with extra steps.
By the way, I saw a punt that I just need to put on screen because it was fantastic. Of course, I just lost it. There we go. Patrick Dugan, NWS Met, saying, if you need weather guy, I guy. There you go. Weather info, NOAA guy, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Bro, you telling me, bro?
Bro.
If you really are with NOAA, send us an email. Be cool with the event.com.
And WS? So I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's for bro.
Yes, bro, by the way, being the code for the word that they use. Anyway. Jerry 7 saying, ship 26 patch and pin, please. And then IB12 saying, ship 26, the Ares rocket of SpaceX. Silly rocket.
Yep.
That's the perfect note to wrap things up here as we now pass under the 72-hour mark from the expected opening of the window for Starship Flight 12. Alex, thank you for joining me here today.
It's been a pleasure as usual. We'll see when we see again the full stack, hopefully tomorrow. But yeah, I guess if do you think we'll go live if they do any testing? Probably not, right? Some silly test, maybe.
Why would we do that?
Yeah.
That's a crazy idea. But in case we do, you can always hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you know when we go live down below here on YouTube. Ryan, thank you for joining.
It's a pleasure as always, sir. Hopefully we get to see Ship 39 soon. Might have the door open shortly here. But 19, maybe we'll get to see it roll out tonight or tomorrow morning or whatnot, and maybe a full stack by the end of the day tomorrow? Question mark? See.
Of course, if we get any indication of that, it will also be shared on the NSF socials. Make sure you follow us on there: X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky. I know our social team will be happy with that. Also, very happy to have Kevin Mybury pushing the buttons and pulling the levers today as producer, and also assisting. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I am your host for today's launch. We take a look at it, and hopefully soon we'll have the full stack ready to launch on it. We will see you for the next one.
There's the Dougie. His ignition.
Rolling up.
Did you see a turbo? Back to the moon. Here we go. Put that in the big bag. I hope we don't have a lot of work to do, but here, sure it looks like a perfect world. Propulsion continues to be normal. We did have an observation. Equalizer. 343 volts ago. It's orange. Water towers can fly! Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacket? There it is! Almost surreal. That's not what we want to see. Oh my God. Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Here's ignition.
Did you see a couple?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
You know we don't have a lot of work to do, but here, sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be.
We did have an observation.
343 on both scopes.
Water towers fly!
Bingo.
Where's jacket? There it is.
What's surreal? That's the seat. Oh my God.
Thanks, you bet. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everybody. It's excitement time. We've got a booster on pad 2. It's booster 19. Block 3 to be going through a flight test. I know there was booster 18, and he went with this. So the first V3 that we're expecting to launch, but a key milestone ahead of launch is a successful study fire test. It's the first one for it. It's had 2 study tests at least before, where they went bought because of the pad systems. This time round, we're hoping for a pre-flight study fire test, and then all being well, we're on the path towards launch this month as well. It's been a while, so we're all looking forward to it. You know the routine by now. If you've got any burning questions, it'd be quite a long stream, this one, as you can imagine. Do at NASA Spaceflight, followed by your question, or do at NSF, followed by your question. You'll go to our panel, we'll try and answer as many as we can. Lucky for you all, we've got the right people to talk about these questions here, because look who we've got. We've got Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Crazing. Hello, everyone. We might have a very interesting morning here at Starways, I guess, because Mr. 19 seems to be ready for some action.
Indeed. I'm also seeing Roger surprisingly turn up. Hello, Roger. See, Roger's in the communication panel, but that's one. We've also got Ryan. Yeah, luckily, we've got Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, so it's going to be interesting. I'll just kind of this off right away. We thought it was going to be a more interesting day than it was, but X literally just updated the closure, the rollout closure for Ship 39. And, well, it was supposed to be 10 a.m., 2 p.m. It is now midnight to 4 a.m., so another night rollout. Really, SpaceX, I wanted to see Ship during that. That means that we are likely to get a early step tomorrow morning, or during or middle of the day. So we'll see how that goes. But what we thought could be a ship rollout today doesn't look like it's happening. However, I have a booster static fire, so still an incredibly exciting day coming up.
To be fair, I was kind of wondering why SpaceX was doing everything all together all at once. And I was like, well, after all these months of being methodical in their preparations towards this flight, something that we always appreciate, but it's not kind of the SpaceX way. SpaceX is gun hurt, and bless them, we all love them for it. And this time around, it's felt a lot more methodical, and then suddenly all we're getting like, oh, booster 35, 4-star, oh, they're going to do FTS, and they're going to. I was like, oh my goodness, it's all happening at once all of a sudden. What's the rush? But luckily, it looks like they are pacing things again now based on the changes to road closures. I would say, as a caveat to anybody, you always get to hear things. You always get to plan things based on it, but you always have to have the caveat in the back of your mind that it's a very fluid situation. Things change all the time. So you have to be very careful. You can always talk about it. We can chat about it. We can assume. We can speculate. But when people start taking it as gospel, and then, you're thinking, well, that's going to change in an hour's time. Look what's just happened now with the Ship 39 rollout. So that's a good example of that. As far as the main event of this stream, which will be Booster 19 firing up 33 Raptor 3 engines, that sounds fun just even saying it. Alex, what do you think would be the T0 based on where we are with the tank farm?
Well, it more or less looks like we might be like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away based on the activity. We usually see this thing where it's like about an hour of chill down. We can see those fan vents there. going off, and also the reclaiming system as well. You can see it sort of behind it. And so yeah, it usually what's that? Like Ryan, back me up here. Like it's what, like an hour or so, more or less, and then like half an hour for propellant, right? So maybe an hour and a half or so.
The wet dress rehearsal they did on that booster. They did it. It was the quickest chill down they've done, which was about an hour of chill, at least for the methane side. For those that ain't wondering, like when you see that box fan start up, you cannot set a T0 off that time because they basically can let that thing run for hours and hours on end. That's why we set our T0 to the methane reclaim, because they only start that system up when they absolutely need it. And this is a really cool shot. You can actually see that only the booster pumps are running, so they're not testing the ship side this time. I kind of was wishing they would run the ship side alongside just to kind of get a sense of it, but we won't see that as of right now until they do a wet dress rehearsal or at least a tanking test while fully stacked. But yeah, I would say around 9:30 to 9:40 is kind of where I'm looking at for T0. But yeah.
I would mention that when people hear us talk about time, we always gravitate towards the local time. In this case, it's Central Time, so it's 8:10, almost 8:10 a.m. Central Time. Over there in South Texas, that is literally 80 minutes away from potential T0, which isn't long. So it's excitement time because we're going to get a prop-loaded booster again, which is always fun to see. And then hopefully a static fire test. And the question, Ryan, I've got here is, how long do you think they'll static fire for?
I think they'll try for the full duration. Now that could be anywhere between 10 and 20 seconds. Old boosters on pad 1, they used to do about 10 second static fire. They could probably go a little bit. They could definitely go a little bit longer, I should say, on this pad. And I would think they would want to try to go through like multiple different throttle regimes, or at least throttle up as much as they can and throttle back down and make sure the pressure systems that they have set up on this farm are set to go, because they need to know that this pad works. There's a reason why they're doing this extra static fire. They could have done an engine swap, but the other part of that is this deluge has to work. They'd rather not have go through, close everything out, clear the range, have the vehicle fully fueled, and then abort at ignition for a launch. They don't really want to do that. That's it. Granted, it's a wet dress rehearsal at that point. You put in ignition, but you don't want to have to accidentally damage the engines if you do or shut down too bad or something along those lines. So they want to make sure the system is working before they head into a launch, and that's what they're going to do today. Try to test that. Very good.
D-Space Guy, yes, very well put. Don't forget to shout out the producer, button pusher. Button pusher. I think his job title's more than button pusher. Jake Keegan is producing this stream. The reason why I missed him is because I've got like a list of people when we're talking, so that's why I introduced Roger, because Roger was accidentally in there. Jay's got special powers where he can be invisible from that list. So that's why I completely forgot to thank him. So Jay Keegan, producing the stream. Jay Keegan is an absolute warrior. Brilliant producer. So absolutely worth pointing out. Well done, D-Space. Loads of support, by the way, already. I say already. Even at any time during a stream is unexpected and appreciated. We were showing the booster stand rollout past the cameras, and it actually caught one of our other cameras, one of our bowling cameras, in the view. And people were saying, wow, that's an expensive camera. I said, yeah, it is. But thanks to the generosity of our community, we can go out and buy these things. It literally works that way. We are reinvesting what we make on this YouTube channel, etc., into what we provide you as far as views. So that is what is literally funding it. And that's why we make a big point of thanking people such as the Space Watcher, who gifted a Red Team membership. We also got Methane Man, or Methane Man, depending where you're from, gifting 10 Red Team members. Now, I will say, these gifted memberships is a real cool thing, because not only are you being really generous by helping other people you don't even probably know in chat become members for a month for free, they have access to special streams, not just member content, but members content in stream form, where we've got like Jay Keegan's producer screen with all the cameras literally in the background on a special stream to any member level. So they've all got access to that now. which is really, really cool. Astro Joaquin, I would say, is the pronunciation of that. Great work since Starship is just a few ms shy of orbital beats per second shy of orbital velocity. If an observation happened in the right direction, could it push it into orbit? Oh, well, Alex, I'm going to give that one to you. It's orbital mechanics time.
I mean, it could, but it depends also in the direction, right? I guess. It's one of those things where it's like it really depends a lot, because in any case you're still sort of in that suborbital trajectory. Yeah, I mean, it's a few meters per second, but you will still be in a very low orbit either way, right? Like whatever is ejected, that takes on. My train of thought here is that for it to attain enough energy, aka velocity, right? Like I'm referring to velocity here, from an explosion. Let's talk bluntly here, right? An observation, explosion, right? A sort of explosion in that suborbital trajectory. Yes, it's true that you don't need a lot of delta V, a lot of meters per second to complete and get into orbit. But also the kind of trajectory is very inefficient. If you look at the telemetry, it sort of puts the apogee weirdly enough so that it can re-enter over the Indian Ocean. It's not easy. When the ship does its in-space burn, when they've done the in-space burn before, it actually does that prograde, like pointing in the direction of travel, which you would think will give it a boost in speed enough to be able to. No. It actually is worse for getting into a proper orbit. I think if you had an explosion, the kinds of chunks of pieces of metal that get that kind of speed of getting into orbit will probably be very, very, very small. It will probably be a very low orbit anyways. So they will probably come back like within a day or two. I wouldn't worry too much. Let's put it that way.
Very good. Yeah, observation. I read it out without assuming everyone understands what that means. The word observation, as far as a RUD, is back to the Northrop Grumman days. They like to mention when like their booster nozzles blow off. We've had an observation. that's their way of saying something's blown up. So there we go. Space Watch, a couple of bucks to help out the upkeep of the camps. Exactly, thank you very much, because it's not supplying the camps, it's looking after them, making sure they keep working. As Methane Men did as well, with a $50 tip, by the way. $50 tip, two of them. Two $50 tips. Methane Man, so that's $100. That's bonkers. Thank you very much for your support of that. It is really, really something that caught me out, because he did twice. The first one caught me out, and then he did another one, the second one after it. Cosmic Implosion Technologies. What an amazing username, by the way. Why did they roll back after potential fire, or did they do it new Glen style? So we're trying to compare, Ryan, the standing fire and preparations for launch of a new Glen compared to a Starship. It's hard to compare, isn't it? But they have to roll back for both engine inspections, and I assume the FTS installation on the booster.
So yeah, we don't really know if the FTS is installed yet. There's no way to know with the newer vehicles. They've been doing it in the Bay for the last couple of flights. And as for rolling this back, it'll have to roll back after a static fire here. They have a lot of extra sensors and wire harnesses hooked up for other data regarding static fires, and that has to go back to the Bay to remove all that and get it flight ready. And for the other things, if you look at the chines, you can see how there's much, as a cloud decides to cover the booster, from venting. Basically, if you see the lighter strips on the chines there, that's where there's still tape on the chines. You can see that there's darker spots between them. So they have bolted closed. They have strips of basically stainless where they bolted together some of the chines. Some of them are completely closed out. Some of them still have tape around them, which they'll either want to get access to the chines, or they just didn't get around to finish closing them out yet. Those will have to get closed out in the Bay after this testing. And that's kind of why they have to roll back, basically. It's not ready yet. It's not flight ready.
And also I would point out... Oh, sorry.
Go, Alex. No, I'm less important than your answers.
I was gonna add to this that it's not just the booster, right? The ship. Have we seen any preparations for flying on the ship? Remember the whole thing of loading the payload and all that stuff, right? Like those sorts of things will probably have to be already going on for them to roll it out tonight and then do full stack and whatever. Like if they were gonna be doing all of this to just not roll back any of the vehicles, right? To just stay on the pad, then you will see all of those final preparations. So not only Booster 19 is not fully ready, but I will argue Ship 39 is also not fully ready. Like we will see those kind of preparations. Now, I'm not saying there's no way they're not going to launch anytime soon, right? I'm just saying that this. Booster 19, there we go. Method 10. See that?
Yeah.
Right over the group fits and the options there as well.
Love this game, by the way. Thank you, Gage.
Yeah. To finish my train of thought here is that the point that I'm trying to make is that they are not fully ready for flight. They are very close though, so that means if because they're going to be rolling them back, it might not be that much work that they need to do, right? Like it's probably going to be a few days, hopefully. So, and they can quickly move these vehicles. We've seen this, right? That they swift around and roll them up and down the highway and all that very quickly. They're getting good at that sort of thing. So I don't think it will be sort of bad for them to just need to roll this back, given that there's not a lot of work left to do.
Right, very good. I was just clipping that little lovely four-way venting from the top above the grid vents, which are now 3, which is still triggering some people. 3 grid vents now, not the 4. It's a version 3, the block 3 booster now. They're changing design. I would be remiss without immediately going to thank Patrick Bob. Patrick Bob has gifted 50 Red Team memberships, which is on its own would be completely bonkers and is. But I can tell you from Raptor sides and previous streams, Patrick Bob has done that. I've lost count how many times. We are talking about Patrick Bob literally memorizing over 1,000 people. It might even be 2,000. I don't know. There's so many, I lost track. But Patrick Bob is an amazing supporter of what we do. So a big special shout out just before I even move on through the question queue, because I'm trying to do things in order. I thought I couldn't leave that for too long. I will also note appreciation for Chris W, who did 5 gifted Red Team memberships, part of our team. Literally part of our team, who just done 5 gifted Red Team memberships. So you can see the bonkers levels, regardless of the quantity, always come into play. Amazing. XEO, that's the username. I know it's not the top priority, but do you believe they'll ever finish the full cladding on the tower? Ryan, do you think they even need to finish the cladding on the tower?
No, it'll never get fully cladded. There's no reason to. They're only going to clad what they need to protect the innards where they need to protect them. So there's a chance they add more, like maybe right before the first ship catch, or maybe right after the first ship catch, once they realize where the exhaust plume is going to be when they go to flip and burn. But and that's part of the reason why the new roof was added, because of the ship catch. But as I know we've stated before, and we've even seen, SpaceX took cladding off of a tower in the past. It's off the fixed service structure over at 39A. They took cladding off of that. I don't think there's any. I think they only want to keep stuff, but that solid cladding adds more wind loading as well, which, I mean, the tower might be designed for that, but it might not be. When it's hitting a full service rather than having wind flow through it. So while it may look cool if they were to fully do it, I don't think they'll ever do it.
Very good. Alex, I've got a good question that you'll probably like. From Gwen, who asks, will the new trajectory for Flight 12 result in a shorter launch window due to disruption of airspace and shipping?
Shorter launch window due to disruption of airspace and shipping. Do we know it's disrupting airspace and shipping? I'm really not aware of any of that. I do know that at least the notices are very much about the same lengthening time than the previous ones. There's probably going to be like an hour-long window sort of thing. I don't expect it to be any shorter or longer. At least,
in fact, the new, and I'll say this: in fact, the new trajectory will actually be a little bit better for some air travel stuff, because there are a lot of flights that can go between Hispaniola and the United States, and especially Puerto Rico in the United States, and like some of the more northern Leeward Islands in the Caribbean, and like Turks and Caicos. Now, none of those flights will be affected by this launch because all of it's to the south. It's just flights between like Yucatan, Central America, and parts of South America that are going over the Caribbean. So there's actually a lot less flying around there that's really going to be disrupted. Shipping lanes, it shouldn't be too bad to shut them down for just a little bit of time because it's a smaller window. Or at least it's not that much of a big window. It's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours. But it should actually be better for air travel as a whole. And if there is a RUD, like where, say, ship 33 or 34 blew up, most of the debris wouldn't hit any land like the Turks and Caicos. It would just land in the Caribbean Sea. Maybe the southern tip of like Haiti, Hispaniola, but that's about it though. Otherwise, it's literally threading the needle and going over more water this time around than in the past, really. So.
Very good. Ventry wants to know, I butchered that username by the way. Was there an announcement of what happened with the deluge system? And is it confirmed that it was fixed? Well, I assume it's fixed, otherwise we're doing this test, but didn't we have that Tested You Fly video that gave some details, at least Ryan, about what happened with the deluge system, or at least the pad systems during the 275 attempts?
Yeah, so as for what happened, my guess is they could have had a combustor fault, is what it sounded like. So one of their gas generators had an issue. So they might not have been able to generate enough pressure. That's where they had an abort there. And then another one sounded kind of like it was a sensor fault. I'm not going to go into too much detail with the whole thing. There's a whole bunch of components with the new system, and to why it works the way it is. That explanation could take like an hour. Zach has a video coming out about it. I'll just tell you that whenever it comes out. But the other issue that they had was they had a gas generator explode during a top deck test. It was in fact one of their longest top deck tests that they did, and the gas generator blew its top off. It looks like I think it's probably replaced at this point. I don't know if it's really that big of an issue. Of course, SpaceX isn't going to really say, unless they say during like the Flight 12 stream, or they put out an update whenever they do a Flight 12 update. So we don't really know on that front.
Very good. I have my panel in front of me where I mentioned you can do it in space for every question. You go through my panel. That's what I mean by the panel. And I've literally gone through the queue where I can put them into where I'm going to click on them and go through each one. I was literally moving every question across because they're all good questions. There's a few duplicates. So if you ask a question, you're thinking, why have not? That's a pretty normal question. Why have you not answered it? It's because someone else asked it as well, and now we're first in the queue. So that's literally the only reason why I've not, because I've moved every single one across. An amazing set of good questions. I'll start with this one. Michael wants to know, is the black area of the booster all paint, or is it an ablative sheet, like what goes onto the tiles? What's that, Ryan first?
I think some of it is paint, or at least most of it's paint. The little trapezoid you see, that might be a sheet of ablative. Might be. I'd have to go back and look at some of the like close-up pictures to really tell for sure. But it's possible that it's a combination of the two. But it's also possible that it's all paint. Because it'd be really, really hard to put that ablative sheet over all of the conduit junction boxes and hoses that they have around there, all the piping. Because there's a ton of basically all of the autonomous pressurization lines off the engines and the manifolds for them, all of the spin start gases, all the igniter gases, purge gases, all of that is literally in that area with all that conduit and everything, as well as the power and data lines to all the engines and everything else. So there's a ton of stuff in that area, it'd be really hard to put like a blade of sheets over it. That would basically have to be paint at that point. We'll see how it lasts on reentry. I'd be curious to see some up close views, like a buoy cam, if the booster does get that far.
Oh, preempting questions, Ryan. I've got that one coming up.
Oh.
But I'll tell you one thing, it does look nice. I'm all for good-looking rockets, but there is a natural affinity to black aft's from my shuttle days. There we go. I mentioned shuttle. It took me a good 30 minutes before I mentioned it, but there we go. Yeah, the old black and white of a space shuttle. Raptor 3 enthusiast, what a great username. Do they static fire with full throttle, Alex?
Well, for the prior versions, they couldn't because the clamp system was not even enabled. Like it never really held down the booster or the full stack per se. Like the whole thing was just very heavy to be lifting off until they actually ran the engines to full thrust, and that's where you see liftoff. That's why it sort of slumbered off the pad for the prior version. I'm not sure they can do 100% without the ship on top, like in this configuration, but maybe they can now. The clamp system has been changed for Pad 2. It's way stronger. Also, the booster aft is different as well. The way that it all clamps together and it all comes together basically is a whole lot different. In the previous version, there was like a lip at the bottom of the booster that was grabbed by the clamps. Here, there are actual like holes, so to speak, right, where you can actually pinch the booster, and there's like 20 of those pinches, so to speak, right? So it's much more different, much more tougher of a system than the previous one. They might be able to do that and still hold down the rocket in full stack configuration. I'm not sure just the booster though. They do load the entire liquid oxygen tank, right, for way down reasons, so that basically the booster doesn't fly off if those clamps fail or anything like that. But I don't know. This is one of those things that you probably have. You know, you need probably SpaceX to come up and say, yeah, we run the engines to full thrust, right? For the previous one, they used to do it like half the thrust.
Yeah. I was gonna say, in that view is a really cool shot. You can tell the difference between the tape and the. So you see that tape right there, that speed tape, which is it's probably just aluminum tape with the same kind of thing we use on aircraft for stuff. And then you can see where there are strips of steel and bolts that are holding up, that are closing the rest of the gaps where there's not tape. So that's what it'll look like at launch. So there's just a few that still have to get completed and stuff. And that was kind of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Amy points out, I hope we get more launches from Wallops Island, Virginia, and we can see more spaceships. Well, the fun thing is, I'm going to try and pronounce his name correctly because I've pronounced it wrongly. Mika. We've got out there at Wallops taking photographs of Wallops Island and all those. Wasn't there enough? Micah. Oh my God! I'll never get it right. I'll be doing this in years' time and I'll still get it right. Either way, he's out there taking photographs and videos of launches. He's going to see the Electron launches from Wallops Island, which is one thing. But we are expecting Eclipse, which is the Northrop Grumman Firefly collaboration rocket, which is a decent-sized rocket in its own right. And I think the most exciting one is Rocket Lab's Neutron rocket, which is launched from there. So it's going to get very exciting at Wallops. I assume you're from there because you want to see more launches from there. So there is an exciting future at that launch site on the East Coast. Patrick wants to know, will it be a static fire or just tanking? So basically, how do we know, Ryan, that it's not just a tanking test? Because technically they could get to tank for a static fire and have an issue and detank, and everyone goes, oh, it's just a tanking test if they've aborted static. So it's a hard way to judge. Is there any real big clues, such as the prop loading, that they're going for a static?
Not really, is the thing. They'll do the same. They've done the same prop load. It basically is almost a full LOX tank, and then about a ring or so of methane, plus the methane transfer tube. And then the only other indicator we have is deluge and DSS activation, and then the engine's light. And that's the kind of thing is until the engine's light, we have no idea if they are going to static fire or not. That's just it. There's no other indicators from what we can tell. So they could just do a tanking test today, but we kind of think it's a static fire because they did a gas pressurization test yesterday, so they might have done that in lieu of actually tanking the whole vehicle. What that does is you can use methane and oxygen gas and basically press the tanks, check all the COPDs, check all the valves, do other things like that. We know they wiggled the grid fins. The only thing a gas test doesn't do over a cryo test is you don't chill everything down to temperature. All it basically, that's the only difference. You're using gas instead of liquid. So I guess they just didn't want to close the road that much, and they didn't really want to use any of their prop last night, so they just opted for a gas test instead. But I expect a static fire today.
JJ asks, thank you for your spot about it, JJ. Why no chopsticks around this time? And the second part to that question is, and do they have plans for couches starting an estimated date, or are they going to put in those landing towers? So, right, Alex, landing towers. Couch towers, way! We all love couch towers, don't we? Well, first part of the question is, why no chopsticks around the booster during this test? That's the first part of the question.
Have they ever done that with Pad 2? I don't think so.
For what?
For a static fire. I don't recall. It's always been at the top of the tower, right?
Yeah. Anytime they test, they always put the sticks all the way up just to get it out of the way of the booster, especially if the booster has an anomaly. They want the sticks as far away from the rocket as possible.
There you go.
In case the booster decides to, blow itself up. The QD arm would get kind of roasted, but they might be able to swing the QD arm out of the way quick enough, if possible, to avoid some damage. But they want to keep the sticks away from damage as much as possible, so they stick them all the way up there.
The second part of the question, Alex, is the future, where we are expecting them to, after booster couches return, hopefully on the next flight, Flight 13, we're going to start seeing ship couches. Those are currently planned to be on these towers. They're going to be the same kind of couches as the boosters, I assume. That's the plan still. But eventually, are we going to start seeing couch towers, standalone couch towers?
Well, there's plans for that. They're definitely not in a rush to make those couch towers just yet. Based on at least on that sort of thing, I think it's most likely sort of like an option, but not a full-on sort of thing that they definitely really need right now, right? Like if in the future they really want a catch tower, they have the plans, they have the paperwork in place, right? But it's one of those things that it's like I'm not sure we're gonna see that anytime soon. It's not like we really are seeing any kind of work towards that. When we start seeing it, then we'll say, hey, yeah, they're starting work on catch towers.
Yeah, fun times. Curtis, thank you for your spot, by the way, as well. I'm going to be in PR, is that Puerto Rico, next week. Could I see a launch while I am there? Well, the launch date we were not going to commit to. Please don't book plans based on what we're assuming with the launch date. But based on viewing, let's take the assumption that it does launch next week. What is the viewing like for Puerto Rico? Right, I'm trying to get my bearings on the geography there.
Puerto Rico for that, you'd have to be on the south end of Puerto Rico, and you would definitely see the ship above you. If it's unless it's cloudy out or anything along those lines. But you would, if you're on the south end of Puerto Rico, you'd see the ship. It'd be still pretty far away, but it should be high enough in altitude that it wouldn't matter. You'd definitely see the plume. Because they plan on launching in the afternoon, so nighttime you'd see a massive plume off the ship. Anyone in that general area of the Caribbean Sea is going to see a really cool plume until engine cut off, and then they'll obviously see LOX tank venting after that too. So it'll look pretty cool. Basically, it probably wouldn't even matter where you were in Puerto Rico to see it. But
Nice.
as long as it's not cloudy out, you should be able to see a massive plume up in the sky.
I could do my LSR thing with that. If you do happen to see an interesting view of a launch from any location, such as Puerto Rico or something like that, tag our socials and show the photograph of your video you took. And I'll tell you one thing, I do joke about that because it's a line that at least I like. It gets to mention that it's not just X we're on Facebook, Instagram, even TikTok and things like that. You know, things I don't use. Some of the coolest things we've seen is when we've done like my little bandicap of a SpaceX launch of a Starlink from Vandenberg, something like that. You know, people reply to that launch clip with their own views of the launch from their backyards and things. And I've always found that really fascinating, especially the jellyfish one. They look amazing. So I always do that, just, you know, tag us. Even if we don't necessarily see it immediately, everyone who's clicking on that post will see it in the replies. So you are spreading it. It's not just to us, it's to everybody. So that's really cool. I do like that. Also, I do like the fact that we've got like over 6,000 people. There's not a lot going on right now. And over 6,000 people in the street. That just shows the interest levels in Starship are still way there, which is great news for all concerned. But it also means we'll probably get quite a lot of new people in and asking, you know, basic questions. And I think it's very important we don't just ask, because it is a stream for everybody. And if it is your first time here, welcome. And the second part is, this is a question for Ryan. Why does ice fall off the Frosty booster when wondering, because we've been wondering since it's all seen in the SpaceX video. So ice, the frost, which condenses on, well, basically layers the outer steel hull of this booster, it starts basically almost like pressurizing, it comes loose via pressurization, doesn't it, Ryan?
Well, it's more of, with a really cold booster, the outside air freezes against the booster, the outside moisture, I should say. It'll freeze against the cold booster and ice builds up, and after enough time, the ice builds up to a weight where it can't, its internal friction and stickiness doesn't work as much anymore, and the ice just cracks and falls off. That's about it. I mean, pressure changes, and of course, if it's static flyers, the vibrations will knock ice off, but when you're seeing ice fall off, like during detanking or during loading, I mean, it could definitely mean the booster is expanding and contracting, but it also means that, you know, eventually ice buildup just cracks and falls under its own weight. So, yeah.
It's kind of funny that one of the more basic questions is where I turn into a complete idiot trying to give an explanation to it's frosty and pressurization, it pops off, doesn't it? It's weird how that works when you're so used to something, then you just try and explain it like a line. It doesn't work. It's amazing how that works. A more technical question for you, definitely, Ryan, is Cosmic Exploration Technology is a great username. What are those big GS bunker vents that aren't active during the whole process? What's their use?
GSE bunker vents. The ones on the side structure. Those are basically just air vents. So when you have a large enclosed structure like that, you need to have some kind of venting for the air. For air circulation, I bet they have. Those are connected to large fans and as well as nitrogen. So one, you can just use it for air circulation. The other thing it's used for is those are mainly over the primary propellant valves. So the LOX, primary LOX valve is on the side we're looking at right now. The primary methane valve is on the other side of the service structure. Those are kind of where, it's basically kind of where some of those vents line up is some of the main prop valves. Now, what they do is during loading, no seal is ever perfect. You're going to have oxygen leakage, you're going to have CH4 leakage, and you'll probably have a buildup of oxygen and methane gas. And what you can do with those vents is you then purge the area. So you don't want like a mixture of oxygen and methane in a tight enclosed space. That's not good. All it takes is the right mixture and a spark, and it goes kaboom. So the whole point of those is to purge the bunker and make it basically a nitrogen-rich atmosphere in there, more nitrogen-rich than outside, I should say, to purge oxygen and methane out so that you don't have a buildup of explosive gases and, keep it as safe as possible. Now, we have not seen any venting out of some of those during static fires, but there is a possibility that when they go to launch, with the plume going to be interacting with the covers on the hold down arms and all that other stuff, there's a chance we see those vents actually vent out cold nitrogen gas when a launch happens. But we have not seen it during the static fire. So they're just kind of passively venting it at this time.
As a fire engine goes past my window, apologies if you heard the siren, that was from me in Yorkshire. Not long after, I had a bunch of Canada geese having an argument outside my window. So all noises coming through my voice didn't show us coming through, so maybe you didn't hear it. Maybe the microphone's good enough to filter that out, shall we say. So this is great. Davey says Patrick Bob is Elon in disguise, thanking us for giving SpaceX workers something to watch while they work. Then the second one, straight after it, was from Koda, who says, how do you feel when Star Factory watches your Starbase live stream to inspect in real-time views of the pad? It's something that's been going on for years. We heard about it from SpaceX's back in the early, back in the windbreak and high bay days, before the mega bays and what have you, and the gigabays. We knew they had us on screens there, but it was kind of like only until the Jay Leno tour about 4 or 5 years ago, was it 4 years ago, something like that, with Elon, that during those clips that on Jay Leno's documentary, we saw Starbase Live on big screens. I was like, hang on a minute, well, big screens, it actually is, but that's visual proof that we've got big screens. And of course, Tim did a tour, we saw it on one of the screens during his tour, and we saw it again on one of the screens in the latest SpaceX video as well. We knew about it. SpaceX has told us we're on screens in Hawthorne, McGregor, and on the Space Coast, and it is really cool. I must admit, it is super cool. I don't think Patrick Bob's Elon, though. There we go. I think Elon's more focused on X rather than YouTube streams, so I would fully expect Patrick Bob to be Patrick Bob. There we go. Will there be a payload on this flight, Ryan?
As far as we know, they do plan on putting something on Ship 39. As for what it is, we don't know. But there was that FCC filing about comms during a flight or something along those lines. So we'll just have to watch and see what gets loaded on 39 if we're able to catch it. See when that happens.
Very good. Alex, question here about SpaceX's future. There is a Louisiana expansion apparently out there. Any ideas what that could be about?
Well, there's a lot of speculation, right, and no enough information, I guess. We do know that they seem to be about to, or if not already, have acquired quite a lot of area, like a good footprint out there. I personally think it's going to be some kind of, Starbase 2.0 sort of thing, where they can build and launch out of there. The main reason for that is because it's close, right? It's not a lot of a trip time if you go through the Gulf and whatnot. And it also allows you to be far enough away from Mexico, for example, that if you tried to do a polar launch, you might be able to do that from Louisiana. By the time the ship sort of gets into orbit, it's already quite far down range, but also still not over Mexico. And if it flies over Mexico, it's like some of the least populated areas, right? Which in terms of the, all of the things that they need to do with the FAA of probabilistic chances of injuries or harm to the public or whatever, like those sorts of things play in your favor when you're trying to fly over, some other country and things like that. It's like, well, but it's the least populated area in that country, so the chances are very low if something were to happen on the ship or whatever, right? I do think that might be the reason why. And why would you launch to polar? Might be the next question, right? Well, it's because of the AI satellites. We know already this big constellation that they want to launch of 1 million satellites, and there's an entire shell of these satellites are going to be in sun-synchronous orbits, this sort of polar / slightly retrograde orbits where you have constant illumination by the sun, right? And so you are able to basically have 100% the day sun all the time, and you power your satellites for all day, right? And so I think that's probably going to be the reason why they might purchase that. Because Vandenberg is an option, but it's also very small, right? You have a lot of things going on there, lots of hills, for example. You may be able to make a gigabay of sorts. Entire production facility and things like that might be too far off, but yeah, we'll see what they do in Louisiana. It seems like it might be something to look at very closely.
James, thank you for your support, and what a great thing to end this, but I've pre-read it. You can imagine why I'm saying that. When do you guys think SpaceX will achieve full ship reusability? Thank you guys for your content. You're the reason I got into rockets. That is awesome, by the way. That is super. So that means a lot to me. Someone who started NSF 21 years ago, not the YouTube channel, that all came organically later on. But it does mean a lot to me anyway because of that. So thank you for your support and thank you for the message. But Ryan, when do you think they'll get full ship reusability?
Probably early next year. I think they might catch a ship this year. And then on top of that, I would guess actually reusing a caught ship, I don't think it's going to happen until next year at this rate. But, you know, there's a lot that has to go into it because even if they catch the first, even if they say catch 41, they'll have to tear into it and take a look at it, see how the ship went. I doubt they would reuse it, and then they would probably fly another one, catch that one, and see if that one can be reused or not. Because catching and reusing a booster is one thing. A ship is entirely another can of worms because of what the re-entry it has to go through. So.
Right, Alex, try and get your head around this one, because I'm trying to visualize it. I'm failing badly. Kirby wants to know, why does a SpaceX just add a second booster to get Starship to low Earth orbit without refueling and go to the moon?
Why would you? It's a very big rocket if you were to do that. It's already a big rocket. You're sort of thinking of doing an even bigger rocket, right? That's too much complication in terms of ground systems and things like that. And also, how do you recover that second booster, right? Why doesn't SpaceX just add the second booster? How do you recover it, right? You want a full reusability system or a fully reusable system that's cheap and launches often and things like that. It's like, how do you recover the second booster? Oh, it turns out the second booster goes into an orbital speed. Oh, then how do I recover something from orbit? Look at the ship, right? That's one of the things that the whole reason why it needs so many refuelings is because the ship it basically uses its own propellant to get into orbit, but that is also why it can then be turn around and come back, turn around and launch again, and you have that advantage of being able to launch quickly. And so if you do the opposite of just launch once and it's a very big rocket, what will you trade? Launch certainly way smaller, or launch the extremely big rocket once and maybe cross your fingers that it doesn't explode on the pad, right? That's a really easy trade-off.
You say we're not going to get a Starship Heavy, a triple core 99 engine Starship, because I want that.
Good luck designing that one.
Yeah.
Good luck.
And wouldn't solve the issue. You will still need to use the ship. It will probably get your ship closer to orbital speeds, but it will still not get your ship all the way to orbit. You will still need to use the propellant on the ship to get into orbit.
Also, how are you catching 3 boosters?
We have a massive question queue. I am not removing these questions. We'll keep going until we answer them all, I tell you. So forgive us if you're 30 minutes behind. I'm 30 minutes behind on the question queue. I will get through as many as we possibly can. What I'm going back to Ryan about, because Ryan did intimate it earlier, Mr. Hal wants to know, do you think they'll put boys or buoys? It depends where you're from. Gulf for the booster 11
setup, where they have for landing, and they'll try to catch the booster egg landing. I'd be really curious to see how high up they cut the landing burn, do a full landing burn on night, and cut it to let it drop, because they're going to want the booster to up rather than hit the water and fall over. Because if it's largely intact, then they'll probably have to go grab it again. I don't think they want to rigmarole because there's no gravity. As well, wait for the next booster and actually get her or catch 21, whichever one they decide to catch first. So I think like this booster will like cut its engine at like 500 into the Gulf of Mexico and blow up. So,
yeah. Forward just says, "Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Edison, for this stream. I want to point this out. It's not a question. Really appreciate well done. Yeah, it's a free stream. It's YouTube. You might premium, but either way, the old concept of it is that we are streaming via our roots. We're not talking over someone else's stream. We are using our own equipment here, our own hardware, even on hand in a lot of the cases on our cameras and Starbase, which is bonkers to this day. What I would say is, you don't have to super chat. I mean, we got like 97,000 on the stream right now. Hit the like button. Just do me. I don't ask much. I'm just asking now. Just like the stream. The reason why we say like the stream is it's not monetary, but it helps us with the rankings on when people search for like Starship, Space, because I guarantee you those scam channels, like return channels, and all those non-AIs have ways of sure they get lots of likes via even pay in some cases I've heard, where they get some 8-year-old maybe get into rockets, types in SpaceX Starship, and gets Elon talking a speech he did 3 years ago. Someone's got crypto. I hate the idea of that. That's why I always say, like in our streams and other streams, other channels, the original content, all the original content channels, like their streams, it helps all of us bring message across to what could be potentially new people getting into rockets. It's very important to me that helps that free thing takes you half a second to do. So thank you for doing that, because I've just seen jumped by 500 likes. Max says, Space AI moves so fast. Thanks for covering. That's a massive AI. It is becoming a thing, isn't it, Ryan, where SpaceX...
Unfortunately. Yeah, it is. It's very unfortunate. Really, real big thing, because I'm not a fan of AI at all. Because like those AI launches, it still has a ton of Starlink, a ton of tanker flights to do, cargo flights to do, payload to low Earth orbit for building other vehicles and space stations and all that other stuff. But yeah, basically, I don't know. I just don't like AI. I don't want to see it. But that's just me.
Is this true? Official. So I'll put it on the screen so people can read it. Hi, Josh, you're in IFT 9, Flight 9. When I was in Key, Florida, and your stream helped me see Starship in the sky right before Seeker. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. That was really cool. Yeah, we got to see it as well. Your own Mark 1 eyeballs, I think the saying is on our streams. F20 is the username. They've become a member, which is a very high level of support. So very much appreciate it. Well, Red has become a Padre member as well. Welcome. Carson just says, question mark. There is a regulatory giraffe from a very old stream where Daz drew a giraffe for scale next to a Starship. I don't know why. Until this day, I don't know why, but it's become a thing. It's become part of the legend. It's become a part member. Welcome, Charlie. Audrey, is coffee being served at some point during the stream? Giving support. Chris Bray, massive tip, twice. Appreciate the stream. I don't know if it's doubling up or you're doing it twice, but either way, it's even one of us. Amazing, so very much appreciate it. Thank you. As a statement, my theory is that chine tape is some release pressure is there to release pressure in case another COPV fails during testing to minimize damage. What do you think? Ryan, what do you think about the tape on the COPVs?
No, if a COPV fails, the whole booster side ripped open in an instant. Those COPVs run at 1,000 psi. Tape is it'll blow a hole in the side of the tank no matter what. Giant tape is there because they just don't, because anytime it's easier to cover up that gap with tape rather than a strip of steel and bolts if you want to quickly access it back in the bank. That's the only reason the tape is there. So, yeah.
Very good. Back to you, Frank, because I know you've been dealing with this quite a lot in articles and stuff. And it is a very good question because once they do get to full, we're going to see ship quick disconnect testing, aren't we? When do we think, what are your expectations about this, right? The system, because they had it at masses on the Raptor side recently. But it is the first time this plate will have touched a ship during a full stack.
So, they've been purging the the biggest system is not it itself. It's ship testing all the pre-press, all the power, all the data lines, and then actually loading propellant into using the design ship QD arm, using the tower, and using those systems out. The entire ship side of the tank farm is what we're tested. Not really the plate, but the entire ship side.
Pioneer, what are your biggest concerns about Flight 12?
My biggest concern is that the whole flight failed early in the flight, right? That some of the booster isn't up to spec, and we have another reply one, except for the pad stuff, right? Where the booster sort of veers off, and the whole thing just fails, right? My biggest concerns, because if that were SpaceX will in a really big that they will have to get out of in order to continue with to get as much data as possible, and go through the timeline events as far down the line as can.
Yeah, I mean, go right.
Sorry, we could be in loading. I'm trying to tell the subcoolers are really. Looks like they're starting to get pressure behind them. Reclaim needs to kind of pull it off, but the subcoolers they got pressure behind. Be into getting sub-chill propelled to the booster right now. Watch for frost to start showing up 10 minutes here. I know it should be a little bit harder this time with all the paint, so we may not see like frost for a little bit. Longer than that. We'll have to wait and see here, but they may be getting into prop load here, which should give it. It's like a 35 940 TC. It's kind of what we're looking at. So
Post this stream because I'll be busy with Andy coming for Lips Rex and what have you. So we'll be swapping over. So we are looking more and we start seeing frost on the vehicle, which is not far off at this point. Now, is the top deck deluge needed for a static fire? Was it before the static fire? Well, they have tested it before, haven't they, without a booster on the part. Will they be using the full deluge system with the top deck as during the static fire test?
No, it's useless during a static fire test. It doesn't do anything. The top is there for is to protect the launch mount, server structure, and during a launch. There is no exhaust impingement on the top deck. If there is exhaust impingement on the top deck of the mount today, we have a massive problem because that means the mounts taken off when it shouldn't have. So that better not happen. We don't want a dynamic fire. We don't want that. No. We don't want that.
And for people just joining, because we are getting more all the time, it's probably right that we give a status update on what we expect today. Resident provides that vehicle for us to answer it by saying, do you think we'll see them do a static fire and a full wet dress rehearsal today? I know the answer to that, Alex, but Alex, maybe explain what we expect today.
Well, I can answer the last question. We will definitely see a full stack wet dress because ship roll out tonight at midnight. So definitely not going to have that today. I would say probably not tomorrow either. We're probably going to get that rollout in the night and then full stack in the morning / afternoon. And somewhere in the week. That price today we see like another round of closures for testing this weekend. But yeah, as for today, we hope to see some kind of testing of Booster 19, and hopefully that'll be a static fire test. The clue will be levels that we see on the propellant, right? If it starts at the last booster test that they did on the ground was like with just booster, right? We started seeing load on the methane tank way earlier. It was like probably going to be a full load, and they put the booster for that test, but for they only load the liquid atoms a little bit later in the count, only like a couple of rings, plus the transfer tube, of course. But yeah, that's mainly what we'll look for.
Very good. Yeah. Crystal Lee, what about team? What about Thank you for gifting 5 team memberships. So you've been playing forward big time there. And Byford, always a regular. Thank you, Byford, who sent a massive super chat, and you say something in that super chat by saying happy Static Fire Day contribution, and please everyone like this awesome channel I host today, Chris, Alex, and Ryan. Byford, you could ask a question or anything like that. I mean, you're regular, so I know you know most of the answers anyway, but that is a lovely thing to thank you very much, Byford. This 4 official asks a question that a lot of people do ask over time, and that is, what will happen to Falcon 9 Heaven's commercial operation? Ryan, you first. I'll give Alex as well, but Ryan first.
I will think if you were to ask me this a while back, I would say Falcon 9 would stay in operation for a while. I think like Crew Dragon will stay in operation for a good chunk of time. It's still incredibly useful in Cargo Dragon. It's good for quick, smaller resupplies to space stations and stuff like that. But like launch cadence, well, just read the instructions as being decommissioned for Falcon 9 and being converted into a transport barge kind of says that they're going all in on Starship. And they're going to like business to Starship like as quick as possible and as much as possible right away. I still think Falcon 9 will be in operation with different, NSSL launches, NRO, so like national security launches and stuff like that, and some customer payloads, and then of course Cargo and Crew Dragon for probably the next 10 years, maybe, until Starship can like do crew. But as for like Starlinks, it might die much sooner than.
Also, the question of like what sort of means enters. Starship is just a whole different ride than Falcon 9. Falcon 9 can launch.
I find it fascinating because we've seen a lot of manifests, and they do go for many years. And they've got contracts. They've always done connect. It's not been an issue for SpaceX. All praise to Grant Shotwell, who has done an amazing job in her role at SpaceX. That often gets overlooked, not too much because she does a lot of interviews. Is front and center as the president of SpaceX. But that is something people, Elon is like the chief designer and what have you. I always find him as someone who's hired a brilliant team. That's the biggest praise I'd give to Elon, is that he has found a big talent in itself to achieve the goal that he wants to say, this is what I would like, and get people in who can then make the big when the history is spent in the future, in like 50 years' time. They'll look back to the team, and Miss Shotwell would be front and center. I would have to know. Let's also update the status on what we were hoping to the party not long after potential. Ryan, can you update where we are with these road delays now? Because people are joining and probably wondering why do road delays keep moving around. What does this mean for today's testing? We've got a study fire coming up, and then pause, and then tonight 99 rollout. Yeah.
As of right now, and I say as of right now because it's SpaceX and who knows what they're going to do. The road delay is set up for midnight to 4 a.m. for a roll from production to pad, and that would probably mean an early morning something along those lines tomorrow. And then I would get checkouts all day, and then they'd probably try to do a wet dress on Saturday to use up. That would make 3 of 5 weekend closures already for the year to be used up under their environmental assessment stuff. But basically, it seems like SpaceX is kind of trying to push real hard to get this stack out to get a wet dress done. So it wouldn't surprise me if for some reason ship got ready, because they were ready. It seemed like they were going to roll it today, and then they pushed it again. So we've seen them bring it forward before, so who knows? Maybe they'll do it, or maybe it'll roll afternoon. Who even knows at this point?
It's
but either
weird to
way,
me because. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought you were talking.
Go ahead.
The point that I was trying to make is that it seems weird to me because originally the road closure was like for the transport of the ship was at 10 a.m. 2 p.m. I think it was, right? That enough today. Like if she's ready to go, this static fire may happen hopefully in the next hour. Let's not fingers. If it's a static fire, of course. But whatever they do with booster, it might happen within an hour. There's like another hour and a half to the end and save the booster. That still will be within that 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. window for them to roll out the ship and stack. So I really want to delay this, no pun intended, to midnight tonight. Like, right? Is the ship not fully ready? Is it something else? I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah, Nikki in chat. I just wanted calling my eye, Nikki. That's why I think it's good we're talking about this right now. You can confuse this 139 rolling out. I'll boost the 19 needs to roll back quite. So we'll stay at the pad. It'll just be the longer wait until 39 joins it, and then they'll full stack. So it'll be full stack probably when you crush rehearsal at some point. So that's where we are with this. There's so many questions here. I hope I'm going to put as many possible into the queue for Ryan when he takes over hosting. But this one, we might not know the answer, Ryan, but AKA software. How many engines have been replaced since the last static fire test?
No idea. I'm entirely honest. They could have replaced the all inner 13, and I think that is booster. Yeah, paper off the boost, so that's going to be start to. Kind of curious to see how the frost works with the paint. It might just freeze the paint and get frost in the paint. We'll have to watch here, because as we know, it doesn't take long for them to load this thing, so we might see it shortly.
Very good. A question I've always wanted to know, and I assumed is a yes as the answer, but the question is, do the chopsticks have a safety brake like elevators in the case of a cable break?
Nope.
Right, that's PAT systems. I would assume yes. You're going to say no?
Nope. If that cable breaks, well, what would most likely happen is if it breaks with a vehicle, the weight of the vehicle would cause the entire carriage to pin itself against the tower. It might fall a little bit, but it would probably cantilever and then angle pin itself against the tower. At which point then sticks a kit from the tower, and maybe the vehicle slides off the sticks, and there's a whole bunch with that. But nope, there's no break. If the cable breaks and the entire cable, it's gonna fall.
Yep. I'm about to hand over the reins, but before I do, I'm going to cause chaos because I've got magnet power. I always find it fascinating. Sorry about it in advance, but fascinating where people are watching from. It's usually all around the world, and it is just fascinating to know that you're talking to people literally around the globe. I do find that fascinating. Switzerland, Maryland, it's going to scroll really fast. Belfast, Germany, I'm going to miss people out here. Colorado, Australia, oh my word. Central Florida, Poland, Argentina. Lots of Germans, by the way. London, Nottingham, more Germans. So many Germans watching. That's crazy. Germany's. East Yorkshire, whole East Yorkshire. Wow. I survived Brandon. You'll know what that means. Skipton, Victoria, Austria, South Africa, Colorado, Brazil, France, Kosovo, some Germans, Germany. This is a person just from Germany. Michigan, Russia, Poland, Kenya, Sydney. Wow, that is bonkers. That is such a great spread around the globe. And yes, we'll put Earth. And so when we do that, you'll get someone saying, on that bombshell, let me say it's time learning time, which means you've got to knock me off and get someone professional to host.
Professional?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
It's true.
We still have a British accent, though. We don't lose that.
Well, it's not Norfolk. I don't want to, anyway. Right, thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. I'm here, and I have been definitely paying very close attention to everything that's been going on. So for everyone else who hasn't, Rabbi, could you explain what's been happening over the last hour or so? Maybe before SpaceX has been getting ready.
Have you been paying attention?
Very much so. I'm actually going to make sure everything you're saying is correct.
Okay. But basically, they started the methane reclaim vent around 7:45 a.m. or so, and about right on cue, about an hour and 15 or give or take into chill down, they really started the prop load. That was around 9 is when the subcooler started going a bunch, and now here we are about 9:11, give or take 9:12 is when we started seeing some kind of basically clouds the booster, suggesting that they were really starting to prop load. So they are loading propellants out of the booster right now. We're kind of expecting a static fire, considering tanking tests might be a little redundant. They did a gas test last night. They closed the road for about 2 hours, pressurized the tanks, probably pressurized the COPVs, and probably they might have the road just to be a little bit extra safe. And then they vented off the booster. And here we are, they're loading prop, hopefully for a static fire. The trench exits are clear. Everything's buttoned up. They moved and the other indicator I would say is the fact that the booster transport stand was moved up Highway 4 again. Thank you, SpaceX, for not blocking our of the trench exit this time around. They kind of put it right around the service structure, although the clouds are doing a good job of that anyways, but those will go away when they fire the engines. But yeah, we're kind of expecting a 33 engine static fire, hopefully, if that's like 10 seconds.
I mean, you're thanking SpaceX for not blocking the trench view from our highway side with that transport stand, but I'm looking at our behind the scenes cameras views here, and I'm currently counting 5, if not 6 down right now. Actually, not see anything. So the transport isn't the biggest, considering how cloudy it is at Starbase this morning.
Yeah, the wind is not blowing in the good direction for those clouds to not be on our cameras.
Yes, indeed. And how people might be joining right now. We're just prop loading. Maybe I have some time to go watch something else and come back a bit later. But the propellant on stupendously.
Yeah. If you watch something, it might be like something to look at, like something like that is 5 or 10 p.m. Our latest video. Which one is our latest video? To Starship update. That latest video, and still have enough time for the static. Yeah, it might be within the next 20s, right? Right, like that's what we were talking about before. That it takes about 30-35 minutes or so from the start of propellant load until we see that that test. So we'll see.
Just crossed 18 minutes past 9 in the morning local time. We are getting loads of questions. Keep them coming. Tags in chat at NASFlight or at NSF. First of all, sorry if I'm definitely pronouncing that incorrectly. But how does the new hot stage ring support the ship compared to the previous one? It seems it will support more weight than the former one. Of course, booster version 3 includes the integrated truss. You can see at the top of the booster there. Previously, Ryan, they used a separate ring, which they kind of just put on and called it a day to solve the not needing to do a 360 rotation to separate the two vehicles. How these different hot stage rings compare? Because there's certainly less steel, at least it appears from this angle.
So the old one basically had the original booster forward, and they put a 10-ton or about 9-ton hot stage ring on it with a bunch of reinforcement to take the exhaust bolt load of the ship. This new one, that, and it takes basically a CNC machine ring, hooks it in with bolts and a truss system that if you do the static, so it's called STEX is the math for it, you can base it and everything. Basically, it will distribute tire load of a 1,500 totally loaded through the truss system and into the tank, and basically throughout the rest of the vehicle. And then there's also like ports, dome plus the grid there to kind of hold not only the grid fins but the forward dome up. So it's a lot of it's more the truss systems and everything else. It's a much nicer line. It's esque and during
reiteration of this vehicle, SpaceX is slowly but surely getting towards the design of the N1. And Starship version 10 is just that's just what it's going to be, because every time the vehicle they make it. Here's some of the squealing. have another question here from Marco. They are on these test sites given the expected production ramp up. It's kind of it kind of has a moat, so expand along the road to Massey's, perhaps. I'm not sure on that one.
So they actually have a land swap in place. It isn't approved yet. It's in a proposal swap to get a bunch of the land to the west and the east of Massey's. So in theory, if they were to get that land, they could branch off of Massey's Way and make basically make two more Massey's sides. So have cryo-proof stations, maybe another static fire stand for ships, and other things. So there is a swap that they're looking at. It is not approved yet, but it is out there to like it'd be like 3 or 4 times the land or something to that effect. It'd be a decent expansion to fill in all that land. I don't know if they fill in the moat, but they definitely would try to take some of the land around it.
I mean, it wouldn't be the most ambitious, engineering of all time, just, filling in the most before around the world, but I wonder if there's an environmental probably would be happy taking away like habitat and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, land swap kind of thing. I think the more ridiculous engineering challenge for filling something in it, I know someone brought it up earlier, is the Louisiana thing that people have been talking about. Swamp land down there that's marshes, like right at the Mississippi Delta and whatnot. That's the engineering requirement that area, especially to the area that SpaceX is going to acquire, which is like a total of like 130,000 acres, like 200 square miles. Especially in an area that it's relatively remote with one road in and out. At least in Boca, you have somewhat solid ground to fill in and work on. Like, didn't that long to fill in, but that's not marshland like that is.
Yeah. Always fun working on sites because they are right adjacent to the city, always a big structural engineering work with a high water table, famously. trying to build a theme park on a swamp it's not the easiest thing in the world. So much venting going on. Just look at the clouds. I mean, I think this, unless I'm misremembering, I think this might be some of the biggest clouds that we have seen for booster testing. I mean, they're literally rising to the height of the booster itself on the launch pad. What's that, like 90 meters or something? It's crazy.
Yeah, the wind today is carrying everything. Right, this is a great view. Where's the booster?
This is SpaceX's, anti-corporate espionage technology.
The wind and the conditions down there, which is kind of, I think the humidity's kind of high. Let me look at what the conditions are at Port Isabel down there. It's 90% humidity, 80 degrees. So, and the wind is east at 8 miles an hour. Well, the winds must be different down at the launch site than it is at Port Isabel, because that's definitely not easterly on that wind. I'll just say that. It's kind of west. Almost due west, in fact. But yeah, it's pretty humid down there, so like you're not getting a lot of the clouds just kind of stick around. But I'll just guess when they go to static fire it, a lot of it will just vanish. A lot of the clouds will just vanish.
Let's see. Speak corporate espionage. Helios Ares is asking, is that pad gantry structure that we can see through the pad 2 trench right now? It was probably a previous video a while ago, but SpaceX, that pad 1 infrastructure full design of.
Yep, they're on the side. because the ground around the trench is not ready yet. So they're refabbing it in a staging area, and LR11,000 will just put it into place once the ground's ready.
Probably go through a little bit more support as well, which we've been getting over the last 20 minutes or so. Anti-Zero, thank you for becoming a member. That means you now get access to the Discord server. Anonymous has been on saying that the last one got port pirated. I'm very sorry. Thank you nonetheless for once again purchasing the Starbase Retro mouse pad at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you for your support. JJ, thank you for your support. They are asking, what are the plans for Orion and SAS when SpaceX apply the lander and refueling? What is the SAS and Orion going to be used for in those later missions, or will they not be used at all? Well, very briefly, Ryan, the Artemis 3 and 4 architecture, it sees a Orion being more SAS and then working with a lander. So they're both going to...
Yeah, basically. Once, I don't know what SLS and Orion's fate is. Later into the program, later into Artemis as a whole, but basically, for Artemis 3, Orion's gonna dock with HLS, and Artemis 4, they're gonna dock with HLS as well, and then HLS will undock in lunar orbit, and then they'll land on the moon, and then come back up, redock with Orion, and then leave again. So they need Orion together. So yeah.
Yeah, Orion's the only spacecraft currently exists, which take humans to the moon and back through that re-entry, and that is a very, very dynamic phase of flight. So that's really the key component of certifying a spacecraft to be able to carry humans that far. Orion is the only one that can do it. No other spacecraft can do that right now. Astro 95 Media, Nathan is in chat. Thank you for your support. What is Ryan Webber's take on how they'll execute the booster flip events we saw on flights 9, 10, and 11? Will it be directly random again? Well, they don't have those blocked events. They think they're doing something slightly different, the same effect.
It'll be using the ship ignition sequence to help control where booster flips, as well as thrust vector. So thrust vector control plus ships to help using the engine thrust to direct the booster. Of course, booster thrust vector as well. Combination of a bunch of different things to flip the booster in the direction they want to flip it in.
And thank you for becoming a partner. Thank you for your support as well. Rest assured, we have plenty of cameras bringing you as many zooming in views like this one as possible. So don't view closer cameras when they are available.
I think for us, it's usually about 20 or so after the start of booster lock load, and then of course it's when they start getting closer to the top of the large chines, which they're almost there. So we should see methane frost very shortly here.
To get frosty as LOX and methane gets loaded onto the vehicle. Of course, right now with this new booster design, they have that huge Falcon 9 booster size transfer tube. There you go. The guy's getting in the way again. They have that huge transfer tube, which means it takes a little while before we actually see the methane frost line start to rise on the methane tank itself. But that doesn't mean they're not loading methane.
they're slowly loading methane right now. The methane subcooler vent kind of, good. It gets a bunch of pressure behind it, then it kind of slows down. Gets a bunch of pressure behind it, slows down. Because they're not loading at max rate right now. They're probably not even using all 4 pumps because they don't need to load a full tank of methane. They only need to load the transfer tube plus about a ring or so, a little bit more than that of the right just above the commando. So they're not loading as fast. We saw on the booster wet dress rehearsal they did that. All the subcooler vents were running at max for the entire time. Probably running all the pumps at max as well. So that's why we don't see the methane frost till later on this. I think it was when they were only at a quarter of the blocks tank on that wet dress rehearsals when we saw methane frost appear. It should be coming up any minute now.
Speaking of that tank, D. Freeman 777 is asking, what is that black circle on the booster? Is that paint or an open access hatch? I do hope it isn't an open access hatch at this point, right? But that is an access hatch, right? So they can get inside and obviously not right now, but inside the bays and stuff.
It is an access hatch, so they can get access to the methane tank. There is a ladder on the inside that goes down and onto the common dome, and then that ladder goes down the common dome and to the transfer tube, and then there's a ladder on the transfer tube that goes all the way down the transfer tube. So that's a 50-meter long ladder to get all the way down to the bottom of the booster inside the transfer tube, or almost to the bottom of the booster, just going through that hatch. It's maybe just once I want to go down that ladder, but
hope you don't get stuck at the bottom. Certainly a long way down.
I think.
Are we seeing some frost?
Condensation. There it is. Yep, there it is.
Starting to form on the right-hand side of those stringers. Building up now. Kind of bending around to the other side as well.
It's about 9:32 or so, 9:32 and 30 seconds. Trying to get all my time out so I know exactly what it is going to be on launch day here. So,
yeah.
With that, let's see here. We could have a booster test in about 10 minutes. So maybe 9:42, 9:43, give or take. Somewhere around there is my guess on the T0. We will have to watch and wait to see. We'll have the 2 drains that'll pop up. Although I don't think we're actually going to see the drain vents because of how much fog there is around. That's going to be kind of hard to tell. So we'll have to try to keep it out to see if we can't see those or not.
A couple of questions as we get closer towards the predicted T0 time today. First of all, Matthew is asking, are the landing tanks loaded during these tests even though they are not used?
I would assume yes. I would assume that the CH4 landing tank is kind of enclosed, kind of not enclosed. That would basically passively fill with the transfer tube anyways. As far as I understand, I don't think there's a valve that blocks it. The LOX landing tank does, as far as I remember, there is a valve off of it. So in theory, they wouldn't have to fill it, but I don't see why you would not fill it. It wouldn't really be that great to have that much liquid oxygen around it and not have that tank filled. That's not great for pressure reasons and everything else, so you might as well fill it anyways and pressurize it. Because the last thing you want to do is do a booster 7 transfer tube and collapse the landing tank. That would not be good. So you might as well fill it anyways and equalize the pressures and everything like that. Yeah, so be suboptimal.
And as we approach the test itself, we've seen a couple static fires so far from this booster, neither of which have got 100% of plan. SpaceX have admitted themselves the cryo support equipment hasn't been able to keep up with the, protecting command itself from those Raptor engines, whether that be 10 engines or 33. We have a couple people asking in chat, what should we expect? Astro Sandy is asking, do we expect a full duration on all of the engines? Jacob is asking 60-second static fire. I'll go around the room. Alex, let's start with you. What do you think? Do you think SpaceX are going to go full on out? They're going to try whatever idiom you want to use here, like go all the way?
I don't think it's going to be a 60-second static fire, to be honest. It doesn't seem to me that Pad 2 is able to do that sort of thing. It might just be 10 seconds like we've seen so far, right? The previous static fires of boosters used to be like 10 seconds, maybe 8. Some of the shortest good static fires, right? There's been, of course, way shorter static fires than 8 seconds, but like static fires that ran for the full planned duration and like we didn't see extra testing or whatever, it used to be anywhere between 8 to 10 seconds, right? So it could be just like that. The whole reason we thought the previous static fires were short were because precisely those two, the first one was like 1 second and the other was like 2 or 3, right? So they were not especially as long as we had been used to, right? So it might just be that 8 to 10 seconds today. There was another question that you mentioned about, are they going to fire all the engines? Yes, like that's probably going to be what we're going to see, right? They're probably going to run all the engines just like they tried the last time around and see what happens. I know some of the chat has also been asking, like, why is it important that they fire the engines? Like, couldn't they test the deluge system on its own? And the answer is that, yes, they've done that multiple times.
the story for a long time, and we'll tell you right up front that it's going to be hard to swallow at first.
In 1989, a soft-spoken scientist in Nevada went on local television and said something that would baffle the world for the next 3 decades.
Do you copy over?
He said that he had worked at a secret government facility called S4, just south of Area 51 in the Nevada desert, where his actual job, was to reverse engineer the propulsion system of a craft that was not made by human hands. A flying saucer 53 feet in diameter. No seams, rivets, panels, buttons, wiring, or controls. Ladies and gentlemen, today's guest is the white whale of American alchemy guests, the enigmatic and ever-elusive Bob Lazar.
Robert Lazar.
Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar. That Lazar dude freaked me the out, man. He's a freak out.
Bob is basically a walking paradox, a human head spinner. He almost feels like an optical illusion of a person.
Back then, Area 51 meant nothing.
We've now heard a former director of national intelligence who oversaw all American intelligence agencies openly discuss a UFO tracking program housed at Area 51 specifically. We've also seen past directors of the CIA, congressmen and women, and whistleblowers across agencies endorsing the existence of a decades-long, multi-generational UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. But Bob is an anomaly. He's on an island. He's still the only person to have gone public claiming he worked directly on a craft of non-human origin. We've speculated about his story for years. Today we get to talk to him directly.
They really wanted to see if they could affect the flow of time.
Did they have a stated purpose for...
No.
In this interview, we get to ask him our most skeptical questions about his background, his education, his past, how he knows what he knows, and why he hasn't been forced into silence. John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job. Why do you think it didn't come up in a background check? There are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability? But we also ask our most awe-inspiring questions. We learn new details about where the craft he worked on was actually retrieved. We discuss the beings that may have occupied it, where they come from, and what they want with humanity. We even learn about Bob's current home laboratory experiments. He's still investigating the gravity-altering force he encountered while working on a flying saucer in the 80s. You heard me right. Bob is currently working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How did the reactor work?
Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube.
But this interview gets even crazier than that. I surprised Bob with a scientist at NASA who's doing his own experiments on anti-gravity.
What kind of voltage are you using?
Right now, about 400 volts.
That's unbelievable.
I also had the honor of showing Bob legendary, never-before-seen footage of a UFO at Area 51. People have been trying to get their hands on this specific footage for years.
Ready? Yeah. Going to the beginning.
This interview spans multiple days with both Bob and filmmaker Luigi Venditelli, the maker of S4, the Bob Lazar story. Luigi has spent 4 years working closely with Bob to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at S4 in vivid, hyper-realistic detail.
We really paid attention to what Bob said throughout the entire time. So we didn't invent anything.
Without further ado, please welcome this week's American alchemist, the man who helped reverse engineer a UFO, went public, and lived to tell the tale. The original UFO whistleblower, Bob Lazar.
Ignition sequence start. How is this possible?
We're living through the biggest transformation of the financial system in 100 years, and most people are still using the same platforms their parents used. I started to investigate the financial space in 2012 because I genuinely believed that the fiat dollar system was broken, not slightly broken, structurally, fundamentally broken. It's what you might call a long con, or perhaps a Ponzi scheme. I started to believe that a transparent, decentralized alternative wasn't just possible, it was necessary. I've spent 13 years researching it, living it, talking to the most serious minds building it. Kraken is the platform I kept coming back to with my own money. So when we finally decided to bring on our first ever financial sponsor in 4 years of doing this show, we went to them. Because I've used the product and I already believed in what they're building. Every other investing platform is essentially the old system with a better app on top. Kraken is different at a foundational level. They've been operating since 2011. Through every market crash, shout out Mt. Gox, every industry collapse, every moment other platforms failed their users. And when everything went catastrophically wrong in this industry, the people responsible for making customers whole didn't go to the biggest names in finance. They came to Kraken. On top of that, they publicly prove, not promise, prove that every dollar you deposit is fully accounted for. Anyone in the world can verify it at any time. No fine print, no blind faith, just proof. You can buy stocks and crypto in one place, earn better rewards than any investment account you've ever had, and send money anywhere in the world without those annoying fees your bank charges you for the exact same thing. Again, I've never taken on a financial platform as a sponsor in 4 years of this show. Having full control over your money shouldn't be about belief. It's the whole point. So go to kraken.com/AA to learn more and get $25 in Bitcoin. Again, that's kraken.com/AA. Owning the power of your money isn't just a belief, it's the whole point. One of the main reasons I'm able to go multiple hours on these podcasts while staying mentally sharp is because of this little drink. It's a product I started using years ago, and it's called Ketone IQ. I know the founders Jeff and Michael personally, and I was thrilled when they agreed to sponsor the show because it's one of the few products I trust to give me clean, sustainable energy. I've been taking a little shot of this thing during every long recording, and it lights my brain on fire. As you can see, Bob even took a shot during this one. The reason I keep coming back to these products is because I don't really do coffee. Coffee gives me a spike of energy, and then at some point I get jittery and I crash. Ketone IQ is fundamentally different. It gives you clean, steady mental clarity with no crash and no jitters. Here's the science behind why it actually works. When you're running on glucose or sugar, as your brain is most of the time, it's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain could be like a Ferrari, but you're feeding it 87 octane fuel all the time. Ketones are what your brain actually prefers when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days in order for your body to switch from glucose to ketones. This little shot of Ketone IQ gives you the ketones directly, so your brain runs the way it's supposed to without any spikes or crashes. It was originally developed through a multi-million-dollar Department of Defense contract for elite cognitive performance under stress. Bob Lazar probably could have used that at S4. So the same technology that's used by soldiers in high-demand environments is now available to anyone in the form of this little drink. So visit ketone.com/alchemy for 30% off your subscription order, plus receive a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/alchemy for a whole 30% off. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide and get your first shot free. Bob Lazar, I don't even know what to say. This is a make-a-wish day for me. This is an absolute honor. I'm so grateful for you being here. I have so many questions for you because there are a lot of people who say they've seen things in the sky or they've had ephemeral experiences, sometimes even with beings. There are very few people who have consistently held to the exact same story over the last almost 4 decades now, and it involves working on a craft and essentially reverse engineering or parallel process engineering what is a craft of non-human origin, an exotic craft. And so you are really one of one, and I can't wait to dive in. And I just want to thank, before we start, Luigi Vendatali, who is the amazing creator of this movie that you are in.
Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here.
I want to start with your childhood, and what was little Bob Lazar like?
I guess he was like a little scientist. I mean, I wasn't into sports at all. Still aren't. Instead of playing with toys, I take apart clocks and things like that my parents had, and put them back together. I was just very inquisitive.
Were you a rule breaker at all?
Yeah, for the most part. I really had a problem with authority, so I really didn't matter if it was my parents or teachers, whatever, telling me what to do. I said, I just don't recognize your authority to tell me that I can't do what I'm doing. And that just seems to be part of my DNA.
Yeah, it seems to be a running theme in your life. To have any power.
You really don't even understand what I'm up to, and you're already trying to put the kibosh on it here. So go away and leave me alone.
Yeah. Did you have any interest in UFOs, aliens, anything like that as a kid?
No. I thought that was all silly.
Yeah.
No, I was always into science and science fiction. When I was a little kid, I watched, I think, like 5 and 6. I watched that, the Super Marionation series, like Fireball XL5 and Thunderbirds, and they were all like marionette shows, but they're all space and cool and rockets, and this is all great. That's what. And then later on, Star Trek, science fiction, because it always looked like that it was just a prediction of the future to me. It didn't look like it was stuff that was never going to come true. It just looked like eventually the stuff's going to happen, and for the most part, science fiction turns into science given enough time.
Becomes science fact.
Yeah.
Were there any inspirations, sci-fi wise, that you felt had like a real impact on you as far as your, what you were interested in as a kid?
Everybody my age, a boomer that's an engineer, doctor, scientist, whatever, they'll always point back to Star Trek and always give that a nod, because that was probably the biggest thing back there in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. And so, where'd you grow up?
Well, I was born in Florida, but most of my growing up, I was cognizant of what was going on. It was in Long Island.
Okay.
New York, yeah.
Interesting. You ended up at Pierce, is that right? Or what was the kind of progression from
I just moved around. I mean, it depended where I was at the time, when I was in California and on the East Coast. So it was just location dependent. As like I mentioned the other day, I moved so much. It was almost like a military family.
Yeah. Was it because your dad had jobs that he was switching around, or what was going on?
I really don't know what it was, but we were just always moving.
Yeah, interesting.
And always having to make new friends and whatnot. But I don't know. It was just the way it was. My father always did some weird things and strange things up his sleeve. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think there was some potentially shady stuff going on in the background. So
interesting. Okay. What did he do professionally, just like surface level?
I know he had some connection to the mob at some point. I mean, he had like a food business, wholesale food business, that distributed food to grocery stores, all over the place. But and he had big connection to racehorses. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid of the, what do they call it? Harness racing, where they sit in a little sulky behind the horse, little 2-wheel contraption. I remember those guys the jockeys, riders, whatever you want to call them. But I remember, playing in the living room and hearing those guys deciding who's going to win the race and things of that sort. So, I mean, I knew that there were some shady things going on.
And yeah, whenever you have racehorses and tracks, there's often some
especially back down in the early 70s and stuff. It couldn't be more corrupt.
Absolutely.
So,
interesting. Okay. And so he was involved in that, but maybe there was some other stuff kind of going on in the background.
Yeah, nothing where people are hurt or anything like that. Not mob stuff, but but I mean, just some questionable things that never talked about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did move around a lot, but spent most of the time either in. Well, it really depends what year I was somewhere.
And were you into nuclear science as a kid as well, or just kind of like
no, just science? I mean, my friends were. I had a friend whose dad was a chemistry professor, so we'd go and hang out with him and bring home chemicals and play with him. But it was from as young as I could possibly be, was always tinkering around with something science related.
Yeah. So at school, what was that like? You're this rebellious kid. You're into science. Did you hate school?
Yeah, I hated school because it's just interfering with my time. I want to get home and get back to tinkering with my stuff. I don't. You couldn't bore me any more than I was. I didn't want to go to music class. I don't care what they're doing here. And everything on social studies, I don't care who won what war. Just let me go home. I've got other things I'd rather learn. But, the classes that I was in that matched my interest, I did well with. But everything else was a waste of my time.
What were you tinkering with at home?
Probably at that time, but probably electronics and chemistry.
Okay. And then how'd you get the job at Los Alamos?
At the time, I was working at Fairchild Electronics in Simi Valley, California. And I was just tired and burnt out of that. And just sent a resume to Los Alamos. But really laid heavily on the stuff, not my work history, things that I did aside from work. My wife's little Honda, built a jet engine from scratch and put it in there. Then, in fact, that was one of the things I, sent in a resume to him. Oh, by the way, I built this car. And, when I moved there, the local paper put that on the front page because they thought that was really cool. And that's why most people remember me at that time because I drove it to work at Los Alamos.
Yeah.
In fact, they yelled at me for, you can't run the jet coming into the lab because it scares the shit out of everybody.
How fast would the car go?
212.
Jesus.
Yeah. On that car, it's super dangerous. I would never do that.
That's insane.
Today. Yeah, but.
So you're putting like a Bugatti engine on a Honda Civic. And you're like,
in a way, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's silly, but you're stupider when you're in your 20s. Yeah.
Well, what was your top speed?
212.
Yours was 212.
Yeah.
You went 212.
El Mirage Dry Lake in California.
You're insane.
Maybe, but that's how fast the car went.
But the Honda Civic is not set up for the jet engine that you put on.
It was after I put it in there.
Oh, so you helped with the suspension and that stuff. You improved.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's impressive, man. That's cool.
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front-page story on a jet car I had built. Coincidentally, Dr. Edward Teller was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day.
So Edward Teller, for the audience, was the creator of the hydrogen bomb.
Coincidentally, that same day on the paper, if you turn over the front sheet, was the advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day.
Wow.
Giving a lecture, at the lab. So
you go to a talk he gives or something?
Yeah, he was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper because the door was locked. So I wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's good. He's reading the front page of the paper because else I really didn't know how to go out and say anything. But I went, oh, it's the perfect segue. He's reading, so I was like, hi, Ed, I'm the guy you're reading about there.
What was Edward Teller like?
Anyway,
any sort of distinct accent?
Of course, he has a distinct accent. Ed Teller, yeah. He had giant eyebrows and I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
Yeah. Fascinating. And so, what was the conversation like? Are you like, hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember it verbatim, but he said,
but it is grossly impractical.
I said, yeah, it's not made to be a practical, mode of transportation. And we only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door unclick, swing open, and a guy greeted him, oh, Mr. Teller, and so they brought him in, and, that was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that meeting when I sent him a resume after I had moved on from Los Alamos, and he remembered me, and that's who directed me to EG&G, how this all started to do this for.
Have you ever seen, there's a video of Edward Teller being questioned on his relationship with you. It's really funny because first of all, he goes into, he's being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into it. It's very clear. And then he's questioned on you, and he has the exact same reaction.
It is, in my opinion, not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of me on that.
Okay. And if I ask you on camera if you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went and interviewed Teller. He was one of Teller's students. And he said, I'm going to bring up you to Teller. And I went, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to see how fast he denies me.
Yeah.
And he did immediately.
But he denied you in the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get, a real power source from nuclear. And basically implying he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but there's total annihilation, and he just completely discounted that, which is interesting for Teller.
Do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you hit a proton.
I don't know if that's who
goes up referring to 16, and then you get this matter antimatter annihilation thing.
I don't know if that's what it was referring to, but he's clearly not addressing the most powerful nuclear reaction there is. And why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his link to you.
Yeah.
Which to me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
It's real weird that he would do that.
And so you were at Los Alamos, and were you working with other physicists at the time, or what was your main kind of like day-to-day responsibility?
Well, it changed. I did some. I was building. I think this was for the accelerator. They wanted to be able to the voltage to a very fine degree. I was building some high voltage power, so that's fiber optics, so adjustments, from a distance without interfering with fields or anything. And day to day, it's on the targets and experiments we were doing, so it's cryogenic, dealing with high power magnets and what else? Radioactive materials.
Yeah.
Los Alamos stuff. I'm just trying. I did every day, but it was nothing. There was no really regular routine. We'd either be working on getting ready to do equipment, so we'd be working on equipment.
Yeah.
And it all had to do with the output of the accelerator and adjusting that. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Cool. And the beam splits off.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down and it splits off into different experimental areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, just from one beam. And depending on the speed of the particle going by and how long it transit, you can calculate it. Backtrack and together. Analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to analyze a Swiss watch, look inside. So you could take it and throw it as hard as you can at a concrete wall.
Yeah.
And then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off.
Yeah.
By looking at those pieces, you backtrack everything.
Yeah.
You can see if one was spinning a certain direction, the rotation and how fast it came off the use of it, if it was turning before, and by the angles you can put it back there. Eventually you can reassemble the thing and see how it was made. So essentially what an accelerator does, smash something apart, and then we can figure out how it all goes during those particles.
It's so cool.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I did at Los Alamos.
Did you get the sense that there were two branches of science that was a little more classified, and then public science?
No, not at that
point.
Not at that point. They're all on the same level.
Yeah. Now, I know why they erased you from MIT, and there are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. You have very good, I think, reason that at least passes, Joe Rogan and some other people who watch TED.
He said that he was working on something for the government and they sent him to MIT, learn something.
But I will ask you, is there anything you can high level that why you can't talk about? Why?
Well, there. Okay, and if you're sent there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or work.
Yep. It's gonna be off the books.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also you also can't talk about it because it's still. I mean, look, the government's never going to come. I hope not for releasing information for.
Yep.
But assuming I was on a web, that's covered under the security agreement. At this point in my life, I just any waves.
Yeah. So no, I think that's very reasonable. It's also talking about MIT long as a university, affiliated research center. It's called the UARC, and they all sorts of classified stuff. They have a super program. They're we're always at the forefront of nanotechnology, and so the idea that
anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers, or it'd be just very conventional.
Sure.
But still classified material.
Yeah.
And stuff.
I think it's just helpful because this stuff is the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about. It's very feasible. Okay.
Would have gotten
theoretically, hypothetically, yeah.
You got sent.
Yeah, there's a very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk stuff.
If you wanted to hire a guy who can clearly out of the box and help, but who can do that? Bob was probably the best in the country at the time. He was perfect for it.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of in 1989. It's part of KLAS. You took him to Los, is that right, at some point?
Told him all this. Well, let's go. security was a little more lax back then. And you just rented a car, and you know, at that everyone I knew still, so including the guards, we get in, hey Bill, have your back, you know, and so, and everywhere I asked, here's this, and you know, walk in here, and I still knew combinations to places and why. Right. I'm sure it was not all 100%, but yeah, George just walked around, filmed things, spoke to people that I worked with, and he said, all right, we can check that box off, and then we went back.
Because also, you know, again, address some of these like detracting people who were like, oh, he just quizzed the physicists, you know, at Los Alamos, but he really had some other job there or something. First of all, like your description of a particle accelerator and how to actually, you know, detect subatomic particles, I think was, you know, first class. And then second, you have a guy in George Knapp, which you have to either of some sort of collusion or something, or admit that you showed him around. I mean, he saw it. Yeah. And he was trying to suss you out by asking you to invite him, right? Presumably.
Yeah, I just don't pay actors in the nonsense. I mean,
yeah.
To me, we're past that.
Dr. Teller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume, an inquiry. Dr. Teller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. Then I could call in Las Vegas. I made that call, and things progressed from there until I got to the program at Esmer.
And so you send the resume, and he remembers you somehow, and which
I mentioned in the jet car in Los Alamos.
G&G, and then you dropped there.
I don't know if he sent it. He when he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EG&G. So I don't know if he just have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did the resumes. I don't know what happened.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time, or?
I know that they did all the. I mean, those are the guys that came out and figured how to, you know, photograph, you know, an exploding nuclear bomb. It get overexposed. All kinds of things. Make giant flash tubes so you can put up cities from bombers and stuff. So. You know, a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but your testing area.
It's a company that is the named faculty, actually, and
Edgerton, Grimmerhausen, and Greer.
There you go.
Many types of cameras will be in use. The most important are fast tags, which operate up to 9,000 frames per second and expose that entire footage in a fraction of a second.
Have you looked at any of the other, you know, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite that I'm sure you're aware of, Luigi, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert Hastings. And he talks about UFO tic-tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S.
I'm certainly that.
Isn't that interesting? There are 167 whistleblowers who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen and crown jewels of American defense.
Oh, really?
167 of these guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's really 167 of those guys?
And 67 of these guys. It's really when they're yeah.
Incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is. But I mean, you're talking about nuclear sites. You're talking about nuclear sites. You are at the very core of national security.
Because if you're doing the photography of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah. So if in fact all was going on, you had to catch something.
Totally. it keeps coming up for me in my own investigations. There's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where a scientist who actually, his name is Eric Davis, meets with two joint chiefs under whose purview all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson, furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering UFO material. So you get G. What's your first touch point there? And so you have a little bit of context, but
yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me, and somewhere in the middle of it, we actually have a job that we're thinking of you into now. I think I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, they said, we're changing channels. We think we have, and I think, so I don't know if they were both something at S4, or it was going to be for EG&G or the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the second one, and the second one was S4 out at the Papoose Lake area.
And what were they screening for? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why do they shift and they say, this guy's actually going to, that UFO thing we're stuck on, this guy's going to break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't think that's what they said. But, I think they were stuck, and I think they kept, just because of the way the place is arranged, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. In fact, if you expected anything else, you're nuts. That's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that, and they looked, we need a little push from another direction. And I mean, it's my guess. I think that's why they popped me.
At that point, do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?
No, but they said it's at a remote area and the work hours can vary. Some people are out there for 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
Yeah.
Some people, and depends if they're married or not or anything, and can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and and some people are just on call, and for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going out there on call, and until we get you up to speed. And do you have any problem with traveling? I said, no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time was a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be at the nuclear test site at somewhere stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they called me at random days, and they'd say, Mr. Lazard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I'd go out there. I'd drive out to E&G Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I'd go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site.
Went 363 Las Vegas Tower, runway 26 right, line up the way, traffic downfield.
Yeah, we just took off and landed, and I still thought I was at I didn't know I was at Area 51.
Yep. And you land at Area 51.
Yeah.
And
first of all, at that time, Area 51 meant nothing. It's just, this is known as Area 51. Okay. As all the the test sites split up into areas. It's area 2, area 5, so it's 51. Okay.
At what point do you go to S4?
I've told the story so much, and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day. What you do on the third day? I don't know.
Of course.
But I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just a paperwork and stuff day. But the second day, for sure, we drove down, got in the bus. It was a long, bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus. And it was just a navy blue painted bus. And it seemed like we went south. By the time we got off the bus, I mean, the sun was setting to my right.
And then what happens next?
Well, I mean, when I got there?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where Dennis let me in.
And who's Dennis for the audience?
I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just attached to me.
This is Dennis Mariani. Yeah. And so he leads you in.
Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard there. We get past him, and then they had to train the hand reader to give me a card to open the doors. So that's the first time I saw the hand scanner. I get the card, he shows me this, you swipe on the door and it records every time you come in and out and do everything. And
is there a bodyguard or like a...
No, once you're in the room with the scanner, there's nothing. There's just a door you open up. But it's just a really long corridor. And just kind of, it's not modern, looks old. It's just painted cinder block with light green and dark green. Kind of looked my old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it underground or in a mountain? Or
it's kind of on the side of a mountain.
Okay.
So the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill, I guess, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in back of the hangars. So that gives you hangar access. So that explains why it's so long.
And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse. Then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first. So that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first briefing on there.
And that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as well.
Yeah.
And that was Project Looking Glass.
Looking Glass and
what else?
Sidekick.
And Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I imagine you take most interest in Galileo, but you also look through Looking Glass and Sidekick. Yeah. Is that right?
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft, and the directives that are given. There were two primary directives. Is one to duplicate the propulsion system or components thereof with available materials, available Earth materials. And directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. And I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So that was really a high priority, but they certainly wanted to duplicate it, but they really wanted to disable it.
I do think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program. It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to parallel engineer, find ways to, with terrestrial, normal, prosaic engineering, build.
Or come up with a hybrid system, something. The bottom line is we want to produce the effects this machine is having. So just do it.
However you can.
Just do it.
Which makes sense given the skill set they seem to take interest in with you, because you are this outside of the box thinker.
Yeah.
you're not this prim and proper traditional academic or something who does not want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project Looking Glass?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has 3 of the emitters on the bottom, look like large trash cans, and they send out the gravity waves or whatever form of energy is. But Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be there was some sort of weapon potential doing that,
like a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the briefing contained in it. And
are you given text before reading these documents?
No.
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your...
No, I mean, some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. And you wonder, was this like a test? Right. There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to, in the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something, and they hear it on the grapevine, they said, yeah, they've got a disc, an alien craft, down at the test site. They don't know where it comes from, but everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything, they, said, yeah, there's flying saucers down there, and aliens made 65 corrections. They go, Lazar's the guy. Yep, that. So I think they put it in there to attach to a person, he got this, and they make it something enticing to say.
So you go through these briefings, what happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who, it was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And I guess they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They drew a little grid on my arm and then just pricked them and, waited for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange-yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there, and I can taste that because it's really a nasty taste.
What did it taste like?
Yeah, like a vitamin B solution. Okay. But it also had a pine taste to it. But anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out, and eventually go in and was introduced to Barry, who's going to be my lab partner. And from what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What was Barry like?
Barry, I don't know, how would you describe Barry? Barry was very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
He was really happy I was there, and really excited to show me stuff. But clearly a lot had been done before I got there. Yeah. If this was new, everything would be white, right? Everybody would be in, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part falls somewhere, you can identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lab benches and things like that. You'd probably have people in full respirator suits if they were just beginning, but these guys had reached a point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with this stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. It's as if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working with, although we were plenty afraid of the reactor.
And you at no point were you like, this could be some anti-gravity secret program that I just wasn't cleared to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." It's it's just our new fighter, and it looks like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around, and But yeah, it became quickly obvious that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So to affect space and time, think if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist. To anybody who's a detractor, who could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. It's as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc. And there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when he peaked that is a supporting column holding that 53 foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
That's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's right,
because I built it. So
I think you know more about the craft at this point.
Because of the thickness of the floor that we could see, because of the lip of the access way, we could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is, you could see the thickness of the floor. That thickness,
52 feet diameter.
Right. There is nothing
with
on
no
Earth
central support
that would not be doing mooring like this and potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's right, but that's 100% true.
Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but it's Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
Describe how
I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I'd tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like a crap, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it in, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hangar and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks, so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft that you described as blacker than black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. What they call the portholes around the top?
Sure.
I do not believe are portholes. What I think, there's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft. And we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. And it's not just Fanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. I mean, but I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black. Just it doesn't look right.
Did anybody else say that going into the craft gave them an ominous feeling?
Yeah, he did say that it was definitely unnerving, I think, was his looking at those.
And just being in the craft generally, was that like a kind of ubiquitously known thing at S4? Like you walked into that thing?
Didn't hear that from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the first thing you think, boy, that was so exciting. And yeah, from an outsider, it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around what looked like the pit of this thing?
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in, and you really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have really, it's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unused space in there. And because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was a creation. There's a reason to have all that done there. What reason the craft is shaped like that? But there were three things that looked like seats. We called them seats. Other humps, large rectangular, smooth objects in there. There were three of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave, and it's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about.
Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these two guys, they're looking out. There's one of the archways that become transparent, so he believes that maybe that is looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
Oh, the archway becoming transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it.
Oh.
And there's a screen, the blue screen with the symbol.
With the Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. Why would it only be one? Because it's so dark in there.
Fascinating. And you saw translucent, almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols, but not in a three-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character sitting in
like a projection, you said.
Yeah,
he was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained it actually better yesterday than before I produced it. Yeah. And you were saying it looked almost like a projection.
It wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already out. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." So, this is great. So we go out through the lab door right into the hangar. It was already outside, sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got out there, I did notice there was a radio, and I mentioned this in Luigi's movie, a VHF radio, and they're in communication. So it made me almost positive that there was somebody in the craft.
Yep.
I don't know where they'd be sitting or why they're even in the craft, because it's, like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So that put aside.
So you think they put a person in there?
I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
you heard a voice coming from the craft?
No, from the radio.
From the radio,
yeah.
From the VHF radio,
yeah.
But presumably coming from the craft.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up in the crafts, because he was monitoring something.
Do you remember what the voice? Was it just? But it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio way of getting into the crafts? This doesn't even make.
VHF being very high frequency.
Yeah, I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Anyway, shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, had a little corona district glow on the bottom, and lifted off and drifted up into the sky. During that test, Dennis motioned for me to come out and look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary, and I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away, and then he said, come back, and I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So if you move, you can see it, and if you walk underneath it, you can't. So you can clearly see it's bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft, so you can see that it's in its little envelope. And then it kind of slid over to the left and right, sat back down.
Is what you saw? Did it look like what we talk about when we talk about UFO videos? And when we, it's like, look at the, Nimitz, 2004 FLIR video, or even some of the maybe optical videos, which are often green fuzzy. Maybe that's due to gravitational lensing or some sort of space-time perturbation due to these effects we're talking about. But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking, this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah.
You are?
Wow. For sure. Just because of the way that it can move, it can just negate. I mean, it's. I really don't know how to describe it. Things like inertia really don't matter to it. It gets murdered when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor? Even the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah.
That goes through your head, like you're like, are you?
Yeah. Well, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time with this craft already. It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, they knew. The emitters have to be rotated, to couple to the reactor. They knew how to fly it. So that these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
But it would be your kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, we could at least test and you could go under them and stuff, then you would think that now we probably made much more progress, I assume. Or what do you think?
I do not think so, no.
You don't think so?
No.
So you think we can test these things and use them in a rudimentary ways to understand how they work?
No, it's like the, analogy I gave, to the 1800s and drop off a motorcycle.
Yep.
With the keys in it, and you can look at it and go, "Oh, that's never seen anything like that before." And look at the plastic fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material. And tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and it's going to start off, and you go, "Hey, that's on and off." And just given time and human ingenuity, you're going to get it. Throw proficient at driving it.
Yep.
But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it even make that fender.
Right.
So, yeah, I'd say you can become using it, and that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed that technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting one building a converter or why? Why would you? Oh, well, it's secret. Yep, secret. When we first came out with them, and we built a whole fleet. We absolutely divert every resource waiting these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind? Some sort of mental.
It could very well be.
Yeah.
Because they're physical control.
Right.
It was being tested. The only test I saw from close range, it was already out of the hangar. I went into the hangar, the bay door between all the, there's the door that leads to the outside that's at an angle, but there's also bay doors between all that. Those were open for some reason, and when I came in to go that, I was able to look and see that, boy, there's 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head and emotionally? How do you feel?
Well, first of all, where did they all come from? How could you? I mean, I could see you somewhere. There's a crash, or you found one. You don't find 9. I mean, where did they come from? None of them are damaged to any degree, although when I call the top hat had holes in it, but it looks like it was shot, a projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash or attempted landing. So where did all this stuff? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
No, each one was different.
Okay.
But the material, same. The color, the sheen. So it looked like material.
So the reactors and the propulsion were all the same. The material was all the same, but the shapes were somehow different. Do you remember?
Maybe visualized craft. You could take a step back from humanity and you go look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck that's a real long thing. You look at a Volkswagen, that's like a little, you see a motorcycle. They all have the same somewhat type of engine. Internal combustion engine is powering them all, so they have all different functions, and that's just what we're looking at. And who says they're all? Maybe some of those things are drones of some kind.
People associate you with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like the craft that looks like that.
It looks exactly like
that.
Like I thought Billy Meyer was ridiculous. This is what I had mentioned to you the other day. You have research. I think the pictures Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be one of those that just coincidentally exactly like what I call the sport model. I think he absolutely photographed that, and it was real. And I think at the time and printed books and everything, and as time went on, you kind of missed that. And then he started taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous.
Right.
They did. It looks like,
And there's something about dinosaur in this book, and
yeah, I know. It looked like there's styrofoam balls. I found some more. Come back, and so I think that's you know, that's just a personal belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures aren't.
Yeah. And so that's the craft you worked on. The 8 other crafts, what did those look like?
I could only see 2 clearly because angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then all you can just see around there. But one looked, I call a Jello mold, which is more like a bundt cake without the hole in the middle. And then the other one, as I previously mentioned, a top hat, like Grim had.
Is your immediate instinct humans didn't make?
Yeah.
At what point do you not see an American flag on one of them?
Yeah, on the sport model. I saw that like the first day that I went in.
Okay. Was there any talk of how these crafts were weaved?
I know the Navy got the sport model, and I think that was, from what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which anyway isn't in the desert; it's in the water. And if there's an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still a dig, but that I don't know what the water, if it was the ocean or a lake or what. But yeah, that came from the water. Again, according to Barry, I didn't see documentation, but yeah, that was happened upon by the Navy. And that's all I know. I theorize that's how the Navy got in control of it.
So what you constantly hear is, you have things like Hughes Aircraft building the Glomar Explorer, which subsea, Discovery, and you have some actually recent Lockheed subsea submarines, own sort of things that seem to be able to, scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was high up in the Navy. He talks about retrieval of exotic on the seafloor, and you have Burchett as a congressman from Tennessee who says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
We think coming in from maybe they did let go, but they're here and they're in the deep water areas, and that's why. Like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas.
And I don't know. There's another. I have one friend in the Navy who's a source. Maybe one day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the movie The Abyss by James Cameron.
Yeah.
And he says maybe that scene where this sort of glowing object shows up isn't too far off from the truth. So
one of our science fiction movies is going to be correct.
Yeah. That's a bet.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, and we were talking last week with Luigi about Pascari was the site of the production of nuclear subs for there. So
yeah, there's something in the ocean.
There is.
From the very beginning.
George Knapp has interesting footage around Mexico. On the other side, you have Tim Pier, which seems to be a height now. That's exactly. Do you think there's a possibility it's the ultra-terrestrial? So this idea that they're ancient remnants of an antediluvian civilization that existed pre-Ice Age or pre-Younger Dryas.
Antediluvian?
Yeah, and that they're more advanced than they're like the place of what we call Atlantis. These beings who have coexisted and inhabit the Earth with us.
It really very well be. Right? If you look at the size of the ocean, you can hire civilization down there, especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean.
Yeah. Would any of the scientific principles that you looked at as far as the bubble being created around the craft and all of that somehow be immune to salt water? Like, would it be able to travel transmedium? Because
absolutely.
It's so interesting. That's the
Light
observable.
bent around the crowd. Raindrop would do.
Yeah. It's so fascinating.
Involved in this whole thing since 1987, and since the 80s, or even before, let's go, they always talked about the Air Force.
And the Bluebird.
And Project Blue Book. I mean, Mark comes out in 1989 and says, it's the Navy that's in charge. And funny enough, years later, that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
So, when I see new whistleblowers out, like Eric Davis or people that were seeing, I'm not skeptical involved in things. What I find basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's Bob has nothing to do with that. Whatever you said is right, though. Yeah.
They're like high level. It's definitely a decades-long, multi-generational crash retrieval operation. But the one guy who says he's worked on full of shit.
No.
That makes sense.
Everything is right, though. There aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many crashes.
If you had to guess, how many crafts are in U.S. possession now in hangars?
Now? I don't know. 9
for sure.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, I can only talk about what I mean.
Do you think sense of ontological tree, like when you saw this stuff around, the ability to manipulate lines with looking glass, or even just manipulate time on a local scale, and then they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen? So it's like the origin story of humanity. You think maybe?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance.
Is your kind of razor explanation that these are extraterrestrial? What do you think?
I think that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're time travelers from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much in our movie. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See other worlds. This can go travel in another fashion and get there. There's probably life there. They probably build things, and it all makes sense. But when you go to other dimensions in time, can you time travel? That ever be possible? Maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension and start assholing people over there? The others don't make sense. So I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. Could be any one of the other possibilities, or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed
of just conventionally moving?
Yep.
I don't think it really had a very high top speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, if you had to...
It depends. I mean, it depends on how it was being, because you can maneuver it in a couple different ways. So, of course, how would I know? I mean, the speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about an Omicron mode where it's just sitting there and moving. But you think about
Delta.
Yeah, and at Delta, the speed's going to be infinite.
So you think
it would appear somewhere else?
You think almost close to the speed of light, or it would look like it's hopping across space-time or something?
No, it far exceed the light.
It'd be faster.
You're not going in a linear fashion. You're just jumping over.
So it's warping space.
Yeah. So it's, for a given distance, you'll get, to the destination far faster than you would if you were traveling at the speed of light.
And it's like crunching space-time behind it, and then
I
in front of
what's
it's
going on.
It's like riding a wave or something.
It's just bending space around.
Did you hear anything around pulses involved.
Yeah. It's not a continuous. It's like it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the craft is always doing this.
When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job of depicting the configurations. And what is Delta exactly?
Delta is using the amplifiers, Delta.
Yes.
And that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft belly in that direction, and that's how it moves. Omicron is where it only uses one, of the emitters, to propel itself, or it really propelling itself is doing the opposite. Essentially, cut an indentation space time so the craft moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration, it's never really stable. It's kind of somewhat undulating.
That's so interesting. Yeah, it's fascinating. That seems to be a common thing, the craft.
But when it switches to Delta, online, that thing blocks in space and time, then it's able to focus in any direction there instantaneously.
Mid-century living rooms of Luigi Vendatali, Bob Lazar, and Logan is a long-time UFO nut.
Okay.
And do you watch WWE at all?
No.
He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing cast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
Dude, I must say, Bob, it is an honor to meet you, man. Absolute legend, privilege to talk to you. Oh, thanks. Good to meet you. I don't know if Jesse texted to why I to talk to you.
Yeah, but maybe we'll rehash it.
I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to just do something, footage or a station of sorts. And I see particular orange discs sometimes in UFO videos and documentaries. And it pops up every now and then. Well, for S4 that you guys about the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but then kind of coats itself in this orange.
Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Dude, I paused it there and I said, "Oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have." So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was, and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts.
Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the Black Mailbox, an infamous landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Groom Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest, pointed through the front windshield.
And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard, and they're like hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think it's out there, like I don't know what it is, maybe we should go out, and they're like kind of scared.
Then something appears just beyond the glass. The craft is extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbling or undulating in place as if it's on a wave. You can hear two guys whispering.
Yeah, to me, is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exact like your hand. It's moving the right way. It's the right color and it's the right shape. So what makes it very compelling? The intensity of the light, something very, very bright, is affecting that. The dash is being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle and the craft is above it. The intent, here's the dash, and look at the intent that's going to happen here. Right there. Those are really
you can, and it's fake.
you can't fake that.
You can see that it wobbles.
But it wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah, so it does comport your video.
It wobbles. It looks like that in that color, in that shape.
That's why.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive.
The craft emits an orange-reddish color, which is not a coincidence. The craft with strong field interactions, like ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheath around itself. The dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Ionized nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red-orange. This classic observation of a glowing reddish or orange ball of light, moving silently and erratically, is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide.
What, did you see that movement? No, I didn't.
Now I know this footage is grainy, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been acknowledged by the government. And to this day, S4 is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical entry to go back in time and found a 22 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site, and yet vehicle tracksable satellite images.
You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in, and you could look at all the traffic.
Yeah, it's not one guy driving around.
No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. So
Again, there's no public out there, so what are you doing?
Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Pap Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit